Now, everyone knows him, Todd McGowan, very well known for his book, Emancipation After Hegel. And of course, a lot of Hegel content has come since. Yeah, Todd, do you want to just kind of give a brief introduction for yourself and tell us a little bit about what you're talking about?
Sure. Do you want me to just go right into the talk and after the introduction?
Yeah, let's go right into it. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Simone was right. I'm Todd McGowan. I wrote a book called Emancipation After Hegel. I'm now trying to think about some, sorry about that.
No worries at all. We have you back. We can hear you again.
Okay. Good. All right. So this, as I was saying, this is part of a new book on Hegel. I'm giving this talk from my office, which I thought would be a better internet connection. Maybe it's not. So let me just start again. So again, this is from a new book on Hegel that's going to think more about Hegel as a political thinker and the way in which his thought might provide avenues for thinking politically that he himself wasn't aware of. So that's going to be the main thrust of what I'm going to say today about Hegel and war. And I'll try to, since we're starting a little late, I'll try to cut some of this stuff that's maybe a little superfluous out of what I'm going to say. So Hegel's position on war has always been difficult for his adherents, or I should say it's kept some of his would-be adherents as would-be adherents instead of actual ones, because rather than dreaming of perpetual peace like Kant does, in a way that I think a lot of people find appealing, Hegel argues for the social necessity of war. And this is something that people who are familiar with Hegel are pretty well aware of. And his idea is that people in the society lose their sense of the totality as they become mired in their private interests, and war forces them to concern themselves with the society as a whole, to confront the universality that makes their particular existence possible. So as a result, Hegel, for war, Hegel has an ethical status. So when one encounters Hegel's views on war, it comes off like something might hear from a right-wing philosopher, not someone I would consider a revolutionary thinker on the side of emancipation. And I almost say it plays a central role in the opprobrium that surrounds the name Hegel, or at least surrounds it, or did surround it, in most of the 20th century. So for someone like Karl Popper, Hegel's view on war aligns him more with Carl Schmitt than with someone on the left. So along with Hegel, Carl Schmitt believes that war represents a political necessity for the state. So for Schmitt, politics depends upon the distinction between friend and enemy, which will necessarily lead to war on occasion. And without this omnipresent threat of war, Schmitt thinks political struggle disappears. So life can remain interesting, but it would lose the antagonism that makes it meaningful. So this political distinction between friend and enemy gives a significance to our lives that it otherwise wouldn't have. Or you might say, without something to die for, we don't have anything to live for. I don't think Schmitt ever says that, but he should have said that, because that's his position. So Hegel's investment in war, I think, is related to Schmitt's, but clearly distinct. And their investment in the productivity of war's destructivity comes from, interestingly, a shared suspicion of bourgeois society. Although Schmitt's suspicion is from the right and Hegel's is from the left. So Hegel doesn't, unlike Schmitt, he doesn't see this need for an enemy, which is the figure that really pushes Schmitt's thinking. For Hegel, the benefit of war lies in how it brings universality to the fore. So according to Hegel, it's universality, not the existence of an existential conflict with an enemy that becomes endangered during long periods of peace. So war reminds subjects that universality trumps their particularity and even the worth of their particular lives. So when the state demands that I risk my life to defend it, I recognize the nothingness of my own particularity relative to the universality that even allows it to emerge. So war's challenge to rampant particularism is a challenge for Hegel to capitalism's dominance of the modern epoch. And I think this is what makes Hegel's champion of war a radical rather than a reactionary act, even though it hasn't been judged that way. So as Hegel sees it, without war, the logic of capitalism plays a determinative role in the psyche of the modern subject, and war interrupts this determination by yanking people out of their particularity into an awareness of the universality that capital relations of production cannot encompass. So Hegel's greatest fear about modern society is that the demands of the capitalist economy will have the last word. So bourgeois or civil society, this is Hegel's term is bürgerliche Gesellschaft, constantly threatens to overrun the power of the state. Modern society is always on the brink, Hegel believes, of becoming an unbridled capitalist society. And when this occurs, there's no check on the rampant inequality that the structure of this society unleashes. In such a situation, the self-interest of the particular would overrun all concern for the universal, and the social bond would collapse. To stave off this possibility that Hegel thinks is constantly there in modernity, states have recourse to war. And in his view, war is a kind of a bulwark against the unleashing of particularity that coincides with the dominant. He has a tendency to isolate people in their own particular identity. They go about their everyday lives without any awareness of the collective background that makes this everyday existence possible. And this lack of awareness, Hegel thinks, has a deleterious effect on the social arrangement, because this arrangement does not exist on its own, but sustains itself through people's constant investment in it. And in the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel articulates this unleashing of particularism that occurs during peacetime in this way. He says, in order to let them become rooted and rigidly fixed within this activity of isolating themselves, which would otherwise let the whole come undone and the spirit within it fade away, the government must from time to time shake them to their core by means of war. As a result, it infringes, that is the government, infringes on their established order, violates their right to self-sufficiency, and throws them into disarray. He thinks those are all good things. Without war, or at least the constant possibility of it, a false isolation infects everyone in society. So people begin to feel self-sufficient. They lose sight of the constitutive role that the state plays in their subjectivity. I think, as this line of thinking suggests, Hegel's defense of war is inextricable from his critique of the liberal capitalist order, and I think it indicates his investment in the project of emancipation. So if civil society overruns the state, then people lose themselves in the isolation, the particularism of capitalist subjectivity. And this is the supreme danger of modern society. And when people lose sight of the constitutive status of the state, they cease to invest themselves in anyone around them. They become isolated monads. We lose a sense of the public. And against this background, war asserts the priority of the state and lets us know the state provides a collective background for everything we do as individuals. For Hegel, the state, contra Marx, of course, the state's not just a tool of capital society, it actually functions as a brake on capitalism's power and a means of fighting against capitalism's proclivity for ensconcing everyone in their own self-interested position. So without the state, civil society, capitalism would unleash a world with nothing but particulars, and universality would disappear. It'd be impossible to discern it. And so war, in a way, reveals that self-interest doesn't have the last word. But Hegel's not just a bellicist. He has a cogent theoretical explanation for his investment in war. At the same time, I think Hegel's proximity to Schmitt on this question should give us a little bit of pause, especially because they both see war in the same way as this antidote to the depredations of bourgeois society. So Hegel defends war from the left, Schmitt from the right, but there's this overlap that indicates to me that there's something a bit amiss about Hegel's position. So fundamentally, Hegel and Schmitt are opposed thinkers, but in this way, Schmitt's conservative philosophy depends on this rigid opposition between inside and outside, friend enemy. Hegel's philosophical breakthrough is what makes this distinction impossible to sustain, because it's about how an identity only finds itself in its other. It doesn't constitute itself through an external opposition, but instead, but instead through its difference from itself. So for Hegel, identity is itself what differentiates. Identity is what differentiates itself from itself, or as he puts it in Science of Logic, the truth is complete only in the unity of identity and difference. So an identity formed simply through the distinction from what it isn't is necessarily one-sided and false. And I think it ends up falling apart as an identity through its implicit reliance on an otherness that it distinguishes itself from but doesn't acknowledge its dependence on. And I think this is the basic problem with what takes place during war. So war inevitably establishes an opposition between identity and what's other, the identity enemy. And the tactics of war prevent anyone on either side from grasping what Hegel calls very nicely, I think, the speculative identity between both sides. And there's a precise name for those who claim identity, speculative or not, with the enemy, and that name is treason. So during wartime, the philosopher who grasped the truth of speculative identity would be intrinsically guilty of giving aid and comfort to the enemy, right? So to grasp the identity of identity and difference, is Hegel's great formulation, forces one to see oneself in the enemy, which is exactly what the exigencies of war prohibit. So while there are times one has to fight a war, for a speculative thinker, or for the Hegelian thinker, for Hegel, it must always be a last resort, I think, due to the damage that it does to the project of speculation. So from Hegel's own theoretical perspective, one has to argue against Hegel, I think, on the issue of war. So Hegel's insistence on the philosophical and political necessity of war, I want to claim, runs counter to the basic tenor of his thought, this speculative identity between identity and difference. So war creates an external opposition between two conflicting powers, but Hegel himself never, ever, ever respects external oppositions as really just external. When he confronts an external opposition between two disparate claims, his philosophical gesture always consists in uncovering how each side has a dependence on the other, or the external opposition houses an internal contradiction. So he sees the way in which the external opposition has an obfuscatory effect. It lures us to focus on the visible opposition so that we miss the internal contradiction that undermines its position. So despite the clear insights, I think, into the revelatory dimension of war, Hegel misses how undialectical war actually is. War thinks us into a mindless dualism, which is why I want to say we should do whatever we can to avoid it. If war is a philosophical necessity, we aren't being philosophical enough. So Hegel's argument on the necessity of war, as I have said, is an anti-capitalist one, even if he doesn't put it this way. When I unthinkingly submerge myself in daily existence, I lose track of capitalism's structural determinations. My particular concerns become paramount. And all these banal concerns of my daily life fit comfortable into capitalist society. It's easy to become a good capitalist subject. So capitalism depends upon everyone being ensconced in an unthinking privacy. And I think for Hegel, precisely the appeal of war, there's a disruption that shakes us out of our investment in doing your job, earning a profit. And what war does is reveal the nothingness of that. And that's for Hegel, its radical dimension. So I think it's interesting, though, despite Hegel's status as one of the great comic philosophers, maybe the greatest living, he doesn't seem to get a crucial joke about capitalism and war. And this is perhaps because he lived prior to the birth of the military-industrial complex. So here's how the joke goes. Someone asks, the 20-year-long war in Afghanistan just ended. Who won? And the response, General Dynamics, Raytheon, Blackwater, and Lockheed Martin. So it's pretty good joke, I think. It's one of those jokes that's maybe a little not as good because it's a little too true. So the joke, I think, nicely communicates that I have another Hegel joke that I'm saving for the very end. The joke communicates the direct benefit that war provides for capitalism. It's just very obvious that it funds companies that supply all the weapons of war for the combatants, But I think there's even more important indirect benefits. So war provides a way for capitalist society to address an economic crisis when it arises. It not only takes the collective attention off our economic troubles, but the destructiveness provides a way out of an economic downturn. So when a mobilized war effort takes place, a country can put vast resources into completely useless activities like production of bombs, movement of troops, manufacture of equipment. And the key to this spending economically is that none of it is useful or productive. So it's all geared toward destruction, which means, of course, that there's no upper limit on how much can be allotted for it, unlike something that's spent toward a public good. So war is an anti-capitalist enterprise insofar as it strips me of my sham isolation and forces me to confront the role that the collective is supporting my existence. But the part that war plays in generating and saving capitalism is, I think, even more significant. And Hegel's lack of experience with the development of capitalism leaves him unable to take this quality of war into account when estimating its necessity. So he doesn't see how war comes to the rescue of a dying capitalism by providing just the destruction that it needs to rebuild itself. And given this salutary role that war plays for capitalism, it seems to me increasingly difficult, today at least, to accept Hegel's judgment on war. The other thing I don't think he accounts for is the effect of rallying around the flag. Schmidt likes this. He likes the fact that the war creates this unity of the state. But I think for Hegel, it's a problem because nothing eliminates dissension like a good war. And I think this is maybe the most adverse consequence of war for the project of emancipation. And when Hegel praises the state for making people aware that the universal underwrites their subjectivity, I actually think this is an effect that disappears during war. So the state's existence makes clear not just the dependence of each individual on the collective structure, but also the contradiction that defines the collectivity. I think this is absolutely crucial, right? So it's not just, the universal is not just this whole collective, it's also a collective riven by contradiction. And the contradiction appears in the form of the political struggles that find no possible resolution. So the political divide within any social order bespeaks the absence of any possible harmonious relations in society. But when war breaks out, what's interesting to me is that harmonious relations within the social order, they don't become possible, but they seem possible. They all of a sudden it seems like, oh, we could have a social harmony. Like people say, remember when in the US, right after 9/11, everyone was so unified, right? Like that there you go, right? Like that to me is the perfect statement of that. So from a Hegelian perspective that Hegel himself fails to articulate, the great problem with war is that it misses the internal contradiction for an external opposition. That is, whereas Hegel's thought is constantly translating external oppositions into internal contradictions, war just reverses that. Takes an internal contradiction, manifests itself as an external opposition. When they're at war, societies seem free of internal contradiction. All the force of internal contradiction becomes directed at the enemy, which is why leaders often resort to war when they find their internal grip on power crumbling. One might hazard such about the situation in Russia right now. During wartime, the popularity of political leaders almost inevitably increases. Rather than rebelling against hardships, the populace embraces the leader and the hardships as contributing to the war effort. And Joseph Goebbels' totalitarian speech is the great example of this, I think. So a swell of national pride usually takes place that corresponds to the hatred of the enemy being fought. And at the same time, the experience of the social order's internal contradictions evanesces. So this is how I would put it. During war, the nation trumps the state. And I think Hegel doesn't make enough of this divide between nation and state. So Hegel correctly sees that individual particularity takes a back seat, and this is why he's sanguine about war. But individual particularity doesn't give way to an avowal of state power. Instead, it gives way to an idea of national unity. And so Hegel misidentifies, I think, the phenomenon because he doesn't fully differentiate between nation as a content and state as a form, which I think is a really important distinction to make. So wartime enables particular individuals to identify themselves unreservedly with the particularity of the nation, bypassing the universal structure of the state. And so when this happens, war expands particularity from the individual to the group rather than highlighting universality. So the state is a universal structure for Hegel because it's a totality that reveals the social necessity of contradiction. So one thinks the totality for Hegel so that one can grasp the ontological necessity of contradiction, not so that one can imagine the overcoming of contradiction in the state. I think this is very important. So the state is a site of totality because it's a site where contradiction manifests itself, which is why Hegel sees it as a radical form. So the particularity of the nation makes it more appealing as a site of identification, while the universality of the state actually undermines the national identification. So when Hegel argues for the necessity of war as a bulwark against rampant particularism, I think he underestimates the significance of this distinction between nation and state. So war empowers the nation at the expense of the state, and people's investment in the nation doesn't eliminate their particularism, it actually expands it. It makes it worse, it makes their particular identity explode. So war is a philosophical and political disaster, I want to say, especially for those engaged in emancipatory struggles. This is why reactionary leaders are constantly looking to start wars, like Putin, and radical leaders will take whatever steps they can do to end them. This is what Lenin did, right, in the end of World War I. So I think it's not coincidental, those two contrast between those two. So the best argument in support of Hegel's position on war, I'm now going to take the other side briefly, comes from a contemporary thinker, Slavoj Žižek, who sees war as the manifestation of the internal contradiction within every social order. And it's important that Žižek often uses the term antagonism rather than contradiction, which I think allows him to make this shift between the internal and the external pretty more fluidly, I guess. So war doesn't occur naturally as a result of the conflicts between differently constituted people, according to Žižek. Instead, it breaks out due to the internal failure of every social order. So there's no social bond that escapes the negativity that would undermine it, just as there's no subject that can avoid the destructiveness of the death drive, in Žižek's way of thinking. So societies can't avoid a self-destructive negativity because it is simultaneously the bond that holds them together. So the very bond that holds us together is the thing that tears us apart, which is a little bit like love will tear us apart again. So Žižek argues that this negativity appears not just within every social order, but also externally in the form of war. So war is the manifestation of an unmastered internal negativity that each society harbors. And then in Less Than Nothing, Žižek states the function of what Hegel conceptualizes as the necessity of war is precisely the repeated untying of organic social links. So wars force us to confront that there's no possible guarantee for our social bond, no matter how democratically or equally we establish a social order, we will always have this inherent instability. At some point in time, the order will collapse. And the threat of war is how this inherent collapsibility, inherent finitude of the social order becomes evident. So the state's internal contradictions render it vulnerable to attack. They make external conflicts with other states possible. So war is, as Žižek, I think, rightfully puts it, the ultimate proof that no organic social order can effectively contain the force of abstract universal negativity. The internal failure of the social order, in other words, manifests itself in the constant threat of war. Every social order is vulnerable to attack because it's internally inconsistent, just as Hegel thinks an apple can be eaten due to its own self-division that constitutes it as edible. Like if an apple wasn't self-divided, Hegel believes no one could eat one. So there has to be some vulnerability in the apple that allows us to eat it. So no one could eat an apple that wasn't at first edible. And no one can attack a society that's not in some way vulnerable to attack through its internal negativity, which is not a way of blaming the victim for the attack. It's just saying there has to be a vulnerability for someone to be attacked. So since no social order can master the negativity that nonetheless requires, this contradiction ultimately spells doom for even the most securely structured social arrangement. So the problem with war, I want to say, is that it's a fundamentally deceptive form of appearance. The external conflicts that take place during war do not have the effect of highlighting the internal contradictions, even if Slavoj Žižek is able to recognize this process at work. So Žižek sees it. I don't think people involved see it. So in the heat of battle, no one sees the relationship between internal negativity and external vulnerability. In fact, it's the opposite. It becomes completely obfuscated. The war unfailingly has the effect of hiding the internal contradictions by focusing all attention on the external opposition. So when I'm caught up in a war, no one sees the self-relating negativity that undermines the social order from within. Instead, they focus on the enemy that threatens it externally. So war doesn't emerge, in other words, due to the presence of competing states without an arbiter to decide on the law that would govern all. That's, I think, a standard idea of war. It stems instead from the internal contradiction of each state, its inability to constitute a totality without contradiction, what Žižek calls a abstract universal negativity that undermines it. The problem is that rather than exposing the social order's abstract universal negativity, internal failure, war allows everyone to look externally for the source of the destructiveness. And I think it fools even the most circumspect political thinkers. Hegel makes a radical case for the necessity of war. And I think that's why some of his most perspicacious interpreters today continue to support his position. Shlomo Avineri is another one, Žižek, there's others. But I think the intervening years have shown that the support of war is a position better honored in the breach than in the observance, to cite Hamlet, talking about his uncle. During his time, I shouldn't have compared Hegel to Claudius, but okay. During his time, his historical period, historical moment, I think Hegel could convincingly view war as a project that interrupted the particularist logic of capitalism. Today, however, I think it's evident that this is not the case. The problem is not that war has become increasingly horrible after Hegel's death, but the taking up arms is now clearly revealed as a defense of the capitalist status quo. And yet, Hegel does have a crucial insight into the way that war disrupts the isolated particularism that threatens the modern world. What Hegel didn't see is that there are alternatives to war that do what he envisions war doing. So I think Hegel rightly grasps that we need some vehicle for promulgating the universal in an epoch of runaway particularism. That seems to me just utterly self-evident from an emancipatory perspective. But there are less misleading institutions than war, I believe. For instance, one could imagine a requirement for public service that rips people out of their isolation in the way that war does, without spurring nationalist pride, without rescuing the capitalist economy, and without hiding society's contradictions. So universal public service would break up the reign of privacy by introducing irrevocable duty and yet not creating this opposition between friend and enemy. And I think this is the dimension of war that leads to Hegel's investment in it. And universal public service gives the lie to particularism without giving rein to jingoism. It seems safe to say, I think, that no one ever felt a swell of nationalist pride while picking up garbage along the road or cleaning out public toilets, because he lives in an age. I think the service should be that undesirable. I would be, and I think I should be eligible for it, maybe the first in line. Because he lives in an age where such service would be unthinkable, he just couldn't, there wasn't garbage along the highway. Hegel doesn't see that there are alternatives that avoid the conformist consequences of war. The problem with war that Hegel misses is not that it's too violent, but that far too often it leaves things as they are. The war may be universalist, but it's not universalist enough. And this is why I want to say Hegel fails to be truly Hegelian when he champions the necessity of war. But whatever we might ultimately conclude, I do want to say, I don't think Hegel's position on war is a disqualifier for championing Hegelian dialectics. Not only does it make sense within his own political and philosophical system, but it even holds up as part of leftist political theory, as someone like Zizek's defense of it makes clear. However, if we are to be true to the radical edge of Hegel's own thought, the identity of identity and difference, that formula I like so much, we should reconsider the insistence on the necessity of war. So even when it manifests a revolutionary negativity, war does so in a way that doesn't permit us to recognize it as the actual site of this negativity. It's only when war goes terribly wrong, when it brings a humiliating defeat rather than a glorious victory, that we can really recognize what Hegel is after. Only at this point do we see that the external opposition actually manifested an internal contradiction. While it's happening, however, war just mystifies. It's mystifying. For the sake of remaining true to Hegel's philosophical project, we should view war not as a political necessity, but as a last resort. To embrace the necessity of war is to accede to the obfuscation of internal contradiction. Thanks, and sorry about the connectivity problem.
It's okay, Todd. Yeah, the internet happens. Internet is not fun oftentimes. Yeah, so we have 15 minutes for a Q&A session.
Is that timing okay?
Yeah, the timing was okay. All things considered, you like nailed it down to the the point. So
okay, good. I was cutting as I was going just to keep it. Yeah. But, okay,
yeah,
good.
you know, you are telling me this now, but I wouldn't have noticed. You kept it very concise and to the point, and everything held up together. So at this point, we're going to be just extending room for questions from folks. And the way in which we would ask folks to ask questions is by using the reactions to raise your hand. To kind of get things going, I see Hunter has a question. So Hunter, do you want to jump in?
Yeah. Hey, Todd. One of the things I was going to ask you is, are you going to bring the story of Antigone into this book? I think that'd be an interesting look if you bring the whole war and then the attack on the attack on Creon and all that. I'm just thinking if you're going to bring that in.
Yeah, that's a great. I wonder what you're thinking about that, but it's great because the war. I mean, Antigone's whole point is she's I haven't read Alenka's book yet, the Let Them Rot.
I'm excited for that. Yeah, I'm going to read that. Yeah.
I know. Someone read it and said it was great, but I don't know what her claim is. But I'll just think about like Joan Kopchak's claim in Imagine There's No Woman on like Antigone, the guardian of criminal being, right? Like that idea. So I think what correct me if I'm wrong about the sense of your question. And I think you're right that I should include this. That she's this defender of singularity, right? And war not only wipes out particularity, but I think there's a way in which it wipes out the singularity. Okay,
yeah.
sorry. Okay, am I back? Can you see me? Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll be quick. So I think I'm just going to try to imagine what the hopefully, Hunter, this gets the sense of the question. That I think war not only wipes out the particularity of the subject, but it also wipes out the singularity of the subject. And I think that's what Antigone is trying to defend. And I think the fact that Hegel sides with Antigone already represents his own sense that maybe his position on war is problematic.
Yeah. Because Antigone goes beyond the whole law, and yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. I'll set my question aside, and I see that Eric and Kobe have their own questions. So, Eric, do you want to jump in? Don't worry at all.
Okay.
Yes, Todd. A lot of what you were saying seemed to kind of be along the same vein as the notion of the law of the heart versus the way of the world in the phenomenology, where the particular gets elevated to the universal, but then itself becomes, in doing so, the flaws within that become apparent. So I was just wanted to give you an opportunity, maybe if you wanted to kind of take that thread and narrate what you were saying kind of in those terms.
Eric, can you just clarify? So are you saying that the way that I was thinking of the relationship between war and capitalism mirrors the way of the world versus the law of the heart. Is that what you were saying?
The way that war brings the particular into the universal,
Yeah,
where it sort of
that's
magnifies
really good. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that the and I think the parallel is exactly right. Right, like the way of the world. So the only thing the only problem I have with that formulation is that, in a certain way, the way of the world for Hegel is capitalist society, right? Like the way of the world is the self-interested capitalist. So, on one level, I think you're right that the person insisting on their particularity is the law. That's a nice parallel with the law of the heart. But what I don't think that that war is exactly equivalent to the way of the world, because I think the way of the world does have a more implicit universality than the law of the heart, but it is still not explicit in the way that the universality of war is for Hegel. I think Hegel thinks that the universality of war is more concrete. You know, his terms are backwards for us. So what we think is abstract, he thinks is concrete. But I think he thinks that the universality of war is more concrete than the universality of way of the world. But I think you're right to be on to that structural thing, that like there's an insistence on my particularity as what's absolute, what's universal, right? What's or not universal, what is absolute for me. And then I confront this other force that gives the lie to my own pretension to a truth of my position. So I think that in that way it's similar. Again, the only thing I would say is I would balk a little bit, because I think way of the world is really Hegel's way of talking about Adam Smith and an invisible hand, right? Like he's talking about the way in which people are, these people are acting cynically, whatever, but really the universal is working through them. In war, I think he thinks it's much more explicit. It's actually like things are much more explicit than under like the problem with capitalism is that the universal is too implicit, I think. I mean, that's his critique of Adam Smith. So my answer, I guess, would be yes and but thanks.
That's great.
That's a
Thanks,
great
Todd.
question. Great question. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna say that the next one is gonna be our last question. That's gonna be Jobe's question. So feel free to jump in.
Oh, okay. Lots of pressure there. Thank you very much for the talk. I think it's a wonderful subject today, as ever. Maybe to then tie in Simone's question as well. In what sense can we take war to mean, both in Hegel's commentary as well as Zizek's, to be something more than just the conflict between states, but rather a sort of argument for the necessity of any kind of struggle or conflict? Obviously, same thing that Zizek talks about class struggle in a similar sense, I think, which is that it's much more about the struggle than it is about the class, really. I mean, not to put it in. And then maybe tied into that, maybe could you differentiate where your views end up in relation to Kant then, and the argument towards perpetual peace, as well as this cosmopolitanism? How do we not end up in the same place, so to speak? Probably Hegelian style will end up somewhere similar, but right, that's...
Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, I'll just answer the second part first. I think it's not Kantian, because I think that my position is Hegelian. Like, I think contradiction is unavoidable. It's the stuff of being, right? So I absolutely think that there's not some progressive movement toward peace. Like, I think I also believe there are many times where war is necessary, politically necessary. So I don't in no way a believer in Kant's progressivism towards something. So I think that's what, because I think that Kant doesn't see contradiction as constitutive to the social. He just doesn't, right? And that's part of the way he's able to avoid it, by the distinction between the thing in itself and the appearance. So I think that's the problem with that way, the idea, and that's why I think what I'm saying is not related to that. But the question is, I think you're right that for both Slavoj and for Hegel, war is primarily a disruption, right? Like it's something that is uprooting, and in that sense, it's akin to class struggle for Slavoj, and he often will say the way that antagonism manifests itself as in terms of war and or as class struggle. But I guess I think there's an important difference between those two things, right? Like class struggle is all it brings nations together, right? Like we see class struggle in Iran and we're like, I'm cutting my hair too. I would have cut my hair, but it was too late. Like you see but if there's a war with Iran, there's no solidarity with, you see, like there's no, so it like sets up a national border. So I think those two things are different kinds of antagonism. And I think Slavoj overestimates the importance of that the antagonism between anyone. And in turn, I think war, here's the clearest way to put it. War and class struggle are fundamentally different, I think. So I don't think they can be thought of as the same.
Jobe, do you have any follow-up to the response to the question, or how are you doing there?
Oh, no, I mean, I think, no, thank you. That was just a couple of teasers there. Thank you. Cheers.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you so much for that. Todd, thank you so much for joining us and presenting this piece.
Simone,
I'm excited. See ya.
Again, I just apologize again to everyone for that nonsense, but thank you so much for having me. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what this new book has to offer, and I'm glad that you shared with us a teaser for it. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thanks. Take care.
Awesome. Take care, Todd. All right. So the next speaker that we have going on for us is going to be Eric. Eric, do you want to introduce your presentation and get into it?
Sure. Yep. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for organizing this conference and giving me this opportunity. This is my first presentation in a philosophy conference. I'm actually trained as a Semitic philologist. So I kind of I left academia and have kind of come full circle with GCAS and doing, Hegelian philosophy and psychoanalysis and such. So it's an honor to be a part of this. I'll just jump into this paper. The being of spirit is ein einziger Zug. It has become commonplace in our field of study, perhaps even the main activity that we now engage in, to draw meaningful connections between the thought of Hegel and Jacques Lacan. And this paper admits to being no different. But rather than simply imitate this Zizek'ian intervention as our own kind of Wiederholungszwang or repetition compulsion, I hope to offer some reason in order to justify this exercise. For this justification, I will offer here at the outset the aim of a further explication of the notion of the ethics of psychoanalysis, a topic taken up by Lacan in his 7th seminar, or more precisely, the ethical aims of the end of analysis, what an analysis aims at producing in the analysand as he or she leaves the couch, as well as a more universal aim of the ethical life. And with this aim appropriately teased for you here at the beginning, I may be forgiven if I add one more notch to the bedpost of our favorite philosophical liaison between Hegel and Lacan. And it is precisely this metaphor, the notch or the mark, that will occupy our remaining time as a means of drawing out the middle term, as we find so often in Hegel, in the syllogism between two disparate and contradictory sides, namely the material and the ideal, thinghood and spirit, the exterior and the interior. And this middle term that binds these sides together, I claim, is the notion of identification. And for this, we must turn to the Freudian field and its Lacanian orientation for our bearing. The title of this paper, The Being of Spirit is ein einziger Zug, lays out for us this course that we will follow. First, we will examine Hegel's curious notion of the being of spirit as a bone. And second, we will connect that with the Freudio-Lacanian notion of the einzige Zug, or unary trait, as the means of understanding this notion and bringing it into the realm of the ethical. First, we must bring into focus the point of one of Hegel's most intriguing contradictions, which he arrives at while considering the observing reason. This term, observing reason, beobachtende Vernunft, at the outset presents consciousness with a contradiction, whereby what is an interior experience of meaning and perceiving seeks to understand itself as an exterior experience of a thing or object. It is then at this point that we have, more fully than with mere self-consciousness itself, the interior-exterior or subject-object dichotomy positioned within the subject itself in a way that is able to not merely perceive, but also to reason about. With sense certainty and perception, the exterior object of consciousness was an other, a thing in the world that is brought into consciousness. And with self-consciousness, there was merely a perception or an encounter with consciousness as object. But with observing reason, it is reason itself which becomes the observing or perceiving subject as well as object. Hegel notes something that is key for the development of our thesis, namely that when reason takes an external object into consciousness, it transforms it from a sensuous, sinnlich object into concepts, because it is only with concepts that reason operates. Reason, he says, transforms their sensuousness into concepts, i.e., precisely into a being which is at the same time the I. In doing so, it transforms thinking into an existing thinking, or transforms being into a being that has been thought, and asserts, in fact, that things have truth only as concepts. Now, the Miller translation, while not very literal, nevertheless exegetes this passage quite well, I believe, and he renders it, reason transforms thought into a form of being, or being into the form of thought. Here we find the rational mechanism of what I would argue is identification, and it is this that we must pause to consider. Can we not consider the root of identification as the transformation of some external sensuous thing into a concept that has the same nature as the I or ego? Identification would not be possible otherwise, unless it was precisely, to use theological language, this consubstantiality of the concept of the ego and the object that is brought into conscious reason. It is with this in mind that we can move with Hegel to consider the limits of this observing reason in the pseudoscience of phrenology. Now, in the interest of time, I won't go into here why Hegel goes down this path of exploring the limits of these pseudosciences, only that it is here that Hegel develops this theme we have been considering to its fullest extent, precisely where it finds a limit. It may be easy to consider the conceptual homology between the ego and an attribute or descriptor of some kind. For example, I might think I am bald, whereby I take the sensuous perception of lacking hair and transform it into a concept that enables me to identify with it. Observing reason looks at this sort of identification without much fanfare. However, it is in the conclusion of phrenology that Hegel shows where the observing reason finds its conclusions unacceptable, namely where it discovers that the being of spirit is a bone. What is this difference? What does this statement of identification contain that I am bald does not? The latter is simply an observation, whereas the former is speculative. This much is clear. In Hegel's schema, the statement I am bald represents an identification at the level of self-conscious perception, whereas the statement the being of spirit is a bone represents the activity of observing reason, which, as we will see, is closer to the psychoanalytic act and thus has the beginnings of an ethical content. This content corresponds to the core theme of Hegel's intervention in the phenomenology of spirit, namely that substance is also subject, whereas he will state in his Elements of the Philosophy of Right, what is rational is actual and what is actual is rational. These statements mirror the being of spirit as a bone, in that they juxtapose in a contradictory identification the material and the ideal. In Hegelian fashion, then, we must read these statements through the middle term rather than being one-sided. For Hegel, we cannot be pure materialists and deny the ideal altogether, nor can we be pure idealists denying the material basis of the ideal. But what is this middle term? That which mediates to the two contradicting sides. In the Hegelian system, we must sublate and turn to the notion of spirit in order to answer this question. But at this juncture, I will turn instead to the Freudian field to take us further. In his 1921 text, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, Freud famously outlined three types of identification. One, identification with the father. Two, hysterical identification. And three, identification along the lines of the einziger Zug, or single trait. This last type, which Freud exemplified with Dora's imitation of her father's cough, involves the introjection into the ego of a trait as a representation of an object choice. Instead of there being an object relation, a connection between a subject and an object, the object has been exchanged in the psyche for an identification. Or as Freud states, that object choice has regressed to identification. We see something similar here to what Hegel described as a form of being transformed into a thought, and a thought transformed into a form of being. Though in this case, we are seeing it at the level of symptom formation in the unconscious. The trait of the object choice being identified with is transformed into an unconscious representation, which is in turn being transformed into a symptom on the body. What forms the medium here, or the middle term between the object and the ego, is the act of identification itself, but particularly the unconscious act of identification. What forms the middle term of our Hegelian syllogism, which was only sublated in the Hegelian discourse, we find in Freud as something in the unconscious. The absent center of Hegel's syllogism, I would argue, is precisely the Freudian unconscious. The problem we still face here is that this act of identification remains opaque in Freud. What was only sublated for Hegel, Freud gives a term, Identifizierung. But how this operates must wait for the semiotic intervention of Saussurean linguistics and Lacan's application of it, particularly to the notion of identification. The common thread that runs through the bulk of Lacan's public teaching, from the Rome Report to the later seminars in the 1970s, is the function of the signifier in the unconscious. While speaking about the role of the signifier and the formation of a symbolic order in the neurotic subject, Lacan moved in the latter part of his 8th seminar on transference to speak about identification via the Freudian unary trait, the einziger Zug. It is here that he introduced what would emerge in his later teachings as the field of the union, or the one with a capital O, a concept that can be difficult to understand if not explicitly tied to his earlier disquisition on the Freudian single or unary trait. Now, Lacan far supersedes Freud's description of the unary trait by relating it to something he noticed once while in a museum observing an artifact that was an animal bone. So here you may pick up on the heuristic that I'm using to bring all of these elements together. A bone upon which was scratched a series of marks indicating where a primitive human had marked individual kills. What is significant about this for Lacan is that this primitive signifier has no reference to a signifying chain, no information about the kill itself, what the animal was, where it occurred, the social status of the hunter, etc. But rather it is a mark of pure difference, or a mark of difference itself. In the field of the union, where there is no equivocity, but only the univocity of difference itself, there is no metaphor, there is no metonymy, and thus there is no place for symbolic meaning to emerge, which only occurs, as it were, on the other side of the Möbius strip. The homology of this concept with what Lacan designates as the master signifier is easy to make out. While we may be inadvertently accustomed, those of us who study Lacan, to think of the master signifier, designated S subscript 1, as being a part of the symbolic order, Lacan's later teaching clarifies that this signifier, which begins and constitutes the signifying chain, properly stands outside of it as a missing signifier, or a signifier that itself has no signified. In mathematics, we, like Lacan, may consider the empty set of set theory as being this empty container that is required to have any set of ones, as in the set of integers, 1, 2, 3, and so on. We can also observe in category theory the notion of the initial object of the type void as the object that begins the category from which there is a unique morphism to all other objects. Similarly, the master signifier orients itself in relation to all other signifiers in the signifying chain, but it itself has no other signifying relation, no meaning in and of itself. We must make this connection between this disparate collection of Lacanian concepts, namely the unary trait, the master signifier S1, and the one with a capital O. Even if we have to fudge them a bit, seeing in Lacan a certain trajectory of development. In Seminar 8, the unary trait is a sign, not just a signifier, but one which he nonetheless says is monoformal or monosemantic, and a primitive monad of jouissance. The following year, in Seminar 9, Identification, Lacan notes that the unary trait is the entry into the real as inscribed signifier of writing. At this point, he has settled on two important aspects of this unary trait, namely its place in the real and its value as a signifier, but one which is a kind of inscription or writing, a topic that will occupy him a great deal a decade later. We can see here the commonality between these concepts in the numeral 1. As such, together as a single concept, they form the beginning of the subject's symbolic order while standing outside of it as a dumb, meaningless, or absent element. As being outside of the signifying chain of the symbolic order, this one, what Lacan calls the one all alone, is situated in the real as what lies outside of the symbolic, what defies signification, and yet what constitutes it. The import of the concept of the unary trait is that the subject makes a primitive and primary identification, but with something that is contradictory to its nature, namely with a signifier in the real rather than a signifier in the symbolic. The subject of the unconscious, as Hegel describes, finds that its being is constituted by a bone. At this point, we can return to Hegel and consider the previous discussion on his description of observing reason, as well as the contradictory conclusion of phrenology. In discussing observing reason, we find what could be described in Lacanian terms as the formation of a symbolic order, the draining of the real into the symbolic, as he once stated. The real, the sensuous object, is brought into the plane of the concept, where it can take the form of thought being. Now, this corresponds to the way in which Lacan distinguishes being, être, from existence. Being is what Jacques-Alain Miller reminds us is at the level of the semblant, the semblance or the semblant, whereas existence is at the level of the real. In his 19th seminar, ou pire, or worse, Lacan carefully delineates these two levels of being and existence. Being includes the semblant, the symbolic, the big other, the transferential unconscious, which is structured like a language, and jouissance that is transparent to meaning, the so-called jouissance or enjoyment, M-E-A-N-T. Existence, on the other hand, is the field of the one, the real, and the real unconscious, anxiety, which does not deceive, and a jouissance that is opaque to meaning, which I would emphasize is also tied to the body. Understanding how these fit together in the Lacanian schema is difficult enough, but we can see this emerge in Lacan's teaching using the ejaculation "y de l'un," the one exists, which is the one as signifier, the unary trait, as being the meaningless signifier, master signifier S1, which, while constituting and organizing the symbolic order, becomes itself the missing signifier that marks the other as lacking or barred. The other, the big other, is lacking precisely because it can never account for the real, which is marked by the signifier. What in the early period of Lacan's teaching is described as the signifier of the barred other is articulated in Seminar 19 as the one without, i.e. the other, the big other, is without the one. If the other does not exist, i.e. is only at the level of being or the semblant, then it is the one that does exist, but only insofar as it is excluded from the symbolic. It is this existing one which, in its occlusion in the unconscious, is constitutive of the unconscious while forming at the level of the semblant that which does not exist, namely the other, the sexual relation, the woman, etc. Hegel himself follows this dialectic in accounting for observing reason. He postulates a triumphant observing reason that freely transforms the real into the symbolic and the symbolic into the real. That is to say, the sensuous perception of objects into rational concepts and rational concepts into objects. But in doing so, it runs up against its own internal limit, where it encounters the observation that the being of spirit is a bone. What Hegel has done is precisely what Lacan would also come to do, which is to show the lack in being, manque à être, by the bone, the unary trait, the one as the signifier of a sensuous but meaningless real. The being of spirit as a bone is nothing less than this Lacanian notion of the signifier of the barred other, the place where the other is lacking in its signifying chain, which is what constitutes it as beginning with a meaningless signifier in the real. In happening upon this bone, Hegel is showing us this piece of the real, which determines spirit, i.e. the realm of the symbolic, of society, culture, religion, and everything else that comes to form a particular phenomenon of consciousness. This bone, which we can locate in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit at every point where a particular state of consciousness runs up into a contradiction, a bone of contradiction, if you will, is the missing element in the experience of consciousness, which is nevertheless what constitutes the development of consciousness into its absolute state, yet one which, like the subject and the unconscious, can never fully get rid of that bone. For Hegel, the dictum, the being of spirit as a bone, is not a truth that is ever fully superseded, but is carried to the absolute end in the full meaning of Aufhebung or sublation. For Hegel, there is always some real that constitutes the symbolic in its panoply of semblances in the course of its development and the experience of spirit. Now, as I promised at the beginning, we may now consider this from the point of view of the ethics of the union. That is to say, the ethical import of understanding these concepts and how to put them into practice with an intended effect in the improvement of our lives, both in psychoanalysis and in general. In Seminar 7, Lacan's notorious seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, he punctuates his discussion near the end with the famous aphorism, ne pas céder sur son désir, not to give ground in relation to one's desire, as being the ethic of psychoanalysis. Of course, what he means by this, he will trace out fully the following year. bridging the gap between the previous year's discussion of desire and the following year on transference. The desire one is not to see ground relative to is the desire that is engendered in the transference relation with the analyst, culminating in a successful treatment. In short, it is love, the transference love that one is not to give up on. While Lacan never repeats this aphorism, its function and meaning are nevertheless present much later in his teaching. In the celebrated 20th seminar Encore, the appearance of love represents a change of discourse. Love, he says, is the sign that one is changing reasons. In other words, one changes discourses. Now, by discourse, Lacan is referring to his 4 discourses articulated in Seminar 17. In the appearance of love, one moves from the master's discourse, where S1 constitutes a signifying chain, to the analytical discourse, where a new S1 is produced. In the master's discourse, S1 is in a causal relationship to the signifying chain that represents the subject in the process of identification. The product or the effect is a surplus jouissance or enjoyment, an enjoyment that is ceded back to the other or master by its sheer excessiveness. In contrast, the analytical discourse is one in which the signifying chain produced by free association produces a new S1, the signifier of the real. What is going on here can be seen in the trajectory of Lacan's 8th seminar on transference, where at the end, he has completed a move of the position of the analyst from the symbolic place of the big other to the place of the agalma, a locus of desire, what will later be referred to as the objet petit a, or object little a, and referred to as the object cause of desire. We see here a similar movement we traced out before, a move from the place of being, the symbolic, the semblance, and the other, to the existing real, and the production of this piece of the real, this new S1 in the course of analysis. In this move from the master's discourse to the analyst's discourse, there is a reversal of the position of the master signifier and the little a, the object cause of desire. What was the producing agent in the master's discourse is produced by the subject in the analyst's discourse. But what about Hegel's bone? How does this fit within this schema? In saying the being of spirit is a bone, Hegel appears to be making a causal statement, i.e. that the conclusion of phrenology is that a bone is the cause of the being of spirit. However, can we not see the full import of this statement, and what allows it to stand alone as an aphorism is its equivocity, namely that while the real as the one, the master signifier in the unary trait, produces or constitutes the semblance of the symbolic order, it is this very symbolic order itself, with its constitutive gap, that is this missing one, that allows the subject from its symbolic position as an agent of speech, the speaking being, or par être in Lacanese, to produce a new signifier in the real. Now, how do we see this play out in Hegel? What Hegel sees in the aphorism, the being of spirit is a bone, is what reason is horrified by in it, namely the juxtaposition of the highest and the lowest, as in the sexual organ, where the sexual function and the urinating function are in one and the same place. But where else do we find this meeting of the highest and the lowest? Naturally, of course, in his description of the revealed religion, Christianity, in the meeting of the highest and the lowest in the death of the God-man, Jesus. He states, the death of the divine man as death is abstract negativity, the immediate result of the movement which ends only in natural universality. Death loses this natural meaning in spiritual self-consciousness, i.e., it comes to be its just stated concept. Death becomes transfigured from its immediate meaning, namely the non-being of this particular individual, i.e., the real. into the universality of the Spirit who dwells in his community, dies in it every day, and is daily resurrected. The unstated ethic here is love. As the Apostle Paul stated, greater love has no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends. Through love, Jesus performed an act in the real, an act with no meaning in the other, an act of utter and absolute freedom, as demonstrated by his discourse before Pontius Pilate. And in this free act in the real, a new symbolic order is created, which is the life of the Spirit in the Christian community, the church. The ethics of psychoanalysis, based upon transferential love, allow the psychoanalytic act to produce a new signifier in the real and reconstitute the analysan symbolic order. Similarly, we all can, through acts of love, bring about new signifiers in the real, rather than counterfeit semblances of the new, which are only compulsive repetitions of a lifeless jouissance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Eric. I like the way that you brought all those disparate elements together and brought it back to love.
Yeah, I hope that made sense. There's a lot of Lacanian jargon, so I apologize.
I'll definitely have my own question about that because that's a big topic for me. But does anyone else have any questions pertaining to this talk? I'm just going to look into the chat to see if anyone has their hand up. If not, I'm happy to get us started. Okay, so the question that I have specifically with this, I don't know if it came up when we were doing this seminar with Todd together, but I know that one of the main topics for me tends to be this question of love, and specifically love as it relates to philosophy and psychoanalysis. Now, one of the things that I find particularly interesting about your description of, again, coming back to the spirit is a bon gesture is, I don't know if you've read much of Hegel's early works. I'm particularly here thinking the fragment on love. It is one that I tend to come back to a lot, but I find that that's the first time that I see Hegel sketching out a formulation of the unity of opposites in its most explicit sense. So I find this interesting because you know, when you're bringing back the spirit sabon to that, it makes a lot of sense to me immediately. So just to reassure you on that. But what I find interesting here is, you know, like fleshing out again what the love is, but also, you know, what does that tell us about both the practice of psychoanalysis, which historically, like, for example, Freud has called it a cure to love, but also about the nature of philosophy as a love proper, right? Specifically when we think about like what reason is doing when it's observing itself, and also when it rises to the point of spirit and becomes self-conscious of its own activities. I guess my question would be, could you elaborate on this question of love further, even if it is sketched out thoughts about what is the nature of this love that we're seeing here? Where does love take us in relationship to both philosophy and psychoanalysis?
Sure. I think to kind of zero in on this concept of the bone, the being of spirit is the bone. The bone is it's dumb, it's stupid, it's silly. And I think that's the real point. And when in Seminar 8, Lacan describes the emergence of love with the Greek myth of Poros and Penia. And what he emphasizes, and he brings in who is it? The play of Ruth and Boaz. I forget the author. It's on the tip of my tongue. But in both of those instances, the figure, the male figure, is asleep. And Lacan emphasizes that in the emergence of love, that there's an ignorance that is involved there. There's something stupid, something dumb. And I think this accords very well with this notion of the one in the real. That in the emergence of love, there's something nonsensical about it. There's something that doesn't make sense. There's something that's is this piece of the real that you cannot anticipate, you can't rationalize it, you can't really properly symbolize it, you can't capture all of it with the symbolic. And so I think philosophically we have to, you know, as philosophers, we want to think our way out of problems. We want to think our way through logically the you know, the course of the world and our lives and such. But I think what this whole topic presents to us, and if we take the being of spirit as a bone as a kind of aphorism, is that the emergence of love and a life that is affected positively by love is always going to be dumb and silly and stupid, and we have to be open to that. In other words, we have to, like Boaz, we have to sort of put something to sleep in order for love to rise.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Eric. I think this resonates a lot in terms of like the reflections of like, you know, you could even put it in terms of like a rom-com type thing. Love makes you do stupid things. One could even say that that's what we do with philosophy, right? Like philosophy makes us ask stupid questions. We don't even get answers. The answer is really the problem, right?
But I think, you know, the truly like revolutionary acts, the acts of real emancipation always kind of take that same irrationality as its starting position. So, and that's, I think, where we take this signifier in the real, the production of this new signifier in the real, this bone, as being the real key to perhaps to Hegel's whole enterprise.
Yeah, I think I said this before in some of my own work, but I find that specifically because of this, and I take this fragment on love very seriously. Maybe it's to my own detriment, but I find that the spirit is structured like love is the way that I think about it. Or maybe incidentally, it is love that is structured like spirit. And so I don't know, I think this is also a big hint, and I'm probably going to speak about this more in my own presentation tomorrow, but it tells us a lot about Hegel's philosophical pedagogy, or even just the nature of philosophy as such. So yeah. Does anyone else have any other questions for Eric? If not, I'll be ready to just, okay. So Eric, thank you so much for presenting this wonderful topic to us. And yeah, just thank you for submitting to the conference. Now I'm just gonna get my calendar out just to double check that I have the right person next. Yeah, so the next person is gonna be Kristian. So Kristian, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for organizing this. I'm excited to hear all the talks, and I'll just start out. So in my paper, I want to make some remarks concerning the question in which regard contemporary readings of Hegel through concepts of Lacanian psychoanalysis entail terminological changes in our understanding of the dialectic. These recent influential readings of Hegel through Lacan, such as by Alain Badiou or by the Ljubljana school, are by no means affirmative reprisals of Hegelian thought. But then neither is their point a critique of Hegel. Although they do pass through a critical reading of Hegel, the question posed by these contemporary political philosophers is whether it is possible to think a reversal of the movement of absolute spirit as a critical form of political subjectivation. Absolute self-consciousness, or in other words, the dialectic between actualization and realization, which one finds in the phenomenology of spirit, is reinterpreted here as the dialectical relation that at the same time is a non-relation between the symbolic and the real. The hypothesis underlying my paper is that through these recent approaches, it becomes possible to reconsider the systematic role of Hegel's phenomenology, which can be understood as Hegel's unruly idea of an ontologic. This is to say that the absolute negativity unfolded in the Hegelian dialectic cannot be adequately understood in a phenomenological frame alone, but rather has to be conceived of as an ontology. Specifically, I want to discuss a relation between the phenomenology and the science of logic, which returns within the logic as the question of how to begin, or as the relation between being and nothing. So I will try to do this in the following steps. First, I will briefly outline the dialectic between actualization and realization, which in the phenomenology constitutes absolute knowing. Second, I will try to tie this to Hegel's characterization of the beginning as presented in the beginning of the logic. Third, I will attempt to present the problematic crux of the Hegelian dialectic as a relation between determinateness and impossibility. And finally, I will give just a brief outlook on how Lacan and Badiou rethink the relation between being and nothing in order to address the problem of the immanent relationality between determinateness and impossibility. So to begin, in the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel writes that, I quote, "The element and content of philosophy is the actual," end of quote. Actuality is here characterized as a process that creates and passes through its own moments, and importantly, I quote again, includes within itself the negative, or what would be called the false, if it were to be taken as something from which one might abstract, end of quote. Hegelian actuality is therefore an immanent totality that encompasses its own impossibility. While there are in Hegel several prominent discussions of actuality, there are far less explicit definitions of reality or the real. But maybe one could understand reality as the complementary negative counterpart to actuality, as that what was just referred to as what one could call the false if one could abstract from it, which one cannot. What I mean by this is that in order for the actuality that is substance to be able to become actualized as absolute actuality, there has to be a complementary counter-movement to actualization in a consciousness, which Hegel, now in the introduction to the phenomenology, refers to as realization. Here he writes, "Natural consciousness will prove to be only the concept of knowing, or it will prove to be not real knowing. But while it immediately regards itself rather as real knowing, this path has negative meaning for it. And what is the realization of the concept will count instead to it as the loss of itself, for on this path it loses its truth." End of quote. For a consciousness, realization of the concept has a negative meaning. Nonetheless, in realization, consciousness also returns to itself in changed form, namely as the actualized concept, that is then the realized concept, or as a subject. The coincidence of success and defeat is striking here. One could say that for Hegel, any successful self-assertion of consciousness can only be realized through consciousness giving itself up and thereby becoming subject, which in turn, however, remains irreducibly tied to this moment of vanishing of the individual consciousness. Subjectum, that which becomes what underlies what is, by being thrown under it, becoming the Grund through perishing, through zugrunde gehen. Seen from the phenomenological standpoint of natural consciousness, in this process, negation equals the vanishing of natural consciousness into actualized substance, that is realized subjectivity. For negation to now function as a proper ontological category, it is necessary for logics and realized actuality to permeate each other. So in the next step, it is therefore no longer just the question of the phenomenology of how to refer actualization and realization to each other, but rather how this realm of actuality and the realm of the logical can be referred to each other. In this regard, the remarks I want to make in the following concern the often discussed link between the phenomenology of spirit and the science of logic. here there's obviously a close proximity of Lacanian psychoanalysis to Hegel. For Lacan as well, finite consciousness of an individual surpasses itself. The unconditional call of the big other is both what castrates, but also what beckons beyond castration. In Seminar 7, Antigone is the one whose desire is able to lead her out of the metonymical gliding of the signifying chain of jouissance. The price she must pay for following these laws of heaven, as Lacan says here, is her symbolic annihilation before she dies. Also, neither desire nor becoming of the absolute are an abstract form. One does not set out from a category. One starts from below, from zero. One begins with the process of becoming. And it's precisely this that shows that the other, or the symbolic, are always already there, just as the absolute is in and for itself already with us and already wants to be with us, as Hegel informs us. How are we to understand this conjecture, this question of the beginning? Is this an anthropological, a psychoanalytical, or a philosophical problem? The hypothesis shared by both the Hegelian as well as the psychoanalytical model is that the beginning of thought is tied to the beginning of consciousness. But Hegel, as well as Lacan, reject an anthropological naturalistic concept of consciousness insofar as a tie to the absolute is claimed from the very start. Consciousness and logic somehow communicate. This, in any case, is where Lacan and Hegel both agree. So let us further see how Hegel ties this question of the beginning to immediacy and produces from it negation, but also only allows for immediacy to be thought through negation. At the beginning of the first book of the Science of Logic, we find the question how it is possible to begin in philosophy. Hegel rejects what has been most often done throughout the history of philosophy, namely to begin with a principle. Certainly, he says, a principle can be seen as a sort of beginning, but this is an objective beginning. That is, a beginning of all things and not a subjective beginning. The subjective beginning, the actual act of beginning, is thus unconsidered and remains an accidental way of introducing whatever one contingently believes to have identified as the objective principle of all things. Hegel states that it is necessary for that which has priority for thinking ought to be also the first in the process of thinking. And this distinction is quite important. It's important because an objective beginning has to do with a certain determinate content, but not with the actual act of beginning. An objective beginning is not really inside of the beginning, so to speak. And Hegel's conception consists in the logic reaching its principle only at the very end. The beginning is so important because it is, I quote, the ever-present and self-preserving foundation of all subsequent developments, remaining everywhere immanent in its further determinations, end of quote. It is the absolute insofar as, quote, again, the first becomes also the last, and the last also the first, end of quote. But to really think beginning, one cannot think something with which one begins, because then this would be presupposed, and one would have not answered the question of the beginning. In order to think beginning, one cannot presuppose anything. So the beginning cannot be posited, as it would then no longer be immediate, and hence not a true beginning. This is why when the logic does finally begin, namely with being and nothing, neither of these two terms can have their opposite in themselves. They are not related through logical negation. Rather, both of them as a whole describe unmediated immediacy. It's possible to explain the logic of pure being only by way of negation from the logic of reflection. Being can only be explicated through negating reflexive determinations, and hence be characterized as identical to itself and undetermined immediacy. By positing being, all that one has posited is the simple indeterminateness of the immediate, which is therefore nothing else than pure indeterminate negation in the shape of nothing. Indeterminateness can only be understood as such in contrast to determinateness, and hence becomes determined itself as indeterminate. In the explication, there's therefore a mediation, a transition. And interestingly, Hegel accounts for this by referring to the phenomenology, and I will get back to this in a moment. But in any case, the logical dialectic itself can only be understood if its beginning is taken as immediate. So at the beginning of the logic, Hegel's aim is to first enable thinking positing, that is, to think the subjective manner of beginning. This, I would say, actually is the absolute. The Hegelian absolute is the absolute beginning. Paradoxically, however, this absolute beginning at the beginning of the logic is precisely not part of the subjective logic of the concept. In fact, it's part of the objective logic, Hegel's rethinking of Kantian transcendental philosophy. The absolute is conceived as a solution for the problem of how to think things in themselves, which, as we know, remained unsolved in Kant. In this regard, the unity of the absolute is at the same time an immanent duality. To consistently answer the challenge of the Kantian transcendental dialectic meant for Hegel to have to introduce a redoubling or a split into the absolute, which had to be understood both as total immediacy and total mediation. This is precisely where the absoluteness constituted by the question of beginning has to do with the relation between the phenomenology and the logic. The concept of being, as a result, cannot be closed without the phenomenology because it has to account for the difference to mediatedness. On the other hand, what, after all, is the actualization of the concept, which is also the realization of the concept in a natural consciousness, but the disappearing of the difference between the immediate and the mediated. In relation to being, nothing is the other of being that is simultaneously the same as being. Nothing is actualized being. But if being is not actualized, it also remains nothing. So this is the meaning of the enigmatic immediate identity between being and nothing, which Hegel notes in the section on becoming. As he puts it there, I quote, "The truth is neither being nor nothing, but rather that being has passed over into nothing and nothing into being. Has passed over, not passes over," end of quote. Being must go into difference, the contradiction, into nothing, which being simultaneously is. Hegel is so well aware of the deficiency of merely subjective reflection that is not able to go into the real. Form has to be able to go into the contradiction between immediateness and mediation, not just self-confirm itself in its abstraction. The process of becoming is, I would say, simply being going into the real. In the beginning, being is not nothing, but it is also nothing. What this means is that an explanation of how to think the sphere of being as the thought of the immediate runs through negation. And this, however, is a very particular type of negation. In the first remark to becoming, Hegel characterizes this, and I quote here from Di Giovanni's translation, "Abstract immediate negation, the nothing purely for itself, negation devoid of reference. And this can also be expressed, if one so wishes, simply by saying nothing," end of quote. However, I should add that the translation here is maybe not at its best. A correct translation of the German should rather say, "This can also be expressed, if one so wishes, simply by saying not." Because the German says, "Was man, wenn man will, auch durch das bloße Nicht ausdrücken könnte." Not nichts. Okay, so this is a strange translation, and I think it's important. This abstract negation is not negation as in formal logics, where something is negated. Rather, the abstract negation in nothing is a very abstract idea without relation, arising from the indifferent non-relation of being a nothing. It encompasses a radical injunction. What is not all. It's not fully developed. What is not the truth. One could add here that depending on what one takes this to mean, one might end up with a quite subversive reading of Hegel. So now I want to turn to the problem of determinateness. Within Hegel's own context, this conceptualization of abstract negation in the immediate negation of being and nothing serves to prepare a speculative thought in opposition to Spinoza. Hegel is here systematically preparing the negation of negation, that is, his twist on Spinoza's phrase, omnis determinatio est negatio. While Hegel does commend the fundamental philosophical importance of this general Spinozan insight, He does not follow Spinoza's idea of grounding through substance an ontology of effects. Instead, through rethinking substance as being as identical with nothing, it becomes possible to mediate and hence determine immediacy from the very outset. Hegel starts out with quality as immediate determinateness. For Hegel, if substance is not thought as concrete in itself, that is, if substance is not also thought as subject, it is impossible to ground any particular real, to think the determinateness of a finite something. But if this is not possible, there is only positivity, no negativity, no finite self-conscious identity, which is thought as taking affirmation as the negation of negation. In Hegel, negation and determinateness thus go hand in hand. Be this as it may, it nonetheless seems that the relation between the phenomenology and the logic might also allow for a more extensive hypothesis. Insofar, the question of nothing as the other side to being remains, the relation between logic and phenomenology also entails that both possibility and impossibility remain intact within the process of becoming. Here one can, of course, simply be anti-Hegelian and insist on the non-sublatability of the nothing of natural consciousness. This anti-Hegelian thrust consists in opposing the movement of immanent self-differentiation of identified determinateness. However, the price that has to be paid here, and this is a price that I would say Heidegger in his critique of Hegel had to pay, is to have to simply forsake the dialectic altogether. Instead, there's an irrational affirmation of the impossible as the wholly other, which supposedly lies in being and in its abyss, nothing. Now, finally, in the last step, I want to not so much consider as rather just cursorily point out some aspects of how Lacan and Badiou attempt to rethink the Hegelian ontological negation between being and nothing in a different way. It's by replacing qualitative difference through quantitative indifference. So by replacing there is a difference through there is, or the symbolic through the real, that it becomes possible to separate negation from the internal differences of determinateness. One should recall once more that Hegel starts out the logic with quality as immediate determinateness, relegating quantity to the second position. I quote, "For quantity is quality which has already become negative," end of quote. Certainly, contrary to Heidegger and contrary to Hegel to agree that perhaps remains to be discussed, Lacan and Badiou place a trust in the truth of the ontological real of mathematics. As Lacan puts it, mathematics is an act of saying, en dire, rather than a statement, a meaning that is said, en dit. Does this not strangely echo Hegel's distinction at the beginning of the logic between a subjective beginning and an objective beginning? The question remains how to think the relation that is an indifferent non-relation between being and nothing. The dialectics of Lacanian psychoanalysis allow for thinking determinateness as immanent to the self-relation of the ego in its relation to its object. In Seminar 19, Lacan shows how the mathematical real of zero is encompassed by the symbolic in that it is counted as one. So while the ontological truth of the one itself is zero, the only way in which this real can be thought as differing from the symbolic is in becoming entirely indeterminate, abstract. There's nothing that denies the coherence of reality, its ontological fullness, except for that there is nothing. It's in Seminar 19 as well that Lacan develops his so-called formulas of sexuation, a subversion of Aristotelian logic of universal and existential quantifiers. I cannot go into this here, so it must suffice to point out that this nothing of impossibility becomes activated in the necessity of the one, not as an excluded difference, but as its internal incompleteness, as what Lacan calls the not all, the pas tout. If there is something like a real subject, it must be thought as opposed to the absolute, as immanent auto-differentiation. It cannot simply be integrated into the absolute. But in order to be able to think its actuality, that is, its logical efficacy, it must be possible to somehow reintroduce the movement of natural consciousness into negation. It is through the Lacanian not all that the real as the impossible can be logically and not irrationally articulated. So setting out from that point, one can then ask if the indeterminateness of the not all can be integrated into a Hegelian or post-Hegelian logic of negation, ultimately in order to turn the Hegelian dialectic on its head, as Marx put this. This idea of a reversal of the Hegelian dialectic has been continuously discussed ever since Marx's emphasis on the real material conditions of production versus the idealist dialectic. But in this regard, I find the contrast highly noteworthy that Badiou, who I would say has perhaps taken the steps in rethinking the dialectic, deliberately does not place material reality against the idea directly. Instead, in Being an Event, Badiou as well reconsiders the dialectical non-relation between being and nothing as the ground of negation. He radically opposes any possibility of a nothingness that could immediately be intuited within the consistency of being, reformulating instead the relation between being and nothing through the axioms of set theory. Badiou rethinks being and nothing as a counting of inconsistent multiplicities as one. In Badiou, the void or the empty set replaces nothing. The void cannot be determined as it does not differentiate anything. It's radically indifferent to all differences. It is the first and only ontological element, which is why all that can be affirmed ontologically is negation. As Badiou puts this, ontologically, being is that whose existence does not exist. From the fact that the void is the indifferent negation of all existing differences, it follows that what is not, and at least purely ontologically, also that it is not as it is. There is here a dialectical reformulation of the ontological difference. As absolutely first existence, the void is not inscribable as another difference to the other differences. The void is indifferent to the differences because it is absolutely different to them. That is, it's equally different to all. This is why, in turn, all differences become indifferent in view of it. It is possible for the void to become contagious, so to speak. However, and Badiou is very clear on this, for this possibility that's ontologically not impossible to be realized, a real subject that negates is needed. On the other hand, as he puts it, negation itself is, I quote, a little evasive. It's forced. It is not based on its own necessity, but rather on the non-necessity of affirmation. And again, I quote, enforcing the concept of negation has something modal about it. It is possible to deny once one is not constrained to affirm. This modality of the negative is characteristic of subjective or post-evental negation, end of quote. As a brief conclusion, I just want to stress once more that what has often been criticized as the political problematic of Hegelian logic, namely of individuality perishing in universality, that is the absolute as the slaughterhouse of the history of the state, this is logically grounded in the Hegelian logic of being. To think the subject as the absolute form of self-consciousness must be rejected not because it's an abstract megalomaniac illusion, but rather precisely insofar as Hegelian negation proved able to swallow every difference into its claim of identity. This, I would say, is why the Lacanian realized the internal impossibility of a relation, as the indifference between being and nothing has proved to be such a fruitful point of relaunch to the Hegelian dialectic. It seems as if the unending critique of Hegelian idealism, which has gathered steam and run out of steam several times again ever since Marx, has once more re-entered the realm of complete abstract thought. Critique can no longer simply set out from a real material level, but depends on a reformulation of ontological determinations. In this sense, Lacanian dialectics are dialectically, not historically materialist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kristian. Yeah, now we're moving on to the questions and answers section. So if anyone has any questions, I'm here looking at the chat to see if anyone has any hands up. And I see one immediately by Kobe, so I'll just let you jump in.
Yes. Hi, thank you. Lovely sort of thing what I expected of this conference, where I sort of wildly go from very much agreeing with you to very much not disagreeing, but maybe wanting a few clarifications. So the first is, could you just maybe repeat? I'm just going to single out 2 points. The one on when you first introduced the question of beginning, you sort of asked what the disciplinary status of that question is. Is it a philosophical question? Is it a psychoanalytic question? Just sort of in general, what would you then give as an answer to that? And also the beginning of what is the beginning of philosophy? That might have just where I didn't quite catch the quote. So that would be my first. And then the second, just a slight challenge. Maybe people here disagree with me, but I don't quite see Hegel or the Hegelian project as trying to solve the question of the thing in itself. I think that's a byproduct or a very contemporary view. I don't think Hegel's primary concern was trying to figure out the status of the thing in itself. I think in his continuation of sort of German idealist project, he's trying to use the tools of critical philosophy, moving beyond the tools of critical philosophy. But I don't think, I mean, even going back to sort of the old system of German idealism, sort of primary concern is trying to solve the mystery of the thing in itself, personally. But again, maybe there's quotes you can throw my way that dispute that. So those would be my 2 sort of questions. But thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. So I mean, I would say definitely I understand Hegel's philosophy as trying to solve the questions of the thing in itself. But I think, you know, what Hegel shows us is it's not a mystery, right? I mean, the thing in itself is immediate reality, but it's extremely hard to think this. So I mean, that's just a short remark. You know, maybe you want to answer to that again, but yes, I would say definitely Hegel is all about thinking this, to you know, go beyond the purely subjective reflection. However, I would agree with you, you know, having accepted this critical step, that, you know, you can't go back before what Kantian critical philosophy has taught us, and yet trying to think things, to think actuality, to think reality, to think real history. Regarding your first question, that's I mean, that's actually an interesting question. I think you know, of the 3 I rhetorically enumerated here, I would say it's a philosophical problem that can be thought differently through psychoanalysis, but also a psychoanalytical problem that has to be reintroduced into philosophy to this is a long shot, but to have in its logical efficacy, possibly political consequences, because through reintroducing the highly individual discourse of psychoanalysis into the universal discourse of philosophy, the results become available for political philosophy. And through a very indirect process, available to political practice. So ultimately, this is how I understand these post-Hegelian Lacanian readings by Zizek. It's carried it's carried by a practical purpose, but it's well aware that just because philosophy is a practice of thought, this does not enable a circulation of categories between practice and theory. So I think there's a very complex interrelation between psychoanalytical discourse, which I take to be an individual discourse, and philosophy, which I take to be a universal discourse. And then I didn't enumerate this, but actually, the question of beginning is, of course, a theological question. It's a mathematical question, but it's also a theological question. So there may be several disciplines that one could attach here. Yeah.
Awesome. Jobe, do you have any follow-up?
Oh, my mic is still on. I just realized, sorry. No, just not to harper. Thank you for the response. Certainly in terms of psychoanalysis, I think I sort of get what you're going, and I think, yes, I would be in line with that. In terms of Kant, would you, for example, the question of the organism, sort of third critique stuff in terms of Kant, or questions of, again, limits of the bounds of reason, would that all also to you fall on the sort of trying to address the mystery or the non-mystery of the thing in itself? Or, okay, on that, okay, right, okay. Yeah.
Hegel, as most of the German idealists esteemed Kant's critique the most, the third critique the most. But in his lectures on the history of philosophy, in the chapter on Kant, Hegel notes that for him it's strange that Kant got it, got as far as to think how to think things in themselves, but then was not willing to follow through with this in constructing a consistent logical edifice out of this. And Adorno, for example, places high importance on this moment of a block that he calls the block in Kant's respect for things in themselves, which cannot simply be sublated into thought as Hegel would like it to be. However, Hegel refers to this as Kant's fear of the object, which is interesting. Zizek, of course, has remarked on this, and to think of Heidegger as well. To think about this epistemological difficulty as characterized by the affect of fear.
Yeah, I'll pass the mic. I mean, I have a few comments, but I think it's better if
we've got some more questions that could be asked here. Go ahead, Catherine.
Hi, I really appreciated your talk. I thought it was really interesting, and I think you're pointing to a lot of problems that I'm also considering myself. I'm reading the logic right now, and so anyway, I think particularly this question on how to bridge between phenomenology and ontology, I think really necessitates this question of, my question for you is, like, how do you see the agential cut playing into Hegel in particular? I mean, I'm thinking, for example, like Frank Ruta's text on Anschluss, right, on like the resolve to begin, which seems to imply that even for Hegel, like actual beginning is also like agential, right? Like there's an agent in play. But my question is, like, can we think without subject, right? And if that is the move from phenomenology to ontology, there does seem to be some sort of calling to think to some extent without subject. And this is what I think the indifference thing is really getting after in like modern work today. So for example, right, like in Badiou, right, like can Badiou think without subject? I mean, I think very much the act of like nominating the void, right, is also agential, right? Like this, how we derive mathematics and, is through this act of nomination. And likewise, he calls ontology a discourse, right? So, I mean, this kind of complicates the question more. But in terms of indifference, right, I'm thinking about like Lorenzo Chiesa's recent work on indifference, right? In his saying that in-difference, right? Indifference precisely contains like the sublation of itself, right? Like in nature. And I think what Chiesa is trying to do is he's trying to think without subject, right? And this is also particularly his retort to Slavoj, right? To Slavoj's like, pre-ontological drive inscribed into the quantum cloud, right? And I think, Slavoj uses the word pre-ontology for a specific reason here, right? Is that the void is right on that cusp of existence, right? Is the no thing, right? Or the radical and, less than nothing for Slavoj. But right, Chiesa takes issue with this, right? He says this is too animistic, right? We need to think just of pure indifference. And yet, Chiesa is working with Badiou, right? And Badiou's sublation of indifference from the void is still an act of nomination. And so taking that back to Hegel, right? So I think this is the interesting question, right? Is like, for Hegel, particularly in Science and Logic, right? Like, is he thinking without subject? And I think you precisely bring up the right question, right? Which is what is the gap between phenomenology and science of logic here? And hence, like Ruda answers this question with Anschluss, right? With resolve. But likewise, I think, bringing up obviously the beginning of science of logic, right? The radical thinking of pure being and pure nothing, like perhaps this is Hegel trying to say, like, when we think without subject, we end up at this like null point, right? And so when we introduce determinacy, right, we introduce being in a certain place. And this is, I mean, as soon as something is in a certain place, right, like there's an agential cut, like in what's it called? Implied, for me at least. So, my view on this question, which is I've been thinking about this, it doesn't just like come out of out of nowhere. But my thought on this, right, is that for Hegel at the very start of Science of Logic, he's asking us to think without place in particular, right, and that this perhaps is thinking without subject. But I think this is a really important question right now, and like the work of what a lot of people are doing is how do we get there, and should we get there, and for you, how do you see this question in Hegel, the role of the agent and the agential cut in beginning? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting and really complex. I don't think I can do justice to all that you just said. I maybe just some thoughts regarding this. What is the agential moment in this? And if I understood you correctly, in the end, you were saying that one could maybe understand the beginning of the logic as thinking a non-subjective beginning because there's no place. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is like a theory. I'm just like kind of like hanging out there. I guess like this is like what I would posit, right? I'm curious, like for you, like since like you're working so closely with Hegel, like how you see the role of the agent for him. I mean, like there's the Zizek'ian reading, right? That like we can collapse a realism and a transcendentalism, right? That thinking without subject and thinking with subject is effectively this. We can collapse this to like a crack, right? And that this is this is the gap that bridges itself in some way, right? Like this is the very Zizek'ian reading of Hegel. But I'm curious for you if you agree with like the Zizek'ian reading, or even like Frank Ruda's reading, right, of like Anschluss as resolve, right, as the determination to begin. And I guess I think it is an important question, right, of thinking without subject. I wonder if you think it is as well, and if you've considered it in reading Hegel, because you had mentioned before the shift from phenomenology to ontology, and to me that fundamentally means we are thinking. I mean, it's a question, right? Like, are we thinking without subject then?
Yeah, I was always impressed with texts by Frank Ruda that I've read. It's an elegant solution to play on this homology and Schluss between what is the English word? The logical Schluss, the syllogism, and decision, right? It's a very elegant solution because it gets at this point. It gets to this point between theory and practice. I would say practice requires an agent. I do not think that it's possible to think of practice without an agent. At the same time, it's a way of thinking about practice in ontology, and ontology is produced by a subject, but it's defined as thinking what is. So there's no agent in ontology. And I think Badiou's system makes this very clear. There's a certain, there has to be a certain way to think ontology to be able to introduce an agent, a subject as an agent. But ontology itself doesn't have anything to do with the subject. The place where the subject can latch onto ontology, I would say, is precisely this category of nothing. And I think I somehow find this your remark about the place very interesting. If that's tied to a place, I don't know exactly what that means, but I think what I was getting at towards the end of my paper with Badiou's the concept of forcing is that he says negation is a little evasive, so there's no guarantee that there will be an agent. There's no guarantee that there will be a subject that negates, that can make use of this incompleteness of being that can be proved by thinking ontology a certain way. So the subjective negation, which I would say is tied to agency, is it cannot be autonomously decided. Although there is this aspect of for a lack of a better word, autonomy. But at the same time, there's maybe also a dialectic between deciding and being affected by the place. It's not entirely up to subjective decision. So yeah, maybe that would be my answer.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think that sorry.
We actually have a schedule to keep moving ahead with. I've been enjoying the discussion here, and as Simone said, you guys can exchange contact information and keep talking at another point, because it sounds like a good discussion, but we've got to keep moving ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for that interaction interventions. I am pretty fascinated by some of the questions here. Moving along to the next speaker. Will, are you in here? I see you here, but are you right here? Hey, Will.
Can you not?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Okay, you're here.
You see me?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Feel free to introduce your topic and get right down to it.
All right. Well, yeah, my name's William Gregson. I'm a PhD student at the University of Toronto in political theory. And presenting here is the sociality of madness, spirit pathology, and the sanity of ethicality. Before I begin, I just wanted to say, thank you again to all of the organizers for this amazing discussion and opportunity. And I also wanted to say too that this is in some respects a work in progress. I'm working kind of with a new structure here after some revisions that I've had to make. All of this is really just to say that I would extra appreciate any feedback, criticism. I'm really looking forward to the Q&A, and I think my presentation should be short enough that we can have a pretty fruitful discussion. So I figured I'd begin by maybe discussing like the motivations behind this paper, or what kind of provoked me to start on this project. So as I became increasingly interested in the role of madness in Hegel's system, Verrücktheit, I noticed an interesting use of the language of pathology to describe spirit's development at far more advanced and indeed social stages, stages in objective spirit and the phenomenology of spirit. And so in contrast, and I think the Miles after me, I think, is going to be discussing this probably far more at length. So I'm going to try to keep my discussion of this part pretty brief. It'll provide more detail, but basically in contrast, we have in part 3 of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, the Philosophy of Spirit. Hegel briefly provides an ontology of madness. As I mentioned, it's translated from the Verrücktheit, wherein madness is presented as a developmental moment in the primordial and unconscious feeling soul of subjective mind. So madness here consists, very, very broadly speaking, consists in the inward collapsing of subjectivity and objectivity into the individual's one-sided feeling, thereby causing a painful disjuncture from one's objective actuality. The soul, as described in the encyclopedia here, is the natural presupposition of mind and spirit. So it precedes both the simple I and consciousness of the external world. So we have a bit of an anticipation to some degree of Freud and psychoanalysis. Hegel's phenomenology, on the other hand, as we know, begins with an exposition of immediate consciousness. So, the standpoint of knowing objective things to be opposed to itself. And the phenomenology thus presupposes the moments of subjective mind that precede consciousness and progressively develops this first moment of consciousness's immediate existence up to the complex, self-reflective social standpoint of objective spirit or spirit proper, the I that is we and the we that is I. So now, despite not providing an explicit ontology of madness in the phenomenology like he does in the encyclopedia that I've just summarized briefly, it is noteworthy that amidst the use of language of pathology of many varieties, which there's many in the phenomenology, there are a couple of times where Hegel specifically invokes this concept of Verrücktheit or madness to describe a particular shape or contradiction in spirit. I wanted to investigate this further and see whether Hegel was merely being metaphorical, which was entirely possible, or whether Hegel understood himself to be making a more ontologically substantiated claim with his invocation of madness. What would it mean for spirit to be mad? In the cases of historically situated moments of objective spirit, how could an entire social world be understood as pathological for Hegel? So, as I became not only interested in how Hegel understands madness, or you could say mental illness more broadly, But I also became interested in how Hegel would understand or understands mental health and well-being. So more specifically, I wondered in what ways the modern ethical life Sittlichkeit presented, notably in the philosophy of right, could be understood therapeutically or as a kind of political therapeutic. So, and the reasoning is as follows. It was kind of hunch that I sort of had. On the one hand, Hegel's theory of madness, and indeed I would contend a lot of contemporary understandings of mental illness, even within dominant paradigms, can be understood as a kind of disjuncture, alienation, or discomfort contained within the relation of oneself and one's world, and by extension, one's relation to oneself. On the other hand, insofar as ethicality can be understood as non-alienation, as being at home in the world, being with oneself in the other, a unity of subjectivity and objectivity, it seemed to me that Hegel's political philosophy could potentially tell us something about the full potential of mental well-being, as well as the political implications of madness. So with those motivations in mind, the central claim of this paper is that Hegel was profoundly concerned with the threat of not only individual pathology, but also a kind of collective pathology, or as I call it here, kind of riffing off of Pinker's book, the sociality of madness. In contrast to the individual madness of the feeling, soul, and encyclopedia, and in addition to the alienations of self-consciousness and spirit, I argue that there's a somewhat distinct ontology of spiritual madness that can be found most clearly articulated in the earlier phenomenology. The Hegelian concept of spirit has often, mostly by kind of the non-metaphysical readers, has often been characterized as reason-giving. So, that is as a common self-understanding that generates the social conditions for the rational deliberation and the taking of authoritative claims. So conversely, this paper focuses on the ways in which spirit not only produces reason, but by the very same mechanisms produces madness. And this madness can be broadly understood as a particularly radical form of spirit's self-dividedness, in which spirit is unable to reconcile two equally necessary aspects of its reality. That is, there are two essential ideas upheld by spirit about itself and its world at a particular point that are taken to be both true and essential in a kind of positive and kind of normative way. There are three essential dimensions to this madness, as we'll see, that correlate to three stages in spirit's development. So the first dimension I propose is a kind of self-division, self-dividedness that is often understood as a kind of Hegelian alienation. The second one, which kind of radicalizes the first one, is a dimension of incomprehensibility. And the third one, the culmination of these moments, is what I call a kind of structural or spiritual homelessness for spirits. So, and moreover, as we'll see, and I'll get to this, albeit somewhat briefly at the end, I propose that this has implications on how we understand social contradiction and its remedies in Hegel's political philosophical thought. So with all of that in mind, I'll jump right in here. So it might seem that for Hegel, a systematic thinker often characterized as subsuming all particularity under a rational and totalizing universality, something I think we were kind of talking about in this the previous talk. The problem of madness, a state of being that's often characterized as the negation of rationality, would be elusive. Indeed, even some have even questioned whether Hegel's dialectics are compatible with his ontology of madness or the existence of madness more broadly. Nevertheless, Hegel sought not only to incorporate a rigorous account of madness into his system, but he did so without relegating it exclusively to the domain of irrationality or isolated idiosyncrasy. So, for example, unlike Plato, madness for Hegel is neither a problem to be forcefully confined away from the affairs of public life, nor in its divine forms an arbiter for otherwise inaccessible philosophical truths. Nor, might have Foucault or Sartre in mind here, is Hegel committed to some form of radical social constructivism. Rather, Hegel asserts that madness has an ontologically substantiated existence that poses a real threat to freedom, for which practical solutions must be sought. So the primary assertion of this paper basically pertains to the breadth of Hegel's concerns about pathology. And basically, I contend that Hegel's encyclopedia account of the feeling soul's madness, as I described earlier, describes only one form of freedom disabling pathology. But prior to understanding what it would mean for spirit to experience madness as a community, as spirit proper, we must first begin to distinguish madness from a closely related concept and phenomenon, that is alienation. So indeed, the madness of the feeling soul can be understood as a specific form of alienation. And as we shall see, the phenomenon that Hegel labels as madness at the level of spirit is similarly characterized by an alienation, albeit in a more complex form. The story Hegel tells of the development of consciousness, as we know in the phenomenology, is one of seemingly unrelenting alienation. Spirit's alienation in general can be broadly understood as a problem of self-understanding, whereby it fails to adequately grasp itself and its world. The result then is a disjuncture between what is essential to spirit at any given moment and its experience of its world, such that the actually existing world fails to live up to the demands of spirit at any given point. Now, this takes many different forms throughout the phenomenology, but we're going to be beginning our analysis of the relationship between spirit's alienation and its madness with the unhappy consciousness. And there are some prima facie reasons for doing so. So obviously there's Hegel's description of this shape of self-consciousness as unhappy, sorrowful, impoverished. And that of course gives us a hint that something might be going on. But it is also because the unhappy consciousness at this stage of development, at least, is a unique form of alienation. One that is, then taken as paradigmatic from this point onwards in the phenomenology. So I quote here that the unhappy consciousness is the consciousness of itself as a doubled, only contradictory creature. So whereas doubling was previously distributed between two individuals, that is the master and the servant, and it's now brought back into a singular individual. So in other words, the contradiction or the alienation becomes internalized to consciousness. It becomes a divided consciousness. So I argue that the unhappy consciousness of self-consciousness both prefigures the structural elements of what will be spirit's madness, but also demarcates the ontological limits of the alienation paradigm. In the unhappy consciousness, we can observe the shape of self-dividedness that I mentioned earlier, the three kind of moments that will become then radicalized in what Hegel calls spirit's madness. For the unhappy consciousness, often regarded as a devoted religious figure, is a torn self. I quote again, its reality is to itself immediately a nullity compared to the eternal, pure, and essential otherworldly, universal or unchangeable. For the unhappy consciousness, it is the otherworldly beyond that is essential and true, not this finite existence here. And yet it finds itself imminently tied to its physical singularity. And thus the contradiction is not simply between two mutually exclusive options, but between two aspects of its consciousness that are both necessary and yet detrimental to each other. They can't both be true, and yet for the unhappy consciousness, they must be. All that it can do then is despair and yearn for an existence that it cannot have. So now moving on to the next. So now Hegel does not call the unhappy consciousness mad, but it will prefigure, as I mentioned, what will be called madness insofar as there is this disjuncture inscribed into the very fabric of one's phenomenal reality. In other words, there are forms of alienation that we'll see, I think, that go slightly beyond or stretch the paradigm or structure or ontology of the unhappy consciousness. And we'll be now turning to reason's law of the heart, where Hegel does, albeit briefly, suggest that madness occurs. So, brief overview of this transition to reason. Whereas the stubborn inwardness of self-consciousness often sought to negate or render inessential the external world so as to preserve the purity of its self-certainty, in reason we begin to observe the beginnings of a complex reconciliatory unity. Reason, and I quote here, is the certainty that consciousness has of being all reality. It is through reason that consciousness attempts to fully comprehend the world, albeit abstractly, with the awareness that consciousness itself plays a foundational role in such comprehension. However, reason must also be for itself. It must not only observe its reality and understand such reality as its own, but it must actualize itself as this reality so as to find reason concretely reflected in its reality. And so this what's called active reason, the law of the heart is one such example. So as a moment of reason, the law of the heart understands itself as being all of reality, and as such understands itself in an immediate sense as universal being for itself, while nevertheless embodying a singular individuality. Burdened, albeit proudly, with this sense of universality, this form of consciousness posits the laws it finds within itself, that it feels within itself universally, and demands that the ordering of its reality must align with its own admirable aspirations, such that there's no longer an opposition between what it deeply holds to be true and right and what concretely is. Yet, the idealistic law of the heart finds itself immediately embroiled in contradiction when it's confronted with its actuality. And I'll quote here, on the one hand, actuality is thus a law by which singular individuality is oppressed, a violent order of the world which contradicts the law of the heart. And on the other hand, it is humanity suffering under that order, a humanity that does not follow the law of the heart, but which is instead subjected to an alien necessity. The freestanding laws of the world, then, are opposed to the law of the heart, and the latter seeks to replace the former with the good laws that reside within it. However, in accomplishing this actualization of the law of the heart as a universal order, it ceases to be a law of and by the heart. The law established by the singular heart becomes alien to the heart insofar as the law is now external to its individual deeds and innermost essence. As the law of the heart experiences its external world as increasingly dissatisfying, unjust, and hostile, it finds itself sinking even deeper in contradiction. Its essence is its law, yet this law actualized becomes a universally valid order, which is also its essence. Actuality is all wrong, and yet it is its own, its truth. The contradiction, as we see, is internal to itself. Its own essence and actuality become doubled, this sounds kind of familiar, and more really doubly opposed. So notice here we have the same sort of internal self-division or self-dividedness that we observed in the unhappy consciousness. But now, Hegel says, madness emerges out of this dizzying and disorienting experience. And I quote here, while it experiences both this moment of its own self-aware downfall and therein the result of its experience, it shows itself to be this inner inversion of itself, as the madness of a consciousness for which its essence is immediately a non-essence and its actuality a non-actuality. Or again here, according to their contradictions, both aspects are immediately are valid to it as its essence, which thus in its innermost aspects has gone mad, end quote. So the law of the heart is confronted with a contradiction in its reality where both sides are upheld as true. This is precisely the nature of the law of the heart's maddening contradiction. The law of the heart is actuality, and yet it acknowledges that its actuality is wrong and not its own. It is a contradiction within reason, and thus within the law of the heart's rational actuality itself. Now, notice here that there's been a bit of a radicalization, I propose, at least, of the alienation of the unhappy consciousness. So now that we're at the standpoint of reason, that is the relation that consciousness takes up vis-a-vis its reality, wherein it knows itself is identical with this reality, there's an aspect of incomprehensibility added to the mix. The unhappy consciousness, for all its pain and despair, I suggest is perfectly comprehensible. And indeed, it consciously seeks to make the ascent in a variety of ways to this heavenly unchangeable, although it of course fails. Once again, similar to the Stoic, the unhappy consciousness's alienation emanates from its contempt for its actuality. For the unhappy consciousness, it is the otherworldly beyond that is essential and true, and not this finite existence. But from the point of view of the law of the heart, this incommensurable contradiction is contained within reality itself, and the duty to actualize the heart's laws and for the laws to remain its own are given equal normative weight. So now we'll move on to the third stage, or the third dimension, where we get to what I kind of say is kind of the sociality of madness proper. So we thus far have the problem of self-dividedness, and we have the problem of incomprehensibility that we've observed. So we now move onward to the standpoint of spirit. So the level of self-reflective communities in which, I quote here, reason is to itself conscious of itself as its world and of the world as its self. And more specifically, we encounter our next case study in the conscience of moral spirit. So what unites the various stages of morality, of kind of, Kantian or post-Kantian morality, is that it is spirit, I quote, absolutely free in knowing its freedom. And it is this very knowing of its freedom, which is its substance, its purpose, and its sole content, end quote. So this freedom takes on the form of moral duty, which moral spirit understands as its content and absolute essence. And conscience is the final attempt to preserve this autonomous freedom of the moral worldview. Whereas previous moments of morality attempted and failed to determine the nature of its duty, conscience has, and I quote here, within its certainty of itself, the content for the formally empty duty, as well as for the empty law and the empty universal will, end quote. So the Kantian emphasis on a universally derived standard by which duty can be evaluated or determined is replaced, or perhaps, in Hegel's terms more accurately, completed with a concrete self-legitimating individuality, wherein one's duty is to follow one's innermost truth, unbridled by, basically anything. So in sum, conscience understands its essence as its duty. Its duty is found in itself. It knows that its essence is real when it acts on this duty. It is certain of the legitimacy of this duty insofar as it is immediately certain of itself, and the knowing of this certainty consists in its conviction. So in this manner, conscience, and despite its godlike self-certainty, is what Hegel calls it the moral genius. It does not cease to be a being for others in its spiritual world. Particular consciences, all equally certain in their convictions, do not agree on their subjectively posited duties, and therefore do not grant each other the recognition necessary for the vindication of conscience's spiritual essence. Conscience struggles then to reconcile its certainty of itself and its actuality, and in order to preserve the last scraps of its purity, it flees from contact with actuality, such that, I quote here, life and all spiritual essentiality have receded into this self and have lost their diversity from the I self. Conscience becomes the anxious and self-defeating beautiful soul that is too afraid to act. So the very self of consciousness here, which it had been previously so certain of, is called into question. And lacking the ability to reconcile itself and its greater community, it anxiously self-deteriorates. The shared self-understanding of the community of conscience ironically precludes sharing and thus destroys the idea of the community itself. The individual conscience's actuality, insofar as it's intertwined in one with its essence, becomes disorienting, uncertain, and hostile. If the individual conscience does decide to act, it is immediately met with a judging consciousness who, proclaiming to defend the universal duty, meticulously picks apart the action, revealing the supposedly self-serving intentions and motives underlying the act. Seeing as the deed follows directly from the innermost conviction, the judging consciousness seeks to reveal this supposed truth of each individual conscience, always already hypocritical, self-interested, guilty, and evil. Sounds a lot like Twitter to me. Confronted by the other, every individual deed finds its endless particularity at odds with the universality of duty. Conscience, already anxious and in despair, is, as Hegel puts it, finally pushed to the brink of madness. So I quote here, "The beautiful soul, lacking all actuality, caught in the contradiction between its pure self and its necessity to empty itself into being and to turn itself around into actuality, in the immediacy of this opposition to which it adheres, is thus, as the consciousness of this contradiction in its unreconciled immediacy, shattered into madness." So mirroring the law of the heart, conscience's dilemma is characterized by an incompatibility between two aspects of its reality and self-understanding that are, for it, equally true and essential. So it's absolute self-certainty on the one hand, so its duty to actualize its conviction, and its actuality, that is the spiritual community of conscience, which is itself, and yet at the same time is structurally inhospitable to it. So we see here the culmination, I propose, of a kind of sociality of madness. It's not merely the problem of self-division, though it is that, as we've just seen. It is not merely the problem of incomprehensibility, as but of course it also is. It seems that the beautiful soul lacks the language to articulate its dilemma. But both of these moments united within but we have now both of these moments united within the rationality of an entire social world, leading to the structural impossibility of spirit being at home. So I think that Hegel here is seeming to be offering an account of collective pathology, where spirit paradoxically produces onto-political tensions that lead to incomprehensible self-understandings that political communities invariably lack the resources to resolve. In other words, what began for Hegel is both the ground and object for reason, that is the collective self-understanding and a rational way of knowing that is, a particular stage of spirit, becomes rather a site of pathology and irrationality, as he puts it. So I began this presentation, and I'm going to conclude here with remarking that this project was inspired by not only developing a broader understanding of madness, or at least the use or invocation of the concept of madness in Hegel's philosophy, but also what could be termed as a kind of Hegelian therapeutics. I'll conclude now by suggesting that this account of collective pathology allows us to read Hegel's political philosophy in a new light. On the one hand, insofar as it becomes clear that the problem of spirit's social madness demands a properly social solution, Hegel's account of ethical life, of Sittlichkeit, and the philosophy of right can become understood as a kind of political therapeutic. The project of reconciliation in the in the philosophy of, here we go. All right, we're good. In the philosophy of right, first seeks to counteract the problem of alienation and self-division by identifying the institutionally embedded avenues, so the family, civil society, and the state, for a kind of self-constitution. So like a self-transformational participation in what he calls ethical substance, can be metaphysically understood as a dialectical passing over of subjectivity into objectivity, as he describes in the section on the free will. And for this process of reconciliation, self-constitution, and by extension, the cultivation of an ethical second nature to occur, Hegel must justify these institutions as rational and worthy of reconciling with. In this way, the rational representation of the modern political community as Sittlichkeit can also be understood as an attempt to counteract the problem of incomprehensibility as well, a problem which impedes an authentic engagement with one's social world. The success of this inner call, as he puts it, to comprehend the social world is predicated not only on the subject's willingness or ability to comprehend, or to participate, but also that this world is in fact comprehensible. So Hegel, as we know, believes he succeeds in demonstrating this to be so, that the modern state or political community is indeed a rational entity. But now here, on the other hand, if spirit is not only reason producing, but also madness producing, then this traditional reading of Hegel's philosophy of right as a reconciliatory hermeneutic, by which the task is, of course, the comprehension and endorsement of the rationality of the modern political community, is potentially problematized. This is because the source of the sociality of madness rests not exclusively in the inadequacy of one's self-consciousness, for which a hermeneutic may serve as a remedy, but in the shape of the political community itself. Part of what is so radical about a sociality of madness, as I've described it, is that it opens up the possibilities for like a real contradiction in spirit, as opposed to the usual kind of Hegelian maneuver of demonstrating that a contradiction was, at the end of the day, not really a real contradiction, and we realize in hindsight. So if the modern Sittlichkeit fails in this central task of displaying itself as rational, it is not only Hegel's project of finding freedom in the world that is at stake, which is of course a high aspiration in itself, but it may be the sanity, or what Hegel would kind of consider a sort of sanity of the social life itself. So at best, such a failure would merely enable the proliferation of inadequate and dissatisfying ways of life. But at worst, it would produce previously unexamined forms of the sociality of madness. Now, either way, such an investigation I would propose would uncover for us novel ways of reading Hegel's political philosophy, and by extension, interrogating our political world and its institutions. Doing so may very well uncover new pathologies or rationalities embedded in spirit's life, but it would not, I don't think, require abandoning the rationalism of Hegel's project. Rather, it would serve to demarcate the limits of such a project, while at the same time demonstrating the importance of critically engaging with our political lives imminently. That's
All right. Thank you so much, Will. I love this topic a lot. The moment that you brought it up, I was very fascinated by it. And the fact that you and Miles are like touching on this topic, and I think in very different ways. I'm really curious to see how they complement each other. I see that Kobe has a question, so let's get started with that. And then I see that Miles has a question, so that's going to be interesting.
Okay. I think Miles was first, so I'm perfectly. I think I'll give the stage to.
I think I was second actually, but I'll go first if you like. Will, thanks for this talk. Very, very super interesting to me. And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, as we'll see, I guess, when I give my talk, coming at this, I think in complementary ways, but in, somewhat different directions. So anyway, I think it's going to be especially fruitful to kind of, talk about this a little bit after both of our papers. But I guess I have a couple questions to kind of see how you're thinking about how some of these ways that Hegel presents madness kind of map onto other parts of the system. So I guess two questions. To what extent do you see civil society in the philosophy of right as mapping onto the feeling soul in the anthropology? So that's the first question. Just one, just kind of suggestion. And then I guess secondly, I would ask about to what extent you see the patterns of spirit that you've been presenting on, like the law of the heart, beautiful soul, etc., as corresponding to what extent do you see them as corresponding to Hegel's kind of conception of derangement in general, or do you see them kind of corresponding to some of the specific main forms of derangement that he discusses in the anthropology? So just, I've been thinking about this stuff by myself for a while, so I'd be really interested to hear just kind of what you're thinking. Yeah.
Would you mind maybe elaborating on the first one, the way civil society maps onto the feeling soul? Are you kind of talking about like a kind of, civil society as being the sphere of a kind of particularity, and the feeling soul also in a sense kind of being that, or would you mind elaborating?
So yeah, I guess so the feeling soul is kind of the second moment in the soul's development in the anthropology, right?
Okay.
Where things kind of start, this is the kind of where it's the possibility of kind of a subject to be able to kind of recognize itself in relationship to objects, but at the same time it's the kind of moment at which the kind of possibility of rupture seems to be present within the anthropology of the soul with itself. So that's kind of where I was going with it a little bit. Does that help a little bit?
Okay. Yeah, no, that absolutely does. That's actually a really interesting comparison. I think on the one hand, I think it would be kind of just indicative of the larger dialectical structure of that second moment being a moment of separation before its reconciliation. But that is there is also in the feeling soul a bit of this struggle for independence, and a struggle upwards onto like a kind of subjectivity, and that is arguably kind of what's going on in the development, where you could even put it as the escape from the family into civil society. Now, I don't know if you're suggesting maybe that there's something almost nearly pathological about civil society. I think that might be, an interesting question. I will say I've been working on a co-authored piece that looks at madness in the family, kind of along these lines, and specifically as this, ontopolitical tension. If we take seriously ethicality as a self-constitution, there are certain tensions between the family and civil society that just, there doesn't seem to be, at least in Hegel's account, between the civil society and the state. Though maybe if, the Marxists in the room might disagree with that. But, and then the second how these shapes of kind of the sociality of madness relates to the feeling soul, was that, or?
I was asking about, do you see them kind of corresponding to just the concept of derangement in general as Hegel presents it in anthropology, or some of its specific main forms that he analyzes?
Right. Yeah, thank you. So that was something I was really grappling with at first, because on the one hand, especially in the beautiful soul, you do actually see this kind of regression present, like that kind of movement inwards, that does seem to mirror the kind of movement of like madness and its like actuality. I think the biggest difference, I think, is that I do think that the structure is different insofar as what we're dealing with is a kind of as I mentioned, this kind of particular contradiction in the perception of one's one's reality. And like and what I was really trying to drive home too is that it's significant that Hegel could be describing something like this happening within like an entire social world. And so you don't have, it's not like at these stages in the development, you have a regression back to the feeling soul. That said, there is an interesting connection I think, between Hegel's critique of romanticism and the kind of case studies that I brought up here, in particular the law of the heart and the beautiful soul, where he kind of associates those with kind of romantic shapes of consciousness. He calls Hölderlin a beautiful soul, for example, also to further kind of justify the association of beautiful soul with madness. I think he also calls Hamlet a beautiful soul, so I think there's, and then in the discussion of the madness as it occurs in the feeling soul, he also brings up Hölderlin in the Suzettes, right? Like he at least Alan Olson, he in his book Hegel and the Spirit makes the interesting connection that there's someone, that this tall, dark-haired guy that Hegel's talking about in the Suzettes, and that perfectly matches the description of Hölderlin in his discussion of madness in the Encyclopedia. So it seems that he does think that there's something about romantic shapes of consciousness that are like uniquely maddening. And at the level of objective spirit, there seems to be that overlap for sure. But I did have to conclude that these are two fundamentally distinct ontologies that he's discussing, that there's similarities, but I was looking for the similarities, hoping there could be some kind of, it felt like there was, but I don't feel like it's quite there, but.
Awesome. Did that kind of captivate like the 3 questions that Miles asked, Will?
Sorry?
Sorry, does that kind of wrap up the answer to the 3 questions that Miles asked?
Oh, yeah. So I didn't touch on the 3 specific forms of derangement, but I would have to think about that further. I'm not sure if that would map onto that or not. I'd have to think about that, but.
Yeah, that's super fair. I hope this is very productive for your paper. I know that you were looking for feedback specifically. I know
this is good.
Heck yeah. I know that Kobe had a question. Do you wanna jump in still and ask it?
Yeah. Well, I was actually going to do my usual thing. I do a conference which I throw multiple questions and have you pick one, whichever you. It's also none of it. I'm very curious to the paper, specifically in terms of ethical life. Thought it was very interesting, and none of these are going to be helpful, I think, in regards to publishing a paper on. Certainly not in the bulletin, but just 3 things. Just curious how. So the first would be my immediate association when I think of madness and German idealism, and this is obviously inspired by Zizek, is Schelling's work in the Freiheitsschrift and Weltalter, where he explicitly talks about madness, and also specifically the way, I mean, not Geist, close to subjectivity, but the way subjectivity rises out of madness, right? Specifically in relation to your distinction, spirit causing both reason and madness. Just out of curiosity, how do you see that as deliberate distinction between the Hegelian Schellingian project? Do you think both are actually quite the same? That would be my first. Second, sort of a general thing I have, specifically with certain concepts we deal in when we deal with German idealism, culture being one of them, I think, but madness also, where you have this sort of danger of interpretation where the madness that Hegel is talking about is the madness which we talk about today, or the madness which we might talk in terms of mental illness today. You mentioned Foucault, and obviously we don't want to go down that path, but I think there's a valid sort of danger there of immediately associating these 2 concepts throughout history. And then the third, in relation to unhappy consciousness, simply because this is something that came up in the psychoanalysis workshop thing we discussed, where the conclusion was that you might be able to sort of map all 3 beats of phenomenology 4B onto psychoanalytic structures so for example, so both skepticism and stoicism and unhappy consciousness as structures of madness, one could say. So not just unhappy consciousness, the idea that actually in the same way that you were associating romanticism with a kind of madness, one could say that maybe skepticism or stoicism might be also indicative of a kind of madness. So those would be my three. I mean, pick whatever one. I'm just curious. Go for it.
Yeah. I on that third one, I think I saw Miles smile because I think that's what his paper's on, if I'm not mistaken, to some extent. I mean, I don't feel comfortable relating it to speaking internally to Hegel. Like, I mean, I do think that the structure of skepticism, that kind of inward turn, a kind of alienation of subjectivity from objectivity, does absolutely mirror what he calls madness in his explicit ontology of madness, or I guess you could, if I wanted to make the distinction, the madness of the individual or the feeling soul, rather than the madness of a collective spirit. On the topic of the danger of associating or equating maybe these like more contemporary concepts of madness to a reading of within in Hegel or German idealism. I mean, I do feel pretty comfortable at least discussing in terms of, again, the madness of the individual, suggesting that is, fairly transferable. I mean, the language feels antiquated, but fairly transferable to our contemporary discussions of mental illness. He was very influenced by Philippe Pinel, the French psychiatrist, and the three different, and I'm sure Miles will get into this, but the three different moments within derangement, also kind of broadly, they're more broad, but they map onto contemporary diagnoses. And in terms of madness of spirit, I mean, I think the invocation of, I'll pick up on the Foucault comment. I mean, the invocation of Foucault there, or the reference to Foucault, I was just trying to say that I was trying to make the point just simply that when Hegel's talking about a social form of madness, he's not talking about, I don't think, something that could be equated to a kind of pure just social constructivism. Because I think that's what often comes to mind when people talk about the social dimensions of mental illness or madness. But rather, he thought that, and I'm proposing in both the individual and the collective, it's, ontologically substantiated. It's this, it is this real serious threat to freedom that he wants to address, and is, by no means kind of can be brushed off as a non-problem, and arguably in a way that some social constructivists would. I mean, that's maybe flippant, but Schelling. I'm not, and frankly, I don't know if I feel comfortable talking about the relation between the two. I mean, I know that Schelling has, places a good deal of emphasis on the unconscious. I know, I mean, I wonder. I probably shouldn't. I'd be shooting in the dark a little too much. I'm afraid. I'd have to know the limits of my expertise.
We don't love humility here, so sometimes you have to know your own limit, right? Like Hegel says towards the end of the phenomenology, sometimes you need to figure out the way to sacrifice yourself. Yeah, we have another question by Lucas. So Lucas, go ahead.
Hi. So sorry if I'm a little unclear. I'm trying to speak past a canker sore right now.
Okay.
I thought that presentation was brilliant, by the way. just excellent. Yeah. Very explicit, self-aware, critical Hegelian account of Hegelian kind of facets of thought and contemporary facets of thought. So I think that they're engaging each other really well with how you've laid everything out. I had three broad questions basically. The first two are related, and I suppose the third is a kind of question on your thoughts on a commentary. So the first question was, I remember a point in the presentation where you had mentioned you chose to begin the analysis of the sociality of madness roughly at the point of the unhappy consciousness. And my question on that point was, why? Why not say perception? Why not say the Lord Bondsman dynamic, or even Stoicism? So that was the first question. The second one pertained to the kind of like odd status that religion has in the phenomenology of spirit, where it's both like at the end of the text, it's kind of like a part of like the penultimate chapters of the text, but it's also kind of been operating in the background the whole way. Its shape is kind of continuous with the shape of consciousness. So they kind of are like repeating a lot of the stuff that winds up happening in religion, but in lower order ways. So like the presentation went pretty well up to morality regarding the sociality of madness, but I'm curious about what you take about like religion's version of sociality of madness. And specifically in mind there, I had the sections on the ravings of priestesses and the confrontation with the Sphinx. Those sections, like there being this kind of like ambiguous language that's being spoken, but I also had in mind the kind of like continuity that we tend to see between like states of psychosis and states of supposedly religious insight, where there's like this kind of like ambiguity or continuity of these kinds of things, and then what you make of that in the light of like kind of Hegel's take on religion. And I'm sorry if this is to overload you, but this is the third part, and I ask this question out of respect for your close reading of the phenomenology. What do we make of like things like QAnon regarding this kind of like socialized account of madness, even in the light of religion, for that matter? Thanks so much for your presentation, and sorry to subject you to all of that.
Okay. Wow, that's really great. Okay. Great. I think I can definitely answer the first one reasonably well. So why start with the unhappy consciousness? And it's interesting you bring this up actually, because I mentioned this is a kind of a new structure to the paper, and it's actually more of an emphasis on the unhappy consciousness, or a beginning of the analysis, or having the unhappy consciousness kind of the first representative of the first dimension of this madness that's kind of new to the paper. And so I definitely need to be sure to be very clear as to why that is. But the reason is what I was trying to show was that what Hegel doesn't call the unhappy consciousness, madness, but where he does use the term Verrücktheit or madness in later developments in reason and spirit, mirror in key ways the structure of the unhappy consciousness. So when I said that the first kind of dimension of this madness, though this is kind of an insufficient, by itself, it's not quite, I don't think Hegel would call it madness, is this kind of internalized self-division that we see in the unhappy consciousness, and arguably is the first moment in the phenomenology where we see that, as opposed to an alienation between the subject and the object in consciousness, between self-consciousnesses, and the master-slave. The unhappy consciousness, it's a self-division. And so it kind of anticipates the places where Hegel says reason and spirit go mad. And so that was the first reason why I started with the unhappy consciousness. And I think there was another thing I was going to say about that. Oh yeah, right. So I kind of want to bring out like a difference between, I mean, a lot of times, like in some secondary literature, you know, like the unhappy consciousness is like, as I kind of said, like the paradigm of alienation in the phenomenology, and it's repeated and it's brought up again in the religion section chapter as well. And I wanted to just, what I was trying to show too with the discussion of the unhappy consciousness and then moving onwards from it was the ways in which what might seem like just a mere repetition of the unhappy consciousness, the alienation of the unhappy consciousness, is not just a repetition of that same structure of alienation, but is actually a kind of stretching or a going slightly beyond what is what was the alienation of the unhappy consciousness, and more specifically how the unhappy consciousness understands its own alienation. And that's why I kind of bring up the dimension of incomprehensibility. I kind of want to suggest that when you get to the level of reason, the law of the heart, you know, the contradiction from the perspective of the law of the heart becomes less comprehensible. And then, you know, then when we get to spirit, you know, the unhappy consciousness is not like a social world. So I wanted to also try to tease up the difference between what Hegel might think is, you know, just the alienation of the unhappy consciousness, and what the times he uses madness in the phenomenology. And I don't know if I was successful in doing that or not. Okay, religion. I might want you to send me the sections you were referring to, and I might just like need to forego answering anything about that and like take a look at them, because that's like a really, really interesting question. In terms of like of psychosis, like the similar structure between psychosis and like what would be kind of a revelation, a kind of mystical revelation. I think that was kind of a part of the question. I mean, I think that Hegel would say that something like that is, you know, borders on a kind of madness, of some kind at least. Particularly when we think about the romantic connection to this discussion. You know, it's also not all that different from, you know, the way he describes the you know, the law of the heart and conscience as just merely feeling or intuiting this kind of certainty, this universal self-certainty. Needless to say, I know some people kind of read Hegel like a sort of mystical thinker. I don't, but I definitely do want to delve a bit more into that debate. Like there's that book by like Glenn McGee. So I mean, I think that would be definitely close to something he would maybe consider at least kind of pathological, or at least nonsense, or at least insufficient to partial truth. Keynote. The only thing that I think I'll say on this is when we, you know, see these mass movements of delusion, you'd say, I think that there's a tendency among a lot of, especially like liberal commentators, to just simply disregard or you know, like that's just post-truth bullshit. They're just, you know, they actually pathologize them, you know, Trump supporters, QAnon, so on and so on, probably far too much, actually. And I think that a potential insight of the sociality of madness is to demonstrate, I think, that sometimes social reason is not as far as we think from a kind of social pathology, that the kinds, we can't just understand, you know, movements like QAnon, like Donald Trump as anomalies that just appear out of nowhere, but perhaps as as growing out of particular social developments that then we can at least, once we accept that, we can start to maybe take them actually seriously as being indicative or symptomatic of real problems. Not to say that they're not like totally crazy, but you know, part of the point of not only Hegel's individual conception of madness, but his social conception of madness is to blur in some ways the lines between the structure of rationality and the structure of madness. And I think that's something that is a really important insight. I hope that's helpful, but.
All right, with that, we are wrapping up your question section, Will, I think. Yeah, that was great. One of the things I would recommend if you're looking into the religion stuff is look into the Tübingen essay, very early Hegel. It just gives a sense of like what an idea of, this is again, very early Hegel, very influenced by Kant, but an idea of a society that is aiming towards having, I guess, what I would call like a healthier spiritual society. But of course, that's without getting too much into it. Miles, it is your turn. Are you ready to go?
Sure thing. Do I have permission to share my screen? Because I got a PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. It's been like a couple hours. You're good to go. So okay. Please.
All right, let's see if I can get this going.
Yeah, if you have any troubleshooting issues, please just reach out.
Great. Okay. There we go. All right. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so first off, my name's Miles Hentrup. I teach philosophy at Florida Gulf Coast University down in Fort Myers, Florida. So my research so far has focused primarily on Hegel's engagement with skepticism, in particular ancient skepticism is kind of what I've taken a look at pretty closely. In that, I kind of, typically focus on kind of the epistemological questions that I see Hegel kind of grappling with, but also, I'm mostly interested in the metaphysical significance that Hegel finds in skepticism. That is, basically its relationship to negativity. So that's kind of where I've been for the most part in my kind of scholarly work. But around somewhere around January 6th of 2021, I started becoming interested in the question of the extent to which we can think about forms of skepticism as pathological. And so I've been kind of shifting a little bit to new terrain for me within Hegel's philosophy, namely kind of the anthropology, as a way of just trying to think about the extent to which Hegel enables us to think about pathological forms of skepticism. So that's basically, yeah, what's brought me to this project. But before jumping in, I want to thank the conference organizers for just making this event possible. It's been really, really enjoyable. I've learned a whole lot already. And thanks for all the presenters as well, and for all the attendees. As I said, I have, this is kind of new work for me and stuff that's very much a work in progress. So I'm really interested to see to what extent, you find this parallel that I'm going to try to develop here compelling, to what extent you're just like, no, this is just kind of a, you're kind of reading things into the text, you're seeing things here. Because again, this is very much, starting point for a project of mine. So I guess with that, I will, I guess I'll jump right in. So skepticism has long been considered an important element of healthy reasoning and sound common sense. Indeed, at least since the time of Sextus Empiricus, it has even been prescribed as an effective treatment for a variety of mental and spiritual afflictions. According to Sextus, those who hold the opinion that things are good or bad by nature are perpetually troubled. Troubled, for instance, by an excessive pride, and arrogance in the possession of good things, or an unsettling awareness that they may soon be lost. The modes of skepticism, however, purport to offer a remedy for such a troubled mind, promising both mental tranquility and moderation of feeling through the suspension of judgment and the cessation of belief. By contrast, for modern thinkers such as Descartes, the value of skepticism lies not so much in its therapeutic potential as in its epistemic significance. And for Descartes, skepticism's greatest utility lies in freeing us of all prejudices, Descartes says, in preparing the easiest way for us to withdraw the mind from the senses, and finally, in making it impossible for us to doubt any further those things that we later discover to be true. But if skepticism can be generally counted on as an effective tool for critical thinking, there is surely also a point at which it becomes genuinely pathological. Obsessive indecision, crippling self-doubt, and the paranoid mistrust of all authority present cases in which the skeptical inclination to question has grown into something pernicious. Philosophical discussions of skepticism tend, however, as a general rule, to ignore such cases, presenting skepticism rather as a method for avoiding dogmatic beliefs and generating epistemic certainty. And while this focus has given rise to crucial developments in the theory of knowledge, it has also contributed to the overall impression that skepticism is a narrowly epistemological problem, warranting a narrowly epistemological solution. Such solutions are, of course, in ready supply in the history of philosophy, but they seem to offer little relief from the afflictions just described. So, in this presentation, I would like to suggest that Hegel provides the conceptual elements for conceiving of skepticism not merely as an epistemological problem, but also as a psychical condition. As I'll argue, however, this possibility only comes into view when we consider two parallel discussions within Hegel's corpus in connection with one another: his treatment of skepticism in the 1807 Phenomenology of Spirit, and his discussion of madness proper, or manic folly, in the Anthropology. And so if Hegel's discussion of madness can indeed be mapped onto his earlier treatment of skepticism, then I would like to consider whether the parallelism between these two accounts might warrant these further following conclusions. First, that Hegel's analysis of the three main forms of derangement in the Anthropology, weak-spiritedness, madness proper, and insanity, can be understood as a reworking of the patterns of consciousness that he examines in the 1807 Phenomenology under the heading of Stoicism, Skepticism, and Unhappy Consciousness. Secondly, I want to think about whether that Hegel's philosophy allows us to consider skepticism in terms of its psychical and affective features. And three, that skepticism, and this kind of is where my talk, I think, starts getting closer to the topic of Will's talk. The skepticism can be occasioned by specific social and historical conditions, such as those that Hegel considers in relation to madness. So these are the questions I'm trying to build up toward in trying to lay out this kind of what I see as a very close parallel development between these sections of Hegel's philosophy. So Hegel's 1807 Phenomenology examines the process by which spirit liberates itself from the oppositions of consciousness and advances to the standpoint of philosophical science. Hegel describes the standpoint of philosophical science here, or absolute knowing, as the point at which knowing no longer needs to go beyond itself, where knowing finds itself and where the concept corresponds to the object and the object to the concept. To advance to this standpoint, spirit must abandon all the familiar oppositions through which it has hitherto come to understand its knowing activity. And so consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason represent the three primary stages by which natural consciousness loses its truth. So very quickly, in consciousness, spirit is led to renounce its conviction that the truth of knowing falls exclusively on the side of the object of knowledge. In self-consciousness, spirit is driven to the opposite conclusion, namely that the truth of knowing falls exclusively on the side of the subject of knowledge. Finally, reason is, in Hegel's words, right, the certainty which consciousness has of being all reality, the stage at which spirit finally relinquishes the presumed mutual exclusivity of knowing and known and grasps its object as its own. So if self-consciousness is the general stage in which spirit turns away from its object and towards itself, the patterns of stoicism, skepticism, and unhappy consciousness represent three forms of spirit's self-estrangement. Three ways, that is, by which self-consciousness strives unsuccessfully to liberate itself from its own constitutive otherness. And Hegel writes in the Phenomenology of Spirit, it is in confronting an other that the I is itself. At the same time, however, self-consciousness reaches out over and beyond this other, which for the I is likewise only itself. So in Stoicism, self-consciousness withdraws from the bustle of existence and retreats into the pure universality of thought. In skepticism, self-consciousness achieves the certainty of its freedom through negating the being of the manifoldly determinate world. And finally, in unhappy consciousness, self-consciousness finds itself divided in two, as the contradiction between singular individuality and its unchangeable essence. Okay, so I'm just going to go through Stoicism, skepticism, happy consciousness, just to kind of remind us all kind of what goes on in these patterns of consciousness. So Hegel's discussion of Stoicism in the Phenomenology is evidently inspired by the Hellenistic debate concerning the criterion of knowledge. However, rather than focusing on the features of Stoic epistemology, Hegel presents this pattern of consciousness in contrast to the figure of the Lord from the immediately preceding discussion of lordship and bondage. While the Lord attempted to establish its independence and self-sufficiency by consuming the things it had commanded the bondsman to prepare for its enjoyment and abstracting from its dependency on the latter, the Stoic locates its freedom in the abstract universality of thought. For the Stoic, freedom does not consist in asserting oneself over the otherness it encounters. Rather, as Hegel writes here, it consists in being free within all the dependencies of his singular existence, whether on the throne or in fetters, and in maintaining the lifelessness which consistently withdraws from the bustle of existence, withdraws from actual doing as well as from suffering, and withdraws into the simple essentiality of thought. So I'm going to return to Hegel's discussion of Stoicism later in comparison to his description of weak-spiritedness, the first variety of mental derangement he presents in the Anthropology. For now, what I want to do is I want to call attention to what I take to be kind of the basic conceptual determinations at work in Hegel's description of Stoicism. So specifically, I want to kind of point out that the pattern of consciousness that Hegel calls Stoicism is organized around a kind of antagonism or opposition, right? Namely between the pure universality of thought and what he refers to here as the bustle of existence. So these are kind of what I'm calling the constitutive poles of Stoicism. Further, I would like to emphasize that these two poles are not, for the Stoic, simply opposed to one another. Rather, the relationship between them is best understood in terms of the logical determination that Hegel presents in the logic of essence as identity or self-identity. This is not speculative identity, this is reflective identity, right? So to say that the pure universality of thought and the bustle of existence stand for the Stoic in a relationship of identity is not to say that they're simply one and the same. Rather, it is to say that the Stoic becomes certain of themselves as the pure universality of thought only in withdrawing completely from the bustle of existence to which it is indifferently opposed. And so from the logic, the concept of identity, a simple negativity that refers itself to itself, is not the product of external reflection, but derives from being itself. Contrary to this, he continues, The identity that stays distant to difference and the difference that stands distant to identity are the product of external reflection and of an abstraction that arbitrarily clings to this point of indifferent difference. So throughout this talk, I'm going to try to explain or boil down Stoicism, skepticism, and happy consciousness on the one hand, and weak-spiritedness, madness proper, and insanity. I think that we can see them as organized by or governed by logical determinations that Hegel works out in the logic. At least that's what I'm going to suggest. So, skepticism. If for Hegel, skepticism represents the attempt to achieve freedom and self-sufficiency by withdrawing into the abstract universality of thought, skepticism can be understood as a mode of thinking which attempts to establish its own absolute independence by tearing down everything firm which would stand in its way. If, however, the skeptic can only establish its own independence by negating all otherness it finds standing before it, this means that it is, in fact, dependent on the negation of this otherness to achieve its self-certainty. Although the skeptic supposes that all knowledge is simply the self-knowledge of a stable, self-identical, and radically independent subjectivity, it turns out that what it really knows is an utterly dependent figure, which can escape the contingency of existence no more than the otherness that it seeks to annihilate in thought. What it knows is, in Hegel's words, the dizziness of a self-engendered disorder. And now reading a longer quote from Hegel's analysis of skepticism and phenomenology. Hegel says, "This consciousness is thus the senseless rambling, bewusstlose Fasselei, that goes to and fro from one extreme of self-equal self-consciousness to the other extreme of contingent, disordered, and disordering consciousness, and does not itself bring either of these two thoughts of itself into contact with each other. At one time, it has cognizance of its freedom as an elevation above all the disarray and contingency of existence. And at another time, it again just as much avows that it is backsliding into inessentiality and wandering aimlessly within it." And so, as with Stoicism, I want to say that skepticism too can be understood as organized around two poles, namely around two opposing conceptions of its thinking activity. So the skeptic understands itself on the one hand as self-equal self-consciousness that remains imperturbably indifferent to all otherness confronting it, and on the other, as the contingent, disordered, and disordering consciousness that demonstrates the nullity of every fixed determination. And so, in contrast to Stoicism, however, which presents the two poles by which it is constituted in a relationship of identity, essential identity, or self-identity, the two constitutive poles of skepticism, I think, are best understood in terms of the logical determination of opposition. So to say that the skeptic's two competing conceptions of itself as self-equal self-consciousness and contingent, disordered, and disordering consciousness, that they stand in a relationship of opposition, is to say, in Hegel's words, that each has its own determination only in its relation to the other, is only reflected in itself as it is reflected in the other, and the same holds for the other. Each is thus the other's own other. Accordingly, the skeptic is unable to bring together these two competing conceptions of its thinking activity and must instead ceaselessly vacillate between them. In the figure of the unhappy consciousness, however, the two moments which the skeptic could consider only in their alternation and succession become united in one consciousness. So in Hegel's words, he says here in this long quote, "This new shape is thereby one that is for itself the doubled consciousness of itself as self-liberating, unchangeable, self-equal consciousness, and of itself as absolutely self-confusing, self-inverting, and it is the consciousness of its being this contradiction." It continues, "Although the doubling of self-consciousness within itself, which is essential in the concept of spirit, is thereby present, its unity is not yet present, and the unhappy consciousness is the consciousness of itself as a doubled, only contradictory creature. Because to itself the contradiction of its essence is one consciousness, this unhappy and estranged consciousness within itself also must always have in one consciousness that of an other consciousness. Accordingly, I would suggest that the two poles through which the unhappy consciousness is constituted are the same as those at work in skepticism, right? Between self-equal self-consciousness and contingent disordered and disordering consciousness. In the case of the unhappy consciousness, however, these two poles can be said to stand in a relationship not of opposition, but of contradiction. So moving on now to the anthropology. So in 1817, Hegel published the first edition of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. In this work, we find a significantly revised version of the phenomenology of spirit. Here, the phenomenology is no longer presented as an introduction to the system of philosophical science, but rather as just one part of the latter, namely as the second part of the philosophy of subjective spirit. Many parts of the earlier Jena phenomenology are omitted in this later version, including notably the majority of reason and the final sections on spirit, religion, and absolute knowing in their entirety, right? These are just completely dropped in the revised version of the phenomenology of spirit. Most importantly, for our purposes, we also no longer find in the encyclopedia version of the phenomenology of spirit Hegel's discussion of Stoicism, skepticism, and unhappy consciousness. And so one of the questions I want to kind of raise in thinking about this issue is, well, what, if anything, becomes of Stoicism, skepticism, and happy consciousness for Hegel after 1807? And of course, as I'm going to suggest, I think that we can see him as maybe reworking some of these arguments and ideas in the anthropology. So Hegel's anthropology. The philosophy of subjective spirit offers an account of the incremental stages by which spirit emerges from its natural determination and achieves a comprehension of its concept. As the mind is a copy of the eternal idea exhibited in the science of logic, the development here proceeds in accordance with the three fundamental categories of absolute reality established in that work, being essence and concept, unfolding across the three stages of anthropology, phenomenology, and psychology. While the latter two stages, namely phenomenology and psychology, present spirit respectively as consciousness, where it appears in relation to an external object by which it is mediated, in the case of phenomenology, and as a mind that grasps the mediations through which it knows itself as its own, in the case of the psychology, the first of these stages finds spirit in its most immediate form, as it emerges from out of the grip of nature as soul. So it's here in the anthropology that Hegel examines those aspects of mental life that he sees arising at the boundary where nature and spirit meet. Hegel divides the anthropology into the three stages of the natural soul, the feeling soul, and the actual soul. Once again, the progression here mirrors the tripartite division of the logical idea. So in the case of the natural soul, so first of all, the natural soul, just as being, its logical counterpart, is characterized by its sheer immediacy and abstract self-reference, so too the natural soul with which the anthropology begins is defined by its simplicity and apparent lack of mediation. At this stage, the stage of the natural soul, the soul is so absorbed in the natural factors determining its existence, for example, the cycle of the seasons, the hours of the day, the physical and sexual maturation of the body, that it can neither differentiate itself from the affections engendered by these factors, nor consciously contrive to exert control over them. It simply relates to these natural determinacies immediately, as inseparable features of its own inchoate identity. In the second part of the anthropology, the feeling soul encounters the same content in which it was previously immersed in the natural soul. If in the preceding stage of its development, the soul was defined in terms of its immediate identity with and lack of distinction from the elements composing its natural existence, here it is characterized by its division, separation, and rupture with the latter. The feeling soul is not, however, simply cut off from its natural condition. Rather, what's distinctive about this stage in the soul's evolution is rather its mediation by a corporeal reality of which it is now aware as its essence, but over which it struggles to maintain decisive control. It's in this context that Hegel discusses derangement. In the final stage of the anthropology, the actual soul will come to attain such control as it gains the ability to properly order the various feelings and representations pressing upon it in accordance with the objective interconnection in which they are concretely situated. In doing so, the soul will have surmounted its bodily nature, achieving a kind of mediated unity with its naturalness that parallels the self-mediating activity of the concept. So now on to the concept of derangement, which again falls within Hegel's treatment of the feeling soul, the second kind of stage in the anthropology. Hegel offers several formulations of the concept of derangement, Verrücktheit, in the anthropology. In each of these formulations, however, derangement is said to involve an opposition, contradiction, or diremption between two competing versions of the objective reality in which the subject finds itself embedded. One rooted in the shared world available to all sober and healthy individuals, the other springing from a particular feeling which has become dislodged and isolated from the latter. The conflict here is not merely one between two independent and equally persuasive perspectives. Hegel rather understands it as a regression or descent from one stage in the soul's development, the actual soul, to the one directly preceding it, the feeling soul. And here's the longer quote on the concept of derangement. By this descent, Hegel writes, the concrete I loses its absolute power over the entire system of its determination, forfeits the ability to put everything coming to the soul in the right place, to remain perfectly present to itself in each of its representations, and by letting itself be captivated by a particular, merely subjective representation, is driven out of its wits, is shifted out from the center of its actuality, and since it also still retains a consciousness of its actuality, acquires two centers, one in the remnants of its intellectual consciousness, the other in its deranged representation. So Hegel acknowledges that derangement is an infinitely varied condition that could be indicated by a wide range of symptoms and modes of behavior. However, rather than attending to the diverse and contingent ways it is manifest in the lives of individuals, Hegel's interest is in articulating the concept of derangement and the three main forms by which it is manifest. And so Hegel identifies the three main forms of derangement as weak-spiritedness, madness proper, and insanity. So I'm going to go through these three main forms of derangement for Hegel. So first of all, weak-spiritedness. Hegel characterizes the first of the three main forms of derangement in terms of the soul's submergence within itself, with its emptiness and indeterminacy, and general lack of awareness of its immediate circumstances. Hegel discusses three general subtypes in this connection: imbecility or Blödsinn, absent-mindedness or Zerstreuheit, and rambling, Fasselei. So Hegel describes imbecility as here the quite indeterminate submergence in oneself, which occasionally reveals itself as catalepsy, as a complete paralysis of both corporeal and mental activity. By absent-mindedness, Hegel understands a non-awareness of the immediate present, a submergence into entirely abstract self-feeling. And finally, rambling, Fasselei, signifies for Hegel an inability to fix attention on anything determinate, the illness of stumbling from one object to another. So whether the individual soul is shut up in a catatonic or otherwise insensible state, as in the case of imbecility, finds itself absorbed in one particular feeling or representation, which prevents it from achieving conscious awareness of the matter at hand, in the case of absent-mindedness, or finds itself stumbling from one object to another, incapable of focusing its attention on any given determinate content, in the case of rambling. Each of these conditions, I will argue, can be understood in reference to the two constitutive poles of entirely abstract self-feeling on the one hand and objective consciousness on the other. So you see here, I'm trying to, try to figure out exactly where the correspondence between these patterns might lie in trying to put this in terms of constitutive poles and logical determination. And so, as in the case of Stoicism in the Jena phenomenology, the relationship obtaining between the two poles of entirely abstract self-feeling and objective consciousness here can be understood once again as one of identity or essential identity from the logic. Madness proper. Hegel refers to the second main form of mental derangement as madness proper, eigentliche Narrheit, or simply as folly, Narrheit. Although he does not make explicit the full range of pathologies that fall under this heading, his account includes a discussion of obsessive ideas, grandiose and persecutory delusions, melancholy, world weariness, and despair. Such afflictions are evidently distinct from one another. On Hegel's account, however, each of these share a common oppositional structure whereby the mind sticks fast in an individual, merely subjective representation and regards it as something objective. Once again, madness proper can be understood in terms of the two poles of subjective representation or particular feeling and objective consciousness on the other hand. And as opposed to the forms of weak-spiritedness, where the two poles of entirely abstract self-feeling and objective consciousness stand in a relationship of identity, here madness proper is best conceived in terms of the logical determination of opposition. Rather than abstracting or withdrawing from one pole entirely into the other, as in the case of weak-spiritedness, here the soul alternates between the two poles by which it is constituted, again vacillating back and forth between their particular feeling or subjective particularity on the one hand and the objective interconnection in which they're situated on the other. So Hegel refers to the third main form of derangement finally as insanity, and he describes the latter as a phenomenon where the deranged subject himself is aware of being torn apart into two mutually contradictory modes of consciousness. A vivid feeling of the contradiction between his merely subjective representation, but insists on making it an actuality or annihilating what is actual. And again, in the case of insanity, the two poles I want to say are at work here are the same as those we saw in madness proper. Once again, between subjective representation or particular feeling on the one hand, and on the other hand, objective consciousness, or what Hegel sometimes refers to as intellectual consciousness. Rather than standing in a relationship of opposition, however, the two poles of insanity can be understood in terms of the logical determination of contradiction. So this is just kind of a general rough sketch of how I'm kind of seeing the parallelism between these two accounts. Now I kind of want to turn to just kind of reviewing a bit of the evidence that I think supports the kind of seeing these two accounts as parallel or as mirroring each other. So first, some terminological evidence. Hegel describes skepticism at one point in the Jena phenomenology as senseless rambling, bewusstlose Faselei. In the anthropology, Hegel uses the same term, rambling, Faselei, to refer to the second subtype of weak-spiritedness. In the Jena phenomenology, Hegel describes skeptical argumentation as the vanity, Eitelkeit, of its own knowing, and in the lectures in the history of philosophy identifies, as the vanity of consciousness, Eitelkeit des Bewusstseins. And Hegel is pretty much always using this term Eitelkeit when he's talking about skepticism throughout his corpus. Interestingly, in his discussion of madness proper in the Anthropology, Hegel identifies the passion of vanity as its chief cause, Eitelkeit again. And finally, Hegel presents unhappy consciousness, unglückliche Bewusstsein, as a pattern of self-consciousness in the phenomenology, while in the Anthropology, he characterizes insanity as an unhappy feeling, unglücklichen Gefühl, of being in contradiction with oneself. So besides these terminological similarities just indicated, I'd also just like to underscore the fact that the progression from Stoicism to unhappy consciousness in the phenomenology of spirit, it closely parallels the development from weak-spiritedness to insanity presented in the Anthropology. In each case, the movement proceeds from a figure of identity, which abstracts and withdraws from the objects confronting it, to a figure of opposition, which vacillates back and forth between two opposing determinations, and concludes with a figure of contradiction, which finds itself pulled in two directions at once. I'd also just kind of point out here that within the Anthropology, Hegel says at least twice that it's difficult to determine where error becomes madness. That's kind of where I get the title of this presentation from. So he seems to be kind of a little bit unsure, I think, of how he wants to make sense of the relationship between error and madness here. And finally, Hegel presents both of these parallel developments in self-consciousness and in the feeling soul in terms of the subject's failure to successfully integrate the givenness or externality in which it is embedded into its own conscious experience. So now just some brief conclusions that I want to see if they seem to be supported by reading these two accounts alongside one another. So given the parallels between these two accounts that I've been considering, I'd like to briefly suggest the following conclusions. First, that Hegel's engagement with skepticism, especially in the phenomenology of spirit, informs his understanding of mental illness. That he's drawing from essentially the material that he worked out in the earlier phenomenology of spirit in trying to make sense of the phenomenon of mental illness that he explores in the later Anthropology. Secondly, if I can go even further within this connection, I might suggest that we consider whether skepticism and madness represent for Hegel two sides of the same phenomenon. So more specifically, I'd like to suggest that the Jena phenomenology perhaps presents the conceptual and epistemological dimensions of skepticism, while the Anthropology can be said to present its psychical and affective features. And finally, I want to end here by raising the question, which Will was, I think, exploring in his paper. So here's kind of the where I think they really connect the most. I want to end by raising this question about whether the parallelism I've been kind of trying to develop here might suggest that pathological forms of skepticism can be occasioned by certain social and historical conditions, such as those Hegel discusses in relation to madness. Commenting on the emergence of insanity, Hegel writes the following. It is implied, and Will, I don't know if you know this passage, but this is the one that I think really is, super relevant to, connecting together maybe both of our talks here. So Hegel writes, it's implied in the concept of mania or insanity just indicated that it need not spring from an empty illusion, but can be brought about particularly by a stroke of great misfortune, by a derangement of someone's individual world, or by the violent upheaval and coming out of joint of the universal state of the world, if the individual lives with his heart exclusively in the past and thus becomes unable to reconcile himself to the present, by which he feels himself at once rejected and bound. In the French Revolution, for example, many people became insane by the collapse of almost all civic relationships. So I want to end here by just posing the question of whether we can see whether under such alienating social conditions, we might expect pathological forms of skepticism to begin to take hold. That's all I have. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for all of this. Yeah, I'm so glad that you folks were put next to each other, because I think those were incredibly complementary presentations. Yeah, I am going to start asking if folks have any questions in regards to this. I'd be interested if Will has any commentary to add, since we had the interchange there earlier. Yeah, but yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to put your hands up. And if not, I might actually pull you in, Will, because I'd love to see this interaction.
Currently trying to collect my thoughts here, but like, yeah, really, really fantastic. Yeah, like I could see even at the beginning of the presentation, like all the pieces fitting together in like this really beautiful way. I mean, I wonder, so I think, okay, let's see. I think I have a couple of questions. So the way that you articulate this is often as like a correspondence, a parallel, a mirroring, and like you brought up really interestingly, like the encyclopedia drops the discussion of Stoicism and skepticism. So I wondered, like, I mean, even just like purely like speculatively, like, do you think there was like something that's like captured by his discussion of derangement or madness in the encyclopedia that like maybe he failed to capture somehow in the Stoicism, skepticism, unhappy consciousness development? And then I also, I mean, in so far as he definitely thinks they're both, let's see, he definitely thinks, I guess maybe, I want to ask, like, just how far you're maybe willing to go on like the kind of ontological equivalency of these, because I do wonder whether maybe like the experience of Stoicism and madness, like, you know, there's this inward turn, there's this inability to take, you know, full account of one's like you know, objective actuality, but like that the experience of being like, you know, deeply skeptical of one's world versus like what he describes as like the, you know, the anguish of madness proper, or insanity, or maybe made better, insanity, where there's like this kind of awareness of the contradiction.
Yeah, thanks, Will. I think I had a similar experience right after hearing your talk, because, you know, I've been thinking about, you know, madness and Hegel, you know, along a certain, you know, in a certain way that was a bit different than how you're presenting it. I mean, maybe not ultimately too different, but yeah, I was still very much gathering my thoughts in response to yours. But I guess, let's see. So one question was about the correspondence or the mirroring between these two accounts. And, you know, at this point, I don't have a great answer, you know, in terms of how far I'm willing to go with, you know, the kind of ontological relationship between these two. You know, I have tried to look through, you know, as much of the literature as I can, and the only person that I've seen making this connection at all is Daniel Berthold Bond, and he brings it up in relationship to Hippolyte. And really just to reject Hippolyte's, you know, argument that we can kind of see, you know, we can understand insanity or madness as kind of like a general ontological condition. And so he kind of, you know, makes a little bit of the case that I'm trying to really develop and bring out here in that work. But he ultimately wants to say, oh, well, they're up to different things, you know, and so we shouldn't necessarily see them in connection. I want to, as far as I will go right now, based on all the evidence that I've tried to collect, I want to say that it's really the, as I said before in the presentation, the kind of epistemological, conceptual elements of a kind of a pathological forms of self-consciousness or maybe skepticism, they're presented there in the phenomenology. Whereas maybe in anthropology, we see Hegel really sketching out its psychical and affective features. So that's as far as I'm willing to speculate at this point, given that there's nobody that I've seen that have connected these two discussions, and yet I'm just, I'm just compelled to read them beside one another. But I guess going to your other question about what might Stoicism, skepticism, and happy consciousness fail to capture that perhaps is there in anthropology, I think, very basically, it has to do with feeling and the kind of status of, how it is that, skepticism is not just a kind of like, conceptual puzzle, right? Stoicism is not just a kind of matter of mere concepts, but I think that, there we have the way in which they take on a kind of bodily reality, which is something that, I think a lot of us might be surprised to see in Hegel as this kind of like really interesting account of feeling and the body as, playing some sort of role, in terms of the manifestation of these logical and conceptual determinations that he presents elsewhere. So that's about as much as as far as I've kind of gone in terms of thinking, how these kind of maybe fit together. But I'm really open to any suggestions at this point. I really feel like I need to take a close look at the law of the heart and, really take seriously the beautiful soul now. So yeah, any suggestions, I'm very happy to hear. So I will shut up and maybe there's another question.
Yeah, well, before I ask my question, do you have any follow-up to what I just mentioned, or yeah, just should check in beforehand?
Yeah. I think I have like a couple of follow-ups. I mean, like, so on the one hand, like I wonder whether, Hegel might, so on the one hand, you could say that skepticism like is, pathological in itself, or insofar as like maybe skepticism is sort of like madness light, insofar as like maybe a skepticism could like, kind of descend then further down into a kind of madness, like might be one way of thinking about it. And then I'll maybe just make one comment too, like about because you brought up the law of the heart and the beautiful soul, and you also brought up that like great I think it's in a footnote in my article, but the where he takes into account like this like social like determinants, almost you could say, or social conditions causing madness. And I think like one key difference, it seems to me, and I'm curious maybe your thoughts, but there seems to me that there's a difference between, on the one hand, saying that one's social conditions provoke or cause a kind of madness or regression to madness, and then madness on the other hand, which I think is what's going on, and why I think they're kind of actually like ontologically distinct in the phenomenology, where it emerges out of an internal to spirit's development. And so maybe, I don't know, that's where I see maybe the difference there, and something that I think it was like an option that I thought maybe like Bertolt Bonn like didn't maybe acknowledge, because he did acknowledge like, we should be looking more at the social dynamics aspects of or causes of madness. But yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, thanks again for, if I could just really quickly follow up, Simone.
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
So I mean, just this kind of question of at what point does skepticism cease to be a kind of mere conceptual problem, or even just like a helpful kind of tool within philosophy or critical thinking, but at what point does it become something more pathological? I mean, that's really the impetus for thinking about this paper. At what point does skepticism take on a specifically kind of pathological form? So I mean, that's very much what I'm trying to think about, is not that skepticism for Hegel in the phenomenology of spirit is identical, or he thinks of skepticism as identical to madness, but that I think that he has the ability to account for a descent from maybe more healthy skepticism into what we might call more unhealthy forms of skepticism. So that's, just to really quickly respond to that. In terms of your other question about kind of like how to think about, the determination, social kind of conditions for madness versus maybe kind of what we see in the phenomenology, that's still something I really need to just think more about. That's, a big question, which I just haven't really investigated too much at this point. But I mean, I end with that quote that I really like from Hegel, because, it seems to me that, he's suggesting there that alienation, the kind of experience of alienation, however we want to understand it, is really the way to understand why, madness and perhaps pathological forms of, self-consciousness or skepticism seem to take hold. I still need to kind of, I think, work that stuff out some more. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think the only thing I have left is, I actually forgot what I was going to ask, because there was a point in one of your answers that I was really curious about. But yeah, maybe it's better to move along. Thank you so much, Miles. That was an incredible presentation. All right, so
thank you.
Yeah. Next, I have Joseph. Joseph, are you here? I see you in the chat.
Yes. Can you hear me fine? All that?
Absolutely. Welcome. It's good to see you.
Cool. Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, feel free to get started. Have fun.
Get started. Okay. Just give me a second to get my paper up. Here we go. So the background to my talk, Zizek's Dialectics of History and the Eyes of Hegel, is, well, a little bit complex. So in 2014, I published a book, Ontological Catastrophe, Zizek and the Paradoxical Metaphysics of German Idealism. And the endeavor there was to both systematize and expand upon Zizek's reading of German idealism, and in so doing to reconstruct and extend his own dialectical materialism. The main problematic, of course, for those familiar with Zizek, was the emergence of the real as some self-enclosed structuralist system out of basically the causal nexus of the real. So a universe of meaning from the meaninglessness of the physical universe, culture from nature. And I focus on Zizek's argument for the centrality of drive, in particular death drive, to any true dialectical materialism, namely the claim that he advances that something must have gone wrong in nature, in our biological instincts, for the symbolic as the ground of culture to emerge out of and catch on in us, so out of and in the real. And in applying psychoanalysis to German idealism, I began to be convinced that Zizek was in many ways fundamentally right about Hegel, but I also felt unsatisfied by his reading of Hegel in many, many other ways. And this led me to start working on Hegel in a bit more detail, and I have been for the past 8 years on and off. And I'm currently finishing up a book tentatively titled Hegel's Realism, Logic, Human Life, and the Discovery of Nature, where I offer a new interpretation of Hegel that describes an alternative Hegelian account, basically of how the symbolic arises out of the real without the necessity of assuming drive in the proper psychoanalytic sense. So I argue that we naturally create the symbolic, and we do not need this moment of chaotic, unruly drives in the real to account for it. So when I saw the topic of this conference, basically, I just could not resist the temptation to see if I could take these two directions that my work has gone in and just see whether something productive, something new, perhaps a monster of some kind, might emerge from putting Zizek and Hegel ultimately in dialogue with one another. So with that kind of preamble, I'll just jump straight in. So my talk has a twofold function. To demonstrate that Zizek had something fundamentally right and fundamentally wrong about Hegel. And while this might seem like a purely academic exercise, my purpose for doing so is not to simply fight over bookish matters of textual exegesis. Instead, I want to sketch a new alternative Hegelianism that might better captivate us today and one that just happens to be, in my opinion, closer to the letter of Hegel's project. So following Zizek's own suggestion on how to best reactualize historical figures, I asked the following question. What does Zizek's reading of Hegel look like from Hegel's perspective? To see what lessons we may draw basically with respect to the Slovene Lacanian Hegelianism school. So I will first argue for two claims. First, Hegel would wholeheartedly agree with Zizek's reading of Hegelian historical dialectics as radically contingent, not governed by some godlike meta-subject, and open-ended. The second claim is that in contrast, Hegel would completely reject Zizek's reading of the Hegelian subject as the night of the world, and that is to say, as some kind of naturally occurring ontological catastrophe through which our instincts, due to some malfunction, are basically transformed into drives in the proper psychoanalytic sense of the term. And this will then provide me the basis to argue for a third and final claim. So while the topic of historical dialectics may seem superficially to be an entirely different topic than the nature of human instinctual life, I do uphold that for both Zizek and Hegel, they are intimately interconnected. It is the dynamics of the latter that create the ontological condition of the possibility of culture and its dialectical history. As such, the detour through what Zizek gets fundamentally wrong about Hegel shall enable me to demonstrate the third claim here. And that is there's an insurmountable difference between Hegel and psychoanalysis at the level of their understandings of human instinctual life or lack thereof, which in turn, I believe, leads to two competing models of the dialectics of history. The first is Zizek's model of historical development as a bad infinity predicated on irrationality and failure. And the second is Hegel's model of historical development as a good infinity with the potential still for rationality and progress. So let's start by looking at what I think Zizek does get fundamentally right. So much of Zizek's work on Hegel is devoted to demonstrating the inaccuracy of the standard pan-logist reading, especially as concerns historical dialectics. And according to this reading, as people are aware of, when we survey history dialectically instead of empirically, what initially appears as contingent is in fact inflected by a deeper capital N necessity with a capital N goal. So history proves to be the rational development wherein the seemingly contingent transitions from one way of life to another were actually the logically necessary stepping stones for the realization of freedom. Freedom being the inborn telos of the whole process of history and all of its apparent vicissitudes. And this is supposed to testify to history being governed by some world spirit, or what Hegel dubs the concept, the absolute idea, which is in this reading taking to kind of unconsciously dwell within and pull the strings of nature and culture to fully actualize itself, ultimately in and through us silly little animals that are humans. Zizek contends that there is no question of Hegel advancing pan-logism. The dialectical movement of history is not logically necessary, not directed by some form of cosmic reason ingrained in the universe, nor is it teleologically driven towards any specific endpoint. Quite to the contrary, it is radically contingent, imminently unfolds in and through human practices, and is open-ended. That Zizek would be seen in Hegel's eyes as fundamentally right here can be shown via the moments of immediacy, negation, and the negation of negation that characterize the transitions of shapes of spirit in Hegel's phenomenology. The book's dialectical analyses of the rise and fall of different cultures in the West simply belie the pan-logist reading. First, we have the immediate life world of a historical community mediated by its conceptual universe. So in Lacanese, we have the imaginary supported by the symbolic. Second, without fail, this conceptual universe generates an internal contradiction that effectively negates it. So what Lacan would call the real, but here the real in the modality of a not in the symbolic signifying chain. And whenever this occurs, this is always a surprise, basically, to the historical community that experiences it. Third, this negation then gives rise to the possibility of its own negation via the creation of an entirely new conceptual universe that overcomes the old one's antagonism, but the success and coordinates of which are actually unknowable a priori or in advance by the historical community in question. And since this inaugurates a new form of immediacy, the movement then just repeats ad infinitum. So first, the three-step movement, which gives witness to the radical contingency of Hegelian historical dialectics. When the conceptual universe that underlies the immediate life world of a historical community discovers its own inconsistencies in a manner that is unpredictable to it, that community starts to doubt the very conceptual universe that actually generates and sustains it, which in turn, as Hegel says, causes it to fall into despair. But such a reversal of consciousness itself is indeed the condition of possibility of the emergence of a new way of life, which is itself generated and sustained by a new conceptual universe. But we can say that this reversal is, however, the necessary but not sufficient condition for said emergence. So operating within the coordinates of its own conceptual universe, the historical community cannot foresee a way out. For a new way of life to arise from the old way of life, there needs to be some dialectical creativity, the opting for this rather than that new conceptual universe, essentially by overhauling or demolishing the old one. In a similar vein, in the transition from one way of life to another, the historical community knows not whether the new conceptual universe will adequately solve the inconsistencies that it is currently facing in any a priori way. All it can really do is undertake the existential leap and then discover the truth. So any logical necessity displayed by Hegelian historical dialectics, that is to say, any sense in which the new way of life proves to be the logically correct solution to the old ways of life internal contradictions, is, as Zizek very well puts it, it's always the retroactive rewriting of its past. And this retroactive rewriting always represses its initial radical contingency. Second, we also see the imminent unfolding of Hegelian historical dialectics here. So the three-step movement needs no world spirit behind the scenes. It's just impelled forward by its own negativity. And the whole process is actually imminent to human spirit, taken as a kind of irreducible set of social and linguistic practices. So politics, science, art, religion, and philosophy, to name some examples here. So the transition from immediacy to negation simply requires the unpredictable encountering of some pre-existing internal contradiction in a historical community's conceptual universe. The transition from negation to the negation of negation simply requires the historical community to construct a new conceptual universe as if out of nothing. And third, here we also encounter the open-endedness of Hegelian historical dialectics. Since there is only a kind of belated necessity to historical dialectics and no other of the other outside of it that would guarantee the consistency of its transitions in advance or directed towards some pre-given eschatological end, well, it has to be, for Zizek, constitutively open-ended. And I think Hegel would agree with every single point here. But now let's look at what Zizek, in my opinion, gets fundamentally wrong. So Zizek is not interested in only reimagining historical dialectics. He's also interested in understanding how historical dialectics came to be. The conceptual universe whose vicissitudes found culture and its dialectical history is, at the end of the day, self-referential in the sense of being self-contained, self-justifying, self-revising, self-developmental, and our social and linguistic practices, as Hegel describes them evolving over time in the phenomenology, makes that clear. So in short, the dialectics of history follows its own kind of irreducible, ingrained logic. But this entails that the dialectics of history that characterize human life is in fact ontologically distinct from, and here I quote Zizek, the closed circuit of instincts and their innate rhythm of satisfaction, instincts just being that which characterize all other forms of life. So the question that Zizek raises then is how dialectical materialism can both provide a foundation, like a metaphysical foundation for historical dialectics, but then might also inform our proper understanding of it. So to tackle this question, Zizek first posits that the emergence of the symbolic from the real, a conceptual universe of meaning from the meaninglessness of the physical universe, cannot be some smooth evolutionary progression as, say, maybe the German romantics or modern day biologists would have it. If it were so, Zizek, then we would be able to describe culture and its dialectical history as reducible to natural laws, to biology, to survival and reproduction and whatnot. And that just does not square with the actual facts of the matter of dialectical history. So to explain the irreducibility of the dialectics of history, therefore, we must posit that there is some X that comes in between nature and culture, but there has to be some vanishing mediator, to use Zizek's language, between the two. And Zizek's wager here is that one part of the answer to this puzzle is supplied by psychoanalysis, and the other ultimately by Hegel. So a key tenet of psychoanalysis is the distinction between instincts and drives in us human beings. So instincts are that which provide, well, the in kind of inborn behavioral programming. In response to certain stimuli, life forms respond with certain innate patterns of behavior to seek out preset objects that will satisfy biological needs. Freud famously observed that human beings have drives instead of instincts. So we lack both innate patterns of behavior that would otherwise determine our actions, and also we lack preset objects that would satisfy our biological needs. Consequently, drives, unlike instincts, have no program through which they can fully be satisfied. So given their nature, basically, there's kind of no way to scratch that itch, as the nails that would be needed to do so just don't actually exist. And in Lacan's language, the goal of drives, therefore, is basically just to mindlessly circle around their non-existent object. One way of putting this with Zizek is that drives are, in their rotary motion, basically agonizing, blind, and chaotic. So, indeed, if we follow this, due to the fact that the real of drives is basically that which marks the beginning of a properly human life. The human neonate is, as Lacan writes, a primordial discord betrayed by signs of malaise and motor uncoordination. So what this further entails is that human beings, structured as we are by drives rather than instincts, are, when we compare ourselves to other animals, basically, we are by our very nature biologically maladapted. So in psychoanalysis, the distinction between instincts and drives is really more of a clinical fact than anything else. There's not a whole lot of systematic work explaining how it comes about. Lacan has some random little comments here and there, and Freud, of course, has a whole speculative biology that's a bit out there to explain it. But for Zizek, this is where Hegel ultimately proves very useful. And he advances the claim that Hegel's notion of the subject as the knight of the world both anticipates the psychoanalytic notion of drive and completes it. So let's just look at the now famous quote made famous by Zizek concerning the knight of the world. So the human being is this knight, this empty nothing that contains everything in its simplicity, an unending wealth of many representations, images, none of which happens to him or which are not present. This knight, this inner of nature that exists here, pure self in phantasmagorical presentations, is night all around it, in which here shoots a bloody head, there another white shape, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears. One catches sight of this night when one looks human beings in the eye, into a night that has become awful. So essentially, if the human being is the night of the world, I would say in comparison then, animals are in a certain sense the light of the world. After all, instincts embed animals into their surroundings. Put differently, they provide essentially kind of proto-categories through which animals are guided in their contact with the external world, whereby animals exhibit some basic form of awareness of it. They are the world, to put it in a more metaphoric way, they are the world, as it were, opening up its eyes and looking at itself in some shape or form. But what Hegel, so Zizek anyway, here states is that for the symbolic and its recreation of reality in a conceptual universe to occur, this light must be first extinguished. So the human being's immediate contact with the external world, as would be guaranteed through instincts, must be severed. So what is required for the passage from nature to culture, therefore, is essentially, as Zizek puts it, the ontological passage through madness. There has to be a break with reality. However, this disturbing of our natural embeddedness in our surroundings is only possible if something goes horribly wrong in our instincts. If there is some misfunction or malfunction in our behavioral programming, whose effect by basically transforming instincts into drives prevents our immersion in nature. Only once this happens is ontological room made for, and here I quote Zizek, the construction of a symbolic universe that the subject projects onto reality as a kind of substitute formation designed to recompense us for the loss of the immediate pre-symbolic real. And for Zizek, it is precisely this state of affairs that Hegel describes in his notion of the night of the world, thereby both anticipating the psychoanalytic notion of drive and completing it by explicitly arguing for its status as the ontological condition of the possibility of the symbolic. In short, the ontological condition of the possibility of culture as such. But the Hegelian night of the world also allows Zizek to give more depth to and ensure the radical contingency and open-endedness of historical dialectics. So to create a symbolic order is, at the end of the day, to do more than just build a paranoid construction to replace our embeddedness in our surroundings naturally, our immersion in external reality or our immediate contact with the world. We are bereft of instincts, which means, again, at the end of the day, that we are bereft of behavioral programming that would otherwise regulate our biological needs via innate patterns of behavior. As such, we are subject to the agonizing, blind, and chaotic whirlwind of drives. So for Zizek, in creating a conceptual universe, we are in fact, in a certain sense, actually programming ourselves. We are providing a program for a program that nature was unable to give. So the intervention of the symbolic, its creation as such, is that which is there to domesticate the maladapted real of drives by violently, in fact, imposing a foreign logic onto the drive's vortex of raw, unruly energies. So by installing its code, we essentially produce an ersatz to our lost instincts, an ersatz that invasively rewires and even cancels the real of drives. In Zizek's language, he speaks of the symbolic as a form of colonization that mortifies, drains off, empties, carves the fullness of the living body, end quote. So while the symbolic is a resolution of sorts of the agonism of drives, that resolution is for Zizek's Hegel always precarious. And that's because there's always something of the real left over in the aftermath of the installation of the symbolic. So drives just by their very nature have an excessive life of their own that can never be fully contained by the symbolic, and due to which no symbolic order can actually ever have the last word over it. So the real of drives can always intrude upon and disturb the symbolic, potentially even requiring the creation of a new symbolic order to domesticate it. This goes by many names in Zizek. Following Schelling, he calls this residue the indivisible remainder. Following Lacan, he basically says it's the object A, but it is also that which Hegel describes as the night of the world. So this implies for Zizek's Hegel that the dialectical process is indeed radically contingent and open-ended. Radically contingent because we never know when the real of drives will begin to show its ugly head for no reason, and then become the driving force of dialectical change. And open-ended because it is doomed to, at some point, founder and repeat ad nauseum, inasmuch as the real of drives that always fails to be symbolized, as Zizek says, quote, beginning of the quote, again and again sets in motion the moment of history, propelling it to ever new historicizations and symbolizations, end quote. So what I think that Zizek gets fundamentally wrong here, at least as a reading of Hegel, is actually his reading of the night of the world as a precursor to the psychoanalytic notion of drive. And I think this is borne out very clearly by Hegel's insistent remarks throughout the entire body of his mature work, that we alone are living creatures that are instinctively impelled to think. So he talks about the instinct of thinking essentially everywhere. So if we take Hegel here at his word and very seriously, I think that what follows here is that minimally, one of the subject matters of his logic, the formal structure of categories, judgments, and inferences, actually must be conceived as innate patterns of behavior that we perform to satisfy a species-specific biological need. And that's the need to provide rationally satisfying reasons for our beliefs and actions. And it is this biological need that is grounded in our instincts that actually leads us to create a symbolic universe, to create a conceptual universe. As Hegel also puts it, logic describes the essence of spirit. So consequently for Hegel, the way I like to put it is, we don't just provide reasons for our beliefs and actions or because we have some kind of curiosity or something within us. We do it because we have a basic need to produce and consume reasons. So to just theoretically understand the natural and human worlds we find ourselves in the same way that other creatures have a basic need to seek out and consume food. So for Hegel, it is just as natural for a human being to create a conceptual universe as it is for a spider to create a web. There is no need of a prior night of the world to explain why we do so. So now it is time, perhaps in properly Hegelian fashion, to return back to the beginning, the nature of historical dialectics, and see what lessons we might now draw from it after this detour through Zizek's and Hegel's view on the nature of human instinctual life, or the lack thereof, as the case may be. So Hegel's point of disagreement with Zizek would not just be a matter of meta-psychology. It brings to the fore two competing versions of Hegelian dialectical materialism, one anti-naturalist and the other naturalist. While their main quarrel is indeed waged over whether the human being can be said to have instincts or drives, one's answer to this metapsychological question will determine ultimately how one grasps culture and its historical dialectics. So I think Hegel would argue that Zizek's anti-naturalism here has a very unfortunate side effect regarding the dialectics of history. So to ensure the radical contingency and open-endedness of the dialectics of history, Zizek appeals to the night of the world. But since the emergence of the symbolic is, quite explicitly thereby made into a reaction formation against the chaotic real of drives, there is an indivisible remainder of that real that insists within any conceptual universe. So there's something of the excessive life substance of drives that is left over, fails to be domesticated, and will eventually and unpredictably destabilize its regime. So immediacy always leads to negation. And to the extent that the construction of a new symbolic universe is always a kind of creative overhauling or demolishing of the of the previous universe, and the coordinates of this new universe are never given or established in advance, the transition from one conceptual universe to another, that is the moment of negation and negation, is here for Zizek the creation out of nothing of an entirely new conceptual universe that just aims to overcome the old one's antagonism. In a sense, as Zizek puts it, this creation is just a mad gesture, by which I take him to mean that there is just no good reason for that conceptual universe to come to be, but is also mad in another sense that he's very explicit about, because it's the violent imposition of a foreign logic onto the real of drives. And this entails that there's always a mismatch between the real of drives and the symbolic. So this new conceptual universe will also similarly always and fail at some point down the line, and fail unpredictably. So the negation of negation here coincides with the emergence again of a new immediacy, and once again, immediacy always leads to negation. But the three-step movement here, Jen, just rinses and repeats, actually ad nauseum. So in psychoanalytic terms, we can say that there is always here a discontent in culture, destroying it from within and spurring new forms of culture. So the discontent in culture here is just an alternative translation of, what's known in English typically as Freud's civilization and its discontents, thus Unbehagen in der Kultur. So Zizek's model of historical development, Hegel would think, actually transforms the dialectics of history into an infinity of repeated failures. So any given conceptual universe, any given symbolic order will at some point just fail to contain the real of drives for no damn good reason. And in its implosion, occasion the creation of another conceptual universe, which takes the path it does again with no damn good reason. And it too will fail again for no damn good reason. So in Hegelian terms, in Zizek's understanding of the historical dialectical movement, from immediacy through negation to the negation of negation, we don't see anything like the movement from the abstract to the concrete. So there's only ever the semblance of such, which arises when each new transition just retroactively erases the radical contingency and open-endedness of its past. I think Hegel would argue that there is actually no need for some vanishing mediator between nature and culture to ensure the radical contingency, imminent unfolding, and open-endedness of historical dialectics. So the driving force of historical dialectics is not the symbolic attempting and failing to rewire and cancel the real as if it were some artificial organ that will always be rejected by the body sooner or later, and we need to put in a new one. The driving force of historical dialectics is simply the instinct of rationality. So what moves a historical community from the immediacy of its life world to the recognition of some internal contradiction in the conceptual universe that supports it is ultimately the rational dissatisfaction that the community has with said universe. And this dissatisfaction indeed eventually and unpredictably occurs. And the reason for that is quite simple, really. And that's that cultural systems are extraordinarily complex. So like a computer program, it can take a while for a glitch in its code, a glitch being something that's always there in principle, even if its effects were not there in fact. It'll always take a while for this glitch to wreak havoc over the cultural system itself, basically to negate its program. But once that does occur, the conceptual universe, which had previously provided the historical community with well-reasoned beliefs and values that satisfied their historical or their biological need for meaning, well, once that occurs, this universe can no longer satisfy that biological need. And the biological tension that then arises from this, what I call rational hunger, is what compels the historical community to rationally revise and modify its conceptual universe, to negate the negation by creating a conceptual universe that is aiming to respond to the internal contradictions. So the solution to the internal contradictions is not given in advance here for Hegel, nor is it guaranteed. It is a creative act whose solution can be reconstructed after the fact and its rationality seen, but that doesn't mean it's a mere semblance. So, as Hegel puts it, the owl of Minerva only flies with the setting of the sun. So this is one main reason why for Hegel, the phenomenology is in fact an introduction to key logic, and the logic informs the phenomenology. So the logic provides, as it were, the universal grammar for the transitions of the shapes of spirit. So historical dialectics is structured essentially like any rational discourse is. And of course, all logic, at least in one subject matter that's going to be important to it, does is actually just figure out what actually a rational discourse would be. So I think that the structure goes something like this, to put it in my own words, of what a rational discourse is and looks like, and why historical dialectics for Hegel follows the same kind of structure. So in saying something in a rational discourse, we first start with a claim about what objectively is or ought to be an immediacy. However, we thereby open ourselves up to the possibility not only that we may run into logical problems of justifying what we mean, negation, but also that these problems may be solved and superseded by something else that is subsequently said or claimed, the negation of negation. And of course, this just sets the stage for the conceptual process to recommence. There's a new immediacy, a new claim about what objectively is or ought to be. So we can just take some examples here to flesh this out a bit. So, for example, Newton made a claim about gravity that was rationally satisfying for centuries. Then some unsolvable problems emerged. Then it took Einstein to come along on the scene to make a new, more concrete claim. And, the coming on the scene of Einstein was never foreordained. But, right now, Einstein doesn't seem to have the full picture, but we don't really know what's going to, come about to actually solve the problems. What will be more rationally satisfying? It could be end theory, superstring theory, some candidate that's currently not even out there. And we see a similar structure just in historical dialectics in general. So they do a very kind of simplified version of the dialectics of ancient Greece. So the Greeks made a claim about how to live through the division of duties among the sexes. Then Antigone showed that it has insolvable problems. And then this set up the possibility of the Roman world, wherein duties were defined solely by human law and no longer with recourse to the contingency of sex and the problems that that founding of a way of life gave rise to. But of course, this too produced unsolvable problems. But in each case for Hegel, we are dealing with a rational discourse, one scientific and one historical, that is self-contained, self-justifying, and self-revising. It legitimates itself solely by recourse to its own inner normativity, or what Hegel calls its logicality. So we uphold our fundamental beliefs and values when we take them as rationally satisfying, and when we are no longer able to, well, we battle that rational dissatisfaction by producing and consuming new reasons for better beliefs and actions. Similarly, we eat food and at some point we become hungry again and we go out and find more. For Hegel, it's a very kind of similar thing going on. And what this has the interesting consequence of is it means that Hegel's model of historical development actually has the structure of a good infinity with the potential for rationality and progress. So what lesson can we draw from what Hegel would say about Zizek's reading of him were he alive today? So if you're anything like me, you might find Zizek's dialectics of history attractive for its radical contingency, imminent self-unfolding, and open-endedness. But since its driving force is the real of drives, the price that we pay for this is that there is no rational progression left actually in history. And arguably that could remove hope that things get any better at the end of the day. However, I think reading Hegel with and against Zizek does provide a new compelling avenue for contemporary Hegelianism, and it effectively throws the bathwater out without the baby. So Hegel's own historical dialectics allows for its radical contingency, imminent self-unfolding, and open-endedness to have at least the potential of some truly rational progress. Of course, that progress is not a capital P progress in the Enlightenment sense. There's no capital N necessity governing the process, nor any end capital G goal that would serve as the measure for such success. Nevertheless, we can hope to encounter some genuine growth in the same way we can hope to encounter growth in our scientific knowledge of the world over time, even if there might be in the historical register setbacks along the way, and there's never any guarantee that it will transpire. So for Hegel in the dialectics of history and its movement, we just see the journey of spirit's rational hunger and its vicissitudes, not the drives and their vicissitudes. Each transition is not some pure failure or some mad arbitrary gesture as it is for Zizek at each step, but it's actually the effect of a logical process by which spirit, either unconsciously or self-consciously or some mixture of the two, just examines the conceptual universe it finds itself in, and then is able to creatively qualify it and build upon it. And this is just what I take to sublation to mean in this context, and it can learn along the way. So I do think that because of all of this, there is at the end of the day an unbridgeable gap between genuine Hegelianism and the Slovene school of Lacanian Hegelianism. And that's because the Hegelian unconscious is actually our rational instinct, and it has no relation to the unruly drives of psychoanalysis. So that entails that for Hegel's dialectics of history, the keynote is not the discontent in culture, that's Unbehagen in der Kultur, but it's actually cultural development or Bildung. And that's one that, insofar as it imminently unfolds in and through human social and linguistic practices, it is prone not just to error, but one has to also say radical evil. But the interesting thing here is I think that, Hegel himself says spirit can heal all wounds and can leave no scars behind. So that's all I have.
All right, we have to move on because that ate into Q&A time. So I'm just going to pass it along to the last speaker of the day. So Laurent, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Laurent, it's good to meet you.
How's it going?
It's going great. Yeah, wonderful set of speakers tonight. Yeah, really excited to have your presentation go on. So you're closing us off for the day. So feel free to just take it off and yeah, have fun.
Awesome. Easy. I'm just going to close this door.
Of course, of course.
Alrighty. So I hope you can all hear me well. So today I'll be speaking about Hegel and passivity, making the argument that firstly, passivity is a foundational concept in Hegel's philosophy, and that this idea finds strong resonance in contemporary Hegelian and neo-Hegelian thinkers today. So at first blush, passivity is a negatively coded concept. We have associations of inertia, submission, and weakness. This is usually what springs to mind. To be passive is to let things go as they are, to refuse to intervene in a meaningful fashion, and allow yourself to be formed rather than to form. Of course, passivity is almost always referred to within a dualism with its counterpart activity, which is taken to be the completion or development beyond the passive subject. In this dyad, the positive concept is activity. The active subject possesses the quality of activity, while the passive subject lacks it. And this very basic dyad has had quite a profound influence on numerous areas of thought. I'll just go through a few. So as far back as Aristotle, this distinction takes the form of the active intellect and the passive intellect, a dualism that is the basis for thought itself. In line with common definitions, the passive form simply receives the intelligible, while the active makes the further step of turning prospective knowledge into actual knowledge. In the late work of Nietzsche, there's a split between passive nihilism he associates with Buddhism and the active nihilism he attributes to his own project. Again, the active component takes preference in being a, quote, increased power of the spirit, unquote, while the passive position indicates a decline to the power of spirit. As you might also imagine, the duality between the active and the passive subject is an important distinction for conceptualizing political subjectivity. In particular, we have the idea in Marx of the transition from the class in itself, the latent, not yet conscious, kind of sleeping giant of the working class, into the class for itself, which is the sort of class conscious, aware, intentional proletariat. Through the transition to activity, the latter subject is capable of carrying out revolutionary action, militating against the social order and trying to change or overthrow an oppressive structure. Indeed, perhaps the very concept of class consciousness, at least in the classical Marxist sense, relies upon the active-passive duality. Finally, from my own discipline of film studies, the distinction between the active and the passive spectator underpins quite a lot of discussions of spectatorship and the radicality of certain films, how films are sort of judged. Perhaps most famously suggested by Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer in their essay on the culture industry. On the one hand, the passive spectator simply receives content from the artwork or film, and they're rendered passive by it, finding themselves subsumed into the text, which, as this argument goes, is typically produced by the Hollywood system. On the other hand, the active spectator is liberated, rendered active by the socially conscious artwork. This distinction also creates an aesthetic division in that films that produce a passive spectator are bourgeois, counter-revolutionary, or simply ideological, while films that produce an active spectator are revolutionary. So as these examples show, the active-passive dualism is quite ubiquitous in a variety of fields. However, as Hegel knew quite well, neat duality should be looked at with quite a lot of scrutiny. In approaching this dyad, not aiming to resolve or synthesize them into a third term, but to discover how an internal contradiction might emerge imminently between them. For Hegel, as soon as you place two terms next to each other as opposites, you invite the potential for dialectical interconnection. In this case, our point of entry is to take the often discarded and derided element of the passive and consider how it might be rethought or reclaimed differently, which is precisely the gesture that Hegel himself makes. As opposed to the majority of philosophical, political, and aesthetic thought today, Hegel emphasizes the position of passivity as the basis for philosophical thought itself. Let's just start with two quotes from Hegel that I think demonstrate this affinity for the position of passivity. First is from paragraph 238 from the Encyclopedia Logic. So Hegel writes, quote, "Philosophical thinking proceeds analytically in that it simply takes up its object, the idea, and lets it go its own way, which it simply watches the movement and development of it, so to speak. To this extent, philosophizing is wholly passive." So this passage evokes quite a specific image of the philosopher as one who does not intervene in the matter, or perhaps more accurately in the dialectic that's sort of emerging before them. In contrast to Deleuze and Guattari's definition of the philosopher as one who invents concepts, kind of imports them into the situation, for Hegel, the philosopher takes a step back, resigning themselves to the position of simply watching the idea take place. Adorno characterizes this aspect of Hegel as a kind of contemplative passivity, or what he calls spontaneous receptivity. Whether it's contemplation, patience, or passivity, the crucial point is that the philosopher is taking a step back in the procedure. Elsewhere, in the introduction to the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel states this idea again with an emphasis of, crucially, not adding anything to the process of philosophizing. So another quote, "Notion and object, being for another and being in itself, both fall within that knowledge which we are investigating. Consequently, we do not need to import criteria or to make use of our own bright ideas and thoughts during the course of the inquiry. It is precisely when we leave these aside that we succeed in contemplating the matter at hand as it is in and for itself," unquote. So these passages in Hegel seem to reverse the usual understanding of the active-passive dyad. Here, passivity and non-activity are not only preferred, but sort of mandated by the philosophical situation. As Hegel says, in order to succeed at contemplating the matter at hand, we have to leave our own intellectual pontifications aside. Zooming out a little bit, Hegel's endorsement of passivity seems to conform to one of the biggest criticisms of his philosophy, that it merely accepts the world as it is, producing a revolution in thought, but not one in practice. These critiques of Hegel almost always isolate the famous line from his later work, Elements of a Philosophy of Right, which is what is rational is actual and what is actual is rational. So formally, this is a charge of political quietism, the acceptance of things as they are without a corresponding impulse to change them. We should take seriously this criticism, but also work out exactly what it misunderstands about Hegel's system. So in the history of Western philosophy, someone like Bertrand Russell will claim Hegel's identification of the real and the rational leads unavoidably to some of the complacency inseparable from the belief that whatever is right, unquote. Karl Popper makes a similar argument in The Open Society and Its Enemies, posing that Hegel affirms the philosophy of identity as the justification of the existing order, a variation on the doctrine that might is right. Directly, Popper states that Hegel composes the formula that real equals reason, which, quote, allows Hegel to maintain that everything that is reasonable must be real, and everything that is real must be reasonable. The development of reality is the same as that of reason, unquote. Like Russell, Popper concludes, quote, everything that is real or actual exists by necessity and must be reasonable as well as good, unquote, but adds that Hegel's theory finds actualization in the Prussian state. This reading is also shared by Marx, who charges Hegel's theory with providing a philosophical justification of the Prussian state in his work, Critique of the Philosophy of Right. And these critiques of Hegel by these three figures, Russell, Popper, and Marx, have been quite influential on subsequent readings of Hegel as conservative, totalitarian, and simply concerned with insisting upon the already actualized ideas of the world. Returning to Hegel's image of the philosopher as passive, it does seem as though these critiques are correct. If the real is rational, then why would the philosopher need to do anything? What these criticisms incorrectly take for granted is the self-identity of the concepts of the real and the rational, failing to account for how Hegel develops them as philosophical concepts and not merely as naturalized ideas. What stops Hegel from being the conservative philosopher his critics say he is the fact that his system and development of concepts is driven by contradiction and not synthesis. And this is a central idea developed in the recent work of Todd McGowan, particularly his work Emancipation After Hegel. As McGowan shows, for Hegel, the dialectic is always driven by contradiction, which is not externally sourced, but comes from within the subject or idea itself. To quote the well-known Hegelian line, truth not merely as substance, but also equally as subject, the dialectical movement of truth is the deepening of contradiction, but not its resolution. With this in mind, the idea that the real and the rational simply fuse together harmoniously for Hegel seems contrary to the basis for his system itself. One finds a contradiction between the two as well as immanently within these categories themselves. In light of the previous understandings of passivity, we might say that the passive subject is only a problem if philosophy has no understanding of contradiction, and thus affirms the law of identity. So given the pertinence of contradiction in Hegel's work, a new idea of passivity emerges, one grounded in the recognition that no substance is ever fully realized and complete, but is in fact riven from within. Rather than simply accepting the world as it is, the patient, passive work of contemplation allows the philosopher to apprehend the motive force of contradiction adequately. On top of this, these critiques also miss the fact that Hegel has a critique of quietism, represented by his extension beyond Kantian metaphysics, as well as his critique of the Stoics, which he refers to a few times. So Hegel's critique of Kant is pretty well known at this point, so I won't spend very much time on it. So with Kant, as we know, we have the positing of the thing in itself as an object or zone which is beyond human perception. Kant encounters four antinomies in Critique of Pure Reason, which fall into contradiction with each other, and thus for him cannot be known, marking the limits of reason. Hegel's famous response to this is that the thing in itself is not really beyond. In fact, it forms a correlate of thought itself. If we wanted to be kind of brutal with Kant, we could say that Hegel essentially accuses him of cowardice, of being a coward. We can't look behind the curtain. This is off limits. Hegel comes in a certain courageous manner, claiming we are already engaging with the thing in itself, albeit mediated by the gap in reality. So while on the level of metaphysics, Kant is relegated to inaction, Critique of Practical Reason that follows does save him from a certain validation of this. But a philosophical position that I think Hegel, actually thinks does fall into inaction or quietism is Stoicism, which we might take to be a form of passivity that does not tarry with contradiction. Hegel directly engages with Stoic philosophy in two places: his lectures on the history of philosophy, as well as the section freedom of self-consciousness in the phenomenology of spirit. So in the phenomenology, Stoicism emerges as one of the positions, along with skepticism, that comes out of the master-slave dialectic. Hegel grants Stoicism the novelty of changing the contingency of the external into a malleable objective thought. In other words, the Stoic philosopher's thoughts are no longer bound by the conditions of reality. However, in failing to go further than this stance, the Stoic encourages a withdrawal into individual interiority, leaving the outside world intact and unchanged. As a line from Epictetus's Enchiridion states, quote, "Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well," unquote. So at its worst in Stoicism, there's a kind of detachment from the objective and a turn towards one's internal thoughts. In the History of Philosophy lectures, Hegel has some quite critical remarks about the Stoics. He says that their philosophy is not very original or productive, and it leaves behind the truly speculative moment in the history of philosophy by affirming thought's identity with itself. Basically, Hegel is proposing that Stoicism is limited because it refuses to tarry with contradiction, simply affirming that what is for a reason, a la Popper's reading. On this, he spends a fair bit of time on the idea of necessity in Stoicism, provoking the example that the fact that an eagle flies to the right, the Stoics accept it as a revelation of God. Elsewhere, he will refer to the circularity, the empty formalism of the Stoics, as something treated as moral or just because it is said to be so, rather than coming from an extended contemplation and determination of the object. So through his extended critique of Kant's metaphysics and the Stoics, Hegel offers a critique of quietism, I would argue. As we've seen, both of these positions aren't able to vow contradiction as ontological or retain it as part of their philosophy, which leads to a non-dialectical passivity, we could say, one that doesn't tarry with the negative. So summarizing a little bit here, in Hegel, the two concepts of contradiction and passivity are essential to the task of philosophy, as well as to the disposition of the philosopher. Without contradiction, philosophy turns into quietism. At the same time, without passivity, contradiction can't be properly apprehended, as the philosopher is perhaps too hasty to try and ameliorate it rather than to think through it. So they're both quite important. With this in mind, in this kind of second part, I'd like to move to the resonance of Hegel's reformulation of passivity in some contemporary thinkers. Some of them are avowedly Hegelian and others less so. But I think each of them incorporates something of this reworked understanding of passivity into their own philosophy. So I'll start with Slavoj Žižek, certainly one of the figures most associated with the contemporary return to Hegel. If you are familiar with Žižek's work, you may have heard his reversal of Marx's position in Theses on Feuerbach. So quoting Marx, philosophers have only interpreted the world and have not yet changed it. While for Žižek, in the 20th century, we've tried to change the world too quickly. The time is to interpret again, to start thinking. So as you might imagine, in the popular discussion of philosophy, Žižek's proposals have been met with several criticisms of being counter-revolutionary, anti-political, but when understood through the theorization of passivity just been outlining, I think a much more charitable reading can be forged. So what the critics of Žižek don't apprehend is simply the dialectical movement of interpretation that he proposes in his philosophy. As Žižek shows in the final chapter of Sublime Objective Ideology, interpretation and reflection are part of a broader dialectical movement. So here, Žižek develops the Hegelian triad of reflection, which are positing reflection, external reflection, and then determinate reflection. The context he uses to distinguish each of these is the interpretation of a text. In this case, Sophocles' Antigone. Following Hegel's logic, the initial stage of positing reflection remains in immediacy, whereby the reader claims to grasp the truth of the text directly without recourse to any external judgment. In external reflection, which Zizek flags as a distinctly Kantian modality, what emerges is a type of reflection that more modestly claims an individual reading of the text, retreating from the certainty of the initial reflection that supposed a knowledge of the text. So we can see how in this type of reflection, we move from a oneness of interpretation to a multiplicity of readings, which characterizes the contemporary approach of historicism. Historicism, as its external reflection, is able to move beyond the immediacy of positing reflection, but just as with Kant's approach to antinomies, refuses to make the next step and risks saying something about the text in itself, which is to say it risks a claim to truth. And this risk is precisely what characterizes the final gesture of determinate reflection, which aims to grasp not just the elements of appearance and essence, or likewise subjectivity and objectivity, but both of them in a dialectical unity. For this reason, Zizek characterizes determinate reflection as a redoubling, which coheres a positive form from the negative. From here, Zizek moves from reflection to the concept of the subject, showing again how the triad movement towards the determinate involves a minimal gesture in which, quote, the subject posits the substantial essence presupposed in the external reflection, unquote. So why is Zizek so careful to outline the three modes of reflection that Hegel describes? Well, because he wants to make clear how Hegel's approach isn't a retreat from action, but a refined articulation of how action or praxis can be effective. To make effective action for Hegel, one must first critique the very idea of action itself to arrive at a dialectical form of activity. As Zizek writes, the real act thus precedes the activity. It consists in the previous restructuring of our symbolic universe into which our act will be inscribed, unquote. So Zizek will call this gesture an act before act, whereby the subject, prior to intervening in the world they exist in, accomplishes a, quote, purely formal act of converting reality as something which is objectively given, unquote, into something produced and posited by the subject. And while Zizek doesn't specifically use the term passive, it's clear that the act before the act involves a certain kind of contemplation, which is itself a sort of intervention. Rather than the Stoic, who contemplates in order to retreat from the objective world into their inner citadel, the Hegelian form of passivity is in this sense a kind of crucial clearing or restructuring that allows for the act to gain its proper effectivity. Without this initial act, one can all too easily fall into the immediacy of activity, acting without really grasping the situation. So this idea of acting for the sake of acting is certainly something prevalent today. In our contemporary moment, it seems that we're kind of constantly being impelled to act, to do things, donate money to various humanitarian charities, recycle more, buy biodegradable and organic products. These are kind of forms of action stuck in immediacy, I think. They function for middle-class liberal as band-aids for really thinking through issues like the refugee crisis, environmental destruction of the world. And contemporary capitalism is quite good at seeing, well, everyone is aware of this issue. Here are some things you can do to play your part. Essentially, here are some individual actions for you to perform to prevent you from having to tarry with these structural issues. And while it's easier to dismiss the liberal humanitarian variety of immediate and unthinking action, it's also clear that this is present within revolutionary and emancipatory contexts. And I think this is where the concept of saturation point comes into play, first outlined by Sylvain Lazarus. So Lazarus's idea of saturation, or the saturation point, is a concept that theorizes the end of a political sequence, whereby a particular mode of political engagement, which was previously effective, is no longer adequately responding to the present conditions. Translating into our Hegelian terms, the subject who does not recognize its saturation point continues to perform acts without looking around and seeing what is new in their political and historical situation. We might characterize the rejection or ignorance of the saturation point as a kind of denialism. In Lazarus's book, Anthropology of the Name, he uses the example of revolutionary Leninism in the 1970s. However, I think another clear example is in Stuart Hall's analysis of Thatcherism. Hall essentially sought to reconfigure leftist politics away from a nostalgic mode towards one that actually understood the political novelty of Thatcher, of exactly what the intervention of this conservative politics meant for organizing. And while most leftists dismissed Thatcher as having an incoherent political program, Hall posed questions like, where is the working class today? What kind of subjectivity is Thatcher appealing to, in order to provoke better forms of political organization? So tracing this idea to Hegel, we can say it's that to recognize the saturation point, a minimal level of contemplation is required. Quite simply, one must cease acting to realize that certain actions are ineffective. Acting for acting's sake here functions as a fetish. And denying the saturation point means denying the space for contemplation, and paradoxically, adding something to thought when what is needed is a subtraction. In Lazarus, the point of theorizing the saturation point is to qualify what is new in the situation, which doesn't come from the outside, but comes imminently from the movement of thought itself. Here again, action functions as an obstacle to the imminent movement of thought, which passivity allows one to reconcile with the contradictions of the present. Okay, so the last concept I'd like to talk about is interpassivity, which was first proposed by Robert Fowler. At its simplest, interpassivity is the delegation of an activity by a subject to another. This might take the form of another participating, enjoying, and believing on our behalf. And I think Fowler's theory provides a language for these kind of often forgotten, ignored, or simply under-theorized cultural phenomena. In its original context of media and aesthetic theory, interpassivity was a concept forged against the dominant trends of interactivity and participation in the arts, which sought to find more methods by which to include the audience of an artwork into the piece. By contrast, interpassivity takes up Althusser's critique of ideological subjugation that questioned the assumption that the active subject was always superior to the passive subject. Fowler's intervention not only shows how passivity is not only a crucial aspect of subjectivity, but also one capable of forging collectives. So interpassivity itself involves what's called a double movement, whereby the interpassive subject first transfers their pleasure to a representative agent, and then their belief in the illusion they have staged to an undefined, naive other. This is in Fowler's words. So in the first move, the interpassive subject gives up their activity and imputes it to another, who is invested in their designated activity in their stead. In the second movement, we have the invention of the naive other, an undefined placeholder position who the ritual is staged for. Crucially, this figure or object takes on the belief in the illusion of the interpassive subject. Of course, Zizek's famous example of this is the canned laughter in the television serial. So the interpassive subject delegates their activity to the laugh track, which laughs for them, essentially taking on the burden of their enjoyment. Curiously, the concept seems to provoke a certain ambiguity, specifically the notion that interpassive movement is an escape from subjectivity. As Fowler writes, interpassivity is either an anti-ideological behavior or another type of ideology in which one avoids becoming subject, as in both moments, the interpassive subject appears to relinquish or escape their subjectivity. We can usefully return to Hegel's critique of the Stoics here, as in that example, I think the Stoic really does avoid subjectivization in their turn inward. While most examples of interpassivity do seem to indict the subject for their outsourcing of their enjoyment, or at least that's how we kind of read it, to view interpassivity purely in this mode would be to miss the radical potential of the concept, which is that perhaps all enjoyment and belief is socially mediated. This is captured in the distinctly social nature of the passive subject. By delegating their enjoyment outside themselves, the interpassive subject moves from an internalized belief, which is what Faller calls faith, to a collectively mediated belief where it is not just me that believes, but also the other. Jennifer Friedlander has likewise argued that Faller's concept of the naive observer is crucial to the functioning of collectivity. She writes that, quote, "The naive observer does more than just register our enjoyment through our performed acts. Also acts as an agency which confers a social symbolic reality, binding the community together by providing a necessary fictional guise for us to engage together in shared pleasures, which put communal commitment ahead of individuals' ego fortification," unquote. We also find this sort of idea in Gabriel Tupinamba's work on transference. In an essay, he highlights the ability of the transferential relation to allow for the generation and mediation of objects that otherwise don't exist. Again, the naive observer is imbued with the capacity for tying together the social link. As he puts it, this object or figure, quote, "makes it possible for us to grasp ideas which, participating of the cohesion of whole social groups, cannot be directly assumed by anyone," unquote. In both of these accounts, it is again the subject that undergoes a stage of passivity or inaction, which proves to be the most politically salient. In the case of the naive observer, their role, bearing the subject's enjoyment or belief in the social fiction, is fundamental to the construction of the social bond. By remaining in the passive mode, as Friedlander and Tupinamba point out, novel forms of social and perhaps political collectivities are inaugurated. So I'd just like to draw to a conclusion here. I've been able to sort of demonstrate the central place that passivity plays in Hegel's philosophical project, as well as the several ensuing concepts in critical theory. I think perhaps the most salient aspect of this emphasis on the patient, on contemplation, and letting the movement of thought take place without immediately intervening, is that it forces us to rethink assumptions about what subjectivity, in particular political subjectivity, is. In this sense, this kind of dialectical form of passivity has much in common with the position of the analyst in Lacanian psychoanalysis, as well as the figure of Socrates in the dialogues of Plato. Both of these are sort of taking up an enigmatic position that draws out something from the subject. Putting these threads to the side for another time, I think it's the crucial moment of passivity that allows the subject to escape feudal forms of political engagement, as well as invent new forms of organization. That's me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Laurent. Yeah, we have 15 minutes allocated for questions and answers, and I see Catherine has one. I'll have one after. And thank you so much. Go ahead, Catherine.
Hey, Laurent, good to see you.
How's it going?
Good. This was such a great talk and so wide-ranging, and I appreciate so much all the authors you brought into this discussion. And so, for me, I kind of wanted to ask you. Well, just to start with, the role of immanence in Hegel as being passive, right? I think it's such a great question, right? Is immanence a passive thing, or can we think activity and being active as something that is immanent? Does that make sense? This is the broad. This is the broad question I want to ask, and I'm going to get more specific. But so, can we think about immanence in an active way? And I think this again asks the question of, when we think about an immanent ontology? Are we thinking about a passive subject, an active subject? Are we thinking of no subject, right? So these are some of the questions I want to draw out. Particularly like the debate. I'm sorry to like bring in Badiou. You didn't talk about Badiou, but just like, really briefly, right? Like the debate, or like what Badiou says about Adorno, right? He says, I agree with Adorno, but I don't agree that dialectics is negative, right? Like dialectics is affirmative. And of course, for Badiou, this like very active affirmation is so important in his theory, including like you had spoken about the sleeping giant of the working class, right? Like for Badiou, he says the working class needs to affirm their identity, right? But likewise, I mean, like, what do you think of like Hegel's negation of negation here, right? Like that negation of negation is not an affirmation, but it does produce a new term, right? And so I guess I don't want to conflate like negation and passivity either, right? Like, because that example, like negation of negation does seem like an active construction, but does it rely on the subject then? And so I guess like this question can be either like political or ontological, right? Like in politics, like can we conceive of like negation of negation as like precipitating a revolution, precipitating emancipation, right? But likewise, like ontologically, is like the immanence of existence something that we can conceive of as active, right? I'm thinking of like as well like Zizek's, less than nothing, which I had mentioned before. Like this is like a active passivity, right? That like pure passivity is impossible to think, right? Like there needs to be something active. So sorry, that was a lot of different threads. I mean, pick up whatever you want to pick up, but thank you again. What a great talk.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Yeah, there's definitely a lot there. I think it's a really interesting question. Is immanence passive? I think at least from Zizek's reading of Hegel, is that you sort of have to assume a prior passivity. Like the point isn't to get rid of activity in the end, it's to say, following on to sort of Lazarus's point, like take a step back, sit back for just a moment, like watch the world a little bit, see what's going on, and then you can be active. Like it's almost there's a preference or like a precedence of the passive, of the contemplative. It's almost like a sort of the question of movement to philosophy to politics for Hegel is quite interesting. I'm still sort of thinking through it a lot of the time, but it seems like that movement to the active would maybe be the political, would be that, okay, now here's this intervention that I can perform after I've done this kind of work of thinking. Like you've thought about the situation, you've assembled everything, you've noticed the immanent contradictions. If you've been observant enough, you've seen how it's going to turn out in a certain way, and then you've allowed yourself to have the place to make an act, to act into the world. Yeah, that's what I've got from that so far. Thanks for the question.
Awesome. Catherine, do you have any follow-up to the question / the answer you just got, or should we move on to the next one?
No, I think this is, yeah, I think Laurent, you answered some of these pieces like, in a very interesting way. I get like, I'm still curious about the role of affirmation in the sense, but I think the more like interesting kind of point that you're bringing up, like for me particularly, is just do we think immanence as passive or active, or like, for, even like if we think like I'm a little skeptical, to be honest, of thinking like a pre-passivity, right? Like, why do we necessarily start with passivity? And I think it's the Slavoj's point, right? That like, no, like there is like some sublation of passivity and activity at some sort of like a pre-ontological beginning. But so I don't know, that would just be like my question, right? Is like, why would like a beginning be passive? But yeah, this is a big question, but anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say one kind of point on that. Like, I guess as I was trying to talk about like the active passive sort of dualism, you want at a certain point the two to interlap, like in a certain way, like where passivity seems like the most active thing to do, and activity, the two are going to be interlinked in a certain way. I don't have a great answer for it, but it seems like at least from Hegel, there is some emphasis. If you're going to philosophize, you have to take a step back. Maybe not initially, but at least at some point in the movement.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I think for my question, there's kind of like two parts of it. One is a book recommendation, and the other one is just like kind of more directly to a question. But in case you read French, one text that I find pretty interesting in terms of like this theme of patience is Gerard Lebrun. I don't know if you come across him. Okay, he has this text, and I'll type it in the chat call. La patience du concept, which is about the patience of the concept. And I think it's a text that Todd introduced me to, that I keep coming back to just whenever I'm thinking about this question of like the systematic methodological patience in Hegel's work. Now to the question itself, so pretty much from the get-go, like Hegel establishes a difference between like, dealing with the negative, dealing with the process takes patience. You shouldn't be hasty. It's very easy to be hasty. You're sparing yourself from the labor of the negative. I was wondering, based on kind of the conversations that you had both ontologically and politically, what do you see the consequences of haste being? Because we focus a little bit more on like the significance of patience, I think. Could you speak a little bit more to the element of like haste? What happens if we end up being hasty?
It's a really good question. I think like one point I mentioned about Stuart Hall's kind of analysis of Thatcherism. He doesn't specifically use saturation point, but I've always kind of thought about it through that lens. Or essentially, you're in a conjunction where Thatcher is coming into power, this new sort of conservative force, interpolating, if you use Althusser's term, a large swath of the sort of population. And essentially leftists and a lot of Marxist groups were still relying on this quite classical mode of, what the working class looked like, a white kind of miner, maybe in an English context, like factory worker kind of thing, that sort of prevented them from seeing like, what is Thatcherism organizing? Who are they actually appealing to? Who are they trying to sort of bring into their own project? So in a certain idea of haste, there's the sense that you're sort of missing something crucial. You're overlooking, you're speed reading. You're not really spending time with thinking about things. I really do like Assad Haider's work on saturation point, particularly Lazarus's work, and he'll sort of characterize specifically the saturation point or ignoring it as exhaustion. Like he begins an essay with something like, the militant is exhausted. He's spent days and days performing these actions, intervening in a way that he thought was effective, but is not working anymore. He has to spend time working out that this specific political sequence has ended and a new one ought to begin, which will take new concepts, new forms. So essentially, what's the outcome of haste? Misunderstanding the situation and exhaustion. You're very tired. The things that you're doing are not actually effective anymore, at least according to Lazarus and Haider.
Yeah, like I can almost think of like a mental image of like, imagine if imagine you're in a revolution and you're trying to mobilize on intel that you got very hastily. You're walking yourself into an absolute disaster for sure. Yeah. Okay, I think it was Miles or someone else who had a question. Not Miles. Okay. Yeah, does anyone have any questions left? If not,
I think I sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
No, thank you very much for your presentation as well to Joseph earlier. I disagree with that a little bit more, I think. Also, thanks for the mentioning of Sylvain Lazarus, which is a name I haven't thought of in a while, but yes, good thing to reflect on. No, I was just going to maybe ask you, what do you make of the Hegelian concept of nachdenken or mediative thinking? As I just checked, it's translated in English. Something he uses at the sort of start of the Encyclopedia Logic. I couldn't find any mention of passivity necessarily sort of in a literal sense, but you could make a sort of connection, because I think it's in some sense, it's the typical Hegelian thing of there's, people in this age who aren't properly thinking about thinking yet. But on another hand, I do think it sort of ties into the longer sort of philosophical tradition of meditation, a kind of mulling over. And I think Hegel's point of appraising it and in some sense pointing, but also in some sense pointing towards its limitations, also might get to the sort of limitations of the passivity of thinking more general. I don't know if that makes sense to you. What you make of it.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting question. I hadn't specifically come across that term. My German is quite rusty. But the sort of, the mediative thinking, one thing that comes up with that idea of, the maybe philosophical traditions of meditation, whether that's kind of, long periods of considering and thinking, how Hegel relates to history of philosophy. Like he's going to take concepts and think about them, you know, essentially dramatize them a lot of the time, which is quite useful for us. And think about, like you said, their sort of limitations, but also what can we take from this previous thinker? What is, you know, philosophers have the power of reason. They find limits to it at some points. They don't use it correctly. How can it be used in a philosophical project? How can it be incorporated in an important way? So I can kind of see that sort of link there. I think as well, there's, to go back to this kind of question of haste, like there is a sense of immediacy or trying to avoid mediation when one works in haste, when one just kind of does things. Of course, mediation is always going to exist. We're speaking, we're, you know, communicating in all these different ways, but there's a kind of maybe an avoidance of that mode of, you know, contemplation, mediation, when you do try and act or, you know, work in immediacy itself. Yeah.
All right, COVID, do you have any follow-up to the answer to the question? No. All right. Yeah, unless anyone else has a question, I think that's it for today. Thank you to everyone who just came in and spoke. That was great. I'll be, yeah, I think at the end of all these sessions, I'm going to be working towards posting this on YouTube. So once I have the recordings, I'll make those available for you. And yes, thank you, everyone. This was a great experience. I was like nervous, so I'm happy to be here with you.
Just before we go, just regarding that passivity and activity, I do believe towards the end of the Science of Logic, there is an account of how those two relate to one another with respect to everything that's been happening so far in the text. So that might be a place to look further for. I think it might be connected to the analytic and synthetic method as well. If I remember right, it's been a little bit since I engaged it. But...
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. So thank you again for joining us. This is the second day of the first Hegelian Society of Spirit conference. We're just a small group of people who really like Hegel and like to come together to talk to other people who really like Hegel. And we're happy to find out that there's a lot of people who really like Hegel here. So, or who had their own beefs with Hegel, and we're learning about what those are. Now, thank you to every speaker from yesterday for the fantastic presentations and conversations that we had going on. It was very much an elating delight to have that experience yesterday. So today we have a much shorter session. Just to give an update on our schedule, we had Daniel Pepe step back from his presentation. So today we only have 3 speakers. So it won't be as much of a marathon as we had yesterday. The first speaker, of course, is going to be me. I'm going to be opening us up, and I'm going to give a presentation on a topic. My name is Simone Medina Polo. I'm one of the organizers for this conference, along with Lucas Potts and Julian Radka, who you may see their faces popping in and out from here. Sometimes giving nudges or letting people in. So they're there to support. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to either reach out to me or them. And yeah, to get us started, I am a scholar, particularly doing finishing up my master's program at G.W.F, doing philosophy and psychoanalysis. I've studied under Todd McGowan, for instance, and taught the phenomenology spirit with him, and that's been a great experience. I feel like it's really taken my Hegel to the next level, and I'm in the process of doing some academic work here and there. My particular research focus tends to be love, as it has a fundamental relationship to both philosophy and psychoanalysis, and this is going to play some role into the topic that I'm going to be presenting today. So I'm very interested on the question of the beginning and the end of philosophy, specifically in Hegel, and that, to begin with, is a pretty ambiguous question. And for that matter, I'm very interested in what that means in a pedagogical sense in Hegel's work. So as we know, as soon as we turn to something like the science of logic, very immediately we'll find that the fundamental question is, where does one even begin? One always finds that the beginning is always, again, mediated by something else, mediated by something else, mediated by something else. So it seems that, especially when we consider a concept such as the negation of the negation, that's itself already an ending and a beginning. So beginnings and endings are not as straightforward in Hegel as one might take them to be. And the first figure of thought that I want to share with you, just to give a sense of kind of what I'm trying to get at here, is focusing in a specific textual ambiguity of a piece that is, of course, very well known to anyone who engages with Hegel with, and that's the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit. So as many of us know, the original manuscript of the Phenomenology of Spirit was lost during the Battle of Jena when Napoleon came and wrecked everything. We have that famous image of, for example, of Hegel describing as the world spirit coming to his doorstep, essentially. And that was just at the moment in which Hegel was sending a manuscript, the original manuscript of the Phenomenology of Spirit, to print. He did not have a copy of it saved because he didn't have that function at the time. So he lost it. And so what we have present as the Phenomenology of Spirit these days is the second manuscript, the second development of that text. Now, there is a certain interesting thing to say about the preface in the context of this historical circumstance with respect to Hegel's writing of the Phenomenology of Spirit. There's a certain ambiguity to the preface of the Phenomenology, one, because it was written after Hegel finished the original manuscript of the Phenomenology of Spirit, but it was also written for the beginning of the second manuscript that became the manuscript that we have available, but also it's like the beginning piece of the Phenomenology of Spirit. So the thing that I want to suggest right off the get-go, and this is kind of thematizing the question that I'm interested on, that I find pretty pertinent in Hegel, but also, again, this is a heterodox topic of Hegel, so this is also something that I'm personally invested on, is that the preface acts as a form of short circuit between a pre-philosophical and a post-philosophical moment. So what is implied by the preface of the Phenomenology of Spirit is for one, that Hegel had already undergone the process of the phenomenology. He tarried with the negative. He committed himself to exhausting every possible avenue of wisdom, at least allegedly in that first manuscript of the Phenomenology, and thereby he gained absolute knowing. So he wrote this preface after that. Now, the preface is also given to folks that haven't even arrived to that yet. So the way that one can think of the preface too is that it's explicitly introducing the idea of philosophical thought proper. It's very much explicitly introducing topics of culture, enculturation, education in many respects. Hegel tries to give us a sketch of what learning to think properly is. I think one of the presentations yesterday made a strong point of noting, Hegel is not going to be the thinker that asks you to be hasty about your thoughts and settle for the most immediate thing to you, but he will ask you to be patient and to embrace the mediations along the way. And so the preface is not only a testament to Hegel having already gone through this process, but it's also, a sort of like gesture of a beginning. He's trying to do this sort of pedagogical didactic gesture to open up, the pursuit of the love of wisdom for us in some way. Hegel gives us descriptions of what this process looks like. Again, it's this organic unity of a process. He describes it through the very famous figure of the blossoming of a bud. Each moment is intrinsically related to the next. You have to let it see and appreciate each moment for what it stands for. And Hegel doesn't give too much away. I mean, he does introduce some of the concepts enough that he's trying to get us curious about what's going to be happening down the line, of course. But he's in some way or another, and maybe a lot of people who are not familiar with Hegel will be, but I think this is a piece where Hegel is being very gentle with his readers. He's trying to offer, and this is the metaphor I'll use later, but he's putting down a ladder for us to climb up to the role or the position of absolute knowing. So if I were to give this presentation a thesis, then would be that Hegel's philosophy aims to sow the seeds of a philosophical drive, an impulse. The word he uses in German is a Trieb. People who are familiar with psychoanalysis might find that interesting. I certainly do. And he not only sows the seeds for this philosophical process, but he's looking to see it through its blossoming, which is to say to its end. And in the end, one is led into this position where one is looking on to the future, past the time of our own philosophical time, and as well as looking back to the moments that other lovers of wisdom might be caught up in. Meeting, the way I would say it is meeting others where they're at. And so this presentation is going to be working pretty chronologically throughout Hegel's work to give a sense of how early this preoccupation is in Hegel's work and how it's consistently there up to its end, and just to leave us with some questions about like not only what's the nature of philosophy as such, but also the philosophy of Hegel for that matter, as well as what sort of pedagogy are we left with in philosophy, or that we are able to think philosophically. Now, the first piece that I'm interested on is the Tübingen essay, which is one of the earliest pieces that we have available of Hegel's work. And so the major themes that I'm interested on here is what Hegel would have called at that point in time universal folk religion. He was very invested with culture and education at the time. And so this essay is coming at a time where Hegel is particularly influenced by the later Kant. So I'm thinking particularly here the Kant of religion within the bounds of reason alone. The idea, for those who are not necessarily familiar with Kant, is that what has happened with the Kantian critiques is that we can no longer make assumptions about metaphysics the same way we can. Like, we cannot have concepts without intuitions or intuitions without concepts. They have to always be critically mediated in order for us to say anything meaningfully about them. But Kant for this is not just a suspension of, and this is sometimes a prejudice that I've been guilty of myself, but it's not just a suspension of a metaphysical sort of question. He's trying to clear the groundwork for any sort of metaphysical system proper. And so for him, that metaphysical system proper can only really happen at the point of like practical philosophy. So if you look at the Critique of Practical Reason, for example, or the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, that's pretty apparent. Whereas, for example, at the end of the at the end of the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant would have said, well, you can't meaningfully talk about freedom as a theoretical thing, but you can meaningfully talk about it as a practical thing. You, in fact, have to presuppose it in order to self-legislate duties. And for Kant, this aspect of like your self-legislating duties, the point of reason is ultimately to develop these ends of reason. And for this, it gets extrapolated now for Kant that is aiming for what he calls the kingdom of ends, which is to say that, if you're familiar with Kant's cosmopolitanism or perpetual peace, that's what he's ultimately aiming towards. But part of what that means, and this is the crux of religion within the bounds of reason alone, is that the theological concepts, the cosmological concepts that one cannot speak theoretically are things that one can speak at least practically in some respect. And this is where Kant is not so much interested in religion as a dogmatic, like I'm focusing on a specific doctrine or articles of faith. What Kant is interested on is on the formulation of a pure rational faith, or a pure universal religion. In that sense, a religion that is ultimately established through the basis of reason, and a religion that is ultimately tied up to the ends of practical philosophy in some way. For Kant, the question of like moral development is very much tied up to the sense of a universal religion. Now, if you can spare me the Kant that I just introduced, this is a point where, in the Tübingen essay, this is a point where Hegel is very much invested in this kind of project. He tries to come up with his own formulation of what's called a folk religion, as opposed to a doctrinal religion or a objective religion. He sometimes talks more of a subjective religion, in fact. And so for Hegel at this early point in time, religion has to steer something in us to mobilize us into moral development. Religion is tied up to the animation of life rather than its dead-end objectification. And this is the problem that Hegel has. You can start finding some of his, this is a point where Hegel had then committed to Christianity full on. This comes after a little bit after the positivity of the Christian religion essay. This is a point in which Hegel, for example, you start seeing the critiques of he has for something like Catholicism, something we still find actually in the philosophy of mind, in the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, namely that is a religion that's so caught up in its doctrine that it has lost the life that it's supposed to enliven. And so very much early on in Hegel's work at this point in time, he's interested with clearing this sort of like ground for enculturation, for moral nurturing. The idea for Hegel is at this point that, this is the ground where the possibility of philosophy is even given. If we don't have that ground, there's not going to be any proper universal claiming to philosophy in a sense. You may be only by luck arriving to philosophy, but you don't have a community or a society that is bounded together by this folk religion that gives you the way to arrive through that. For the folks who are invested specifically on the topic of like Hegel and mental health, like as it came up yesterday, this might be a point of interest because he's very interested on how a community allows for this moral development, for this development of a person and nurturing culture. So developmental psychology plays a role in here. Now, the next point that I want to take us in is that, you know, Hegel is invested in this question of religion. There are essays like The Positivity of the Christian Religion that, for example, he's still very critical of Christianity. He tends to treat Christianity in the same terms as his critique of Judaism plays out. It's only a religion of dead loss. It has lost its meaning in some way. And so the point in which Hegel properly comes back to Christianity is only by reasserting the idea of Christian love. Which I think becomes the turning point for Hegel into his more mature philosophy. Not quite it, but it's starting to sketch out what that would become. So at that point, he's trying to formulate a form of Christianity that is able to give room for life. The way that Hegel puts it, for example, already in the Tübingen essay, is that religion has to be friends to all of life's feelings. It should not be something that just shuns you and makes you want to turn away from it. It should be like, I would almost use the language of like Donald Woods Winnicott, this psychoanalyst. It has to have a holding space for you. It has this element of binding or community to it. So by the time that we arrive to something like love and the fragment of a system, which are, again, at the threshold of Hegel arriving to something like the phenomenology spirit, it's at the point where Hegel is pretty closely working with Hölderlin and Schelling. Hegel formulates the speculative proposition or the coincidence of opposites that we come to know very established in the phenomenology spirit. And this is achieved through the figure of love. You know, you have these two different people who are fundamentally separated and by a lot of dead-end things in between them. So let's say like property, objects. Hegel uses a lot of this imagery of like, you have to learn to sacrifice your objects in order to, again, try to gain a sense of yourself. And then you start kind of regarding those properties or objects that you have only to be very well of yourself as that individuated personality. And love comes at a point where that gets even challenged. So love is essentially this instance of a unity of opposites. You're trying to maintain a unity of two things that will always remain separate. For example, either whether it's by like literally physical properties, again, you can start seeing Hegel's like implicit critique of capitalism is starting to come up here as something that would later develop in the philosophy of right, of course. But you can also see, again, the figure of the unity of opposites. Like you have these lovers that are trying to come together. You can think of the Aristophanes like original love myth, where the idea is that the two are becoming one. But this is not possible for Hegel for a number of reasons. Again, they have a physical body. Only one of them can die their own death. So they can die together in a sense, unless they do a murder-suicide type of situation. But for Hegel, even this would be ineffective. And so the idea is that what we're struggling with in love is that we're trying to sense life in the other, not only being aware of our own life, but being aware of the life in the other. And that's very difficult when we're entrenched in our properties, which for Hegel are dead-end objects, and in our bodies, which are essentially a symptom of our own decay and mortality. And so for Hegel, ultimately, the only resolution he finds in this essay is one that, of course, if you're into queer theory or whatnot, you might find problematic. The extent of what I want to suggest is it's not even about the thing itself that he's talking about, but about the form that he's introducing. And that's the figure of the child. That the only unity that the lovers really achieve is through the figure of the child, a life that lives on past them. And even then, they're not together all the same, right? Like, and this is kind of like a negation of the negation. It brings these disparate things together and unites them in a sense, but it is a new beginning that really happens. And so what we find in Hegel at this point is just this sort of introduction of what is the negation of the negation, which the negation of the negation, the speculative proposition, and the coincidence of opposites, which is ultimately a very unsatisfactory like unity that we find. And I think there's evidence for this in the phenomenology spirit and later works in Hegel as well. Again, I do think the Zizek'ian kind of reading of Hegel has something to it. And so Hegel is very interested with detecting life in the others, also becoming aware that, like, just because I am one instance of life, there's a life that stands beyond me, or just like life as such, lives past me. And that's kind of what the child kind of reminds us of. You know, this is a life that proceeds from me and it moves on from me. But also, you know, that life comes into terms with my life through some form of ephemerality. So let's say I have a child, I die, and all they have to detect my life is the little mementos or remnants here. The Derridean way that some might call it is traces. So, of course, in the fragment of a system, we find that he's trying to sketch out the system that would start taking place in Hegel's later philosophy. And so he's trying to articulate, and this is the specific wording that we should keep an eye out for, is he's looking for a law of animation or spirit. I do think his notion of spirit is very concerned with animation, which is itself living. So it's not just a dead law. So there's a couple of things to take on from these pieces on Hegel's work. One, that spirit is structured like love, as we'll come to see. So this is to say, like, the phenomenology of spirit is kind of structured like this early essay on love. And the union still preserves its different elements in some way. Not only that, but in the moment of seeing the passing of life and the intergenerational relationships or detectings of life, this is the way in which Hegel starts seeing this notion of like finite life raising itself to the level of infinite life. So at this point, we turn to the phenomenology of spirit, right? Like we start seeing how some of these early bits of Hegel's work are still pertinent to Hegel. In the phenomenology of spirit, for example, this idea of the animating, the animated law of animation is present when Hegel asks us about something like the true shape of truth, very early on in the preface of the phenomenology. Life remains a pretty systematic issue throughout Hegel's work, so much that at the end of the Science of Logic or the Encyclopedia Logic, you find that the most immediate moment of the absolute idea is life. It's the most immediate moment of its externality, the point in which the idea is starting to burst and outpour itself. It's no longer just a concept just hanging in the abstraction. Nature, of course, has its own form of life, which is an indifferent proliferation of differences and objective externalization. And then spirit is this life that is proliferation of differences that really make a difference for its subjective constitution and contradictions that it's made out of. So unlike, if we weren't to have this, and this is kind of the crux of like the tie-in between the phenomenology and the science of logic, is all we have is this pure dumb being. And I'm here thinking of like Rebecca Comey and Frank Ruda's text, the dash, which is trying to find the connection between the science of logic and the phenomenology of spirit in the dash at the very end of the text. Hegel essentially tells us, without the community, the realm of spirits, all we have is this pure the dead being. We have essentially a being that is nothing. So reeling back to the phenomenology, now having surveyed a little bit of like how we see this throughout Hegel's work, is that again, Hegel's approach to things is again very concerned with this commitment towards truth. If we're fearing error, we're fearing truth. So we have to actively concern ourselves with the negative. We have to commit ourselves to this process, to this medium, this in between. We have these passages through various different deaths in order to enliven life and flesh out the concrete universality of whatever that infinite universal concrete life actually is. What we find in the phenomenology spirit, I would say, is a twofold movement. One is the love of wisdom. We have the preface, which essentially is a way of teasing us into falling in love with wisdom. And then we find the philosophical process, which I would say is the bulk of the phenomenology spirit. It's the systematic exhaustion of all claims of wisdom, always resulting in some form of contradiction that leads you into another form of questioning that again falls into contradictions. The way that one can treat it is almost as a Bildungsroman or a coming-of-age story. And I know that folks like Friedrich Jameson have said, like, this is a mistaken account of Hegel. We can't treat it as a developmental story. He has this very Kantian instance of a Bildungsroman or like proper development. I want to say that it's more of a disastrous development that we find. We find all these different failures and contradictions. And so we don't find this sort of like clean and neat Bildungsroman, if anything. And so we exhausted all these different avenues for wisdom. And what we're left with is actually a form of positive wisdom at the end. And this is what we find in absolute knowing, that there's a fundamental contradiction that acts as a constitutive deadlock that something that moves us into thinking and universality. The way that some other folks noted is just we find this short circuit between thought and being. The exhaustion of all these different avenues of wisdom in thinking are only symptomatic of something that is actually in the structuring of being itself, a fundamental contradiction. So in this sense, we have moved from the love of wisdom to a wisdom of that love, specifically speaking. And once we come to terms with that wisdom of that love, we arrive to what Hegel calls the community spirits, or if you're reading the philosophy of right, towards the very end, he calls it the wisdom of the world. And I would argue that this is a later version of what Hegel started formulating as folk religion in his early work. This is a sort of collective achievement by assuming one's own participation in truth, since our very nature as human or spirit, having our stakes in spirit, exists only as part of that community of spirits. Again, we've gone through every exhaustion of these different movements, and what we're left with is a gallery of all those different moments of thinking we had wisdom and all the failures that came along the way. So there's a couple of things that I would note here. One, that it is through those failures that actually we learn to be connected with each other. And also that we find ourselves in a position where we're looking on to the point in which our time ends. And this is where the owl on Minerva for Hegel becomes pretty pertinent, the point in which philosophy only starts painting gray on gray, rather than before in the Tübingen essay, where the idea was, we want a religion that is able to, a religion and a possibility of philosophy that is able to provide the color or all the movements of life. At this point, we see philosophy starting to come of age to the point where it's just painting gray on gray and preparing to basically see its time come. So it's looking on for that, but it's also looking back at the folks that are still caught up back there, going through the same hoops of thinking they have some form of wisdom, caught up in those different points where what I would argue the proper Hegelian pedagogical step is what Hegel once offered us as the preface of the phenomenology spirit, to turn to those lovers of wisdom and basically tease them out of them the next contradiction, or the thing that moves them in, if they haven't even started thinking philosophically, the thing that gets them to fall in love with wisdom. So at this point, I'm going to turn into a very different text that is not a Hegel text, but something that I think is worth keeping in mind towards this. And this is going to lead me into my conclusion. When we read Plato's The Symposium, I think there's a very interesting didactic aspect of the different speeches being given that tells us something about the nature of philosophy, not so much as like, really asking the question, what is philosophy, but more about how do people find themselves falling in love with wisdom? And also, like, what do we do after that? And unlike Hegel, who I think tries to go to the very end, like see it all the way through to an actual wisdom, I don't think Plato quite gets there, but he does gives us a sketch of something here. So the main figures that I'm invested here is Diotima, the teacher of Socrates himself, and Alcibiades, who is just falling in love, the contemporary way people might call it is simping for Socrates, because he's just seeing something in Socrates he's actively wanting to pursue. Now, Socrates tells us about Diotima, who is the person who allegedly is the person who really taught him how to think, how to philosophize. What we learn here is that Diotima offers her own myth of love. That love itself was born as a means in between poros and penia, that is to say poverty and wealth, or like lack and plentifulness. So philosophy is a means. It's not the beginning or the end necessarily. So philosophy, again, and I think this is the point I want to drive home, philosophy is only a means. Agalma and falling in love with wisdom is a very pertinent thing throughout all of this, of course. It becomes to a pertinent thing where we realize that when we're dealing with Diotima, there's this figure of the ladder of love. Socrates was given this sort of ladder to be able to ascend to the point of like actively being a philosopher, actively start asking himself this question, and of course, actively working towards the point in which he was executed, of course. But the significance of that is that he saw something in Diotima. In psychoanalysis, we may call the subject supposed to know, someone in which we see the little object petia. In the terms of Plato, we would call it the agalma. And this is what gets us falling in love with that. And I think this is what Hegel is trying to get us into with the preface. We're supposed to know that this dude knows something. An absolute knowing is supposed to be what he knows. So now we're trying to find what that absolute knowing is, and we eventually get to it if we really commit ourselves to it. But it's like that T-shirt joke of I went to Disneyland and all I got is this shitty t-shirt. That's what absolute knowing really is at the end of the day. So, what we're left with from Plato's Symposium here is this idea of like this disposition towards philosophy, finding yourselves interested in what is it that makes people fall in love with that. Like at one point, Socrates was falling in love with Diotima in the sense, but now it's Alcibiades falling in love with him. So there's this intergenerational element of like, how do we pass the torch along for the next generation of philosophers coming to be? And this is, I think, crucial for thinking about Hegel's philosophical pedagogy here. The reason why I started with the preface of the phenomenology spirit is because it's this very symptomatic tension between the ending of thought and the beginning of thought. Again, the negation of the negation is always a beginning of a positing. Now, what I find interesting, and I think this is as simple as like telling a story about falling in love with wisdom. You may have a teacher, you may have someone who gets you thinking about things. And again, I'm here wanting to invite you to think about your own personal lifestyle and how you ended up thinking about all this bullshit that a philosophy is. How did you fall in love with it? What did it take for you to think about this stuff? And then just what does it mean to make this a part of your life? Something that is not just like an abstract conceptual thought, but something that transforms you from the very inside. And that's supposed to be, at least in my opinion, what the phenomenology is supposed to do for us. With each failure, we're kind of fleshing out more of what we are. And by the end, we come across this fundamental wisdom of those failures. And we're now looking on to the passing of our times. We accomplish something. It may not be what we expected to accomplish, but we accomplished something. And we're also looking back at folks who are not quite there yet, but we can meet them where they're at. So the conclusion that I want to leave us is not so much an answer, but a question. Is Hegel's preface a form of seduction into the love of wisdom? And I want to break this down into, again, the three different moments that I want to outline here. And again, we can always be called back into wisdom. We may think we may be done with philosophy, and sometimes we have to come back to it. The same way that a psychoanalyst may have gone through the past, having gone through analysis, and now it's passing as an analyst. But then they themselves had to sometimes remind themselves of being analyzed. So just putting that out there. But in pre-philosophy, we find ourselves in this moment of familiarity prior to falling in love with wisdom. The falling in love is really an initiation into a radical estrangement. Philosophy itself is this exhaustion of the estrangement seen to its end. Again, we're trying to see it blossom all the way through. And then post-philosophy is the wisdom of the love of wisdom. It's something that demystifies the very nature of philosophy in realizing its own constitutive contradiction. And this is what I would call the philosophical drive. Almost along the same lines of like the psychoanalytic sense of drive as this ontological torsion that mobilizes us into chasing for things. But yeah, and then what we're left with is, we've come to recognize this. We see the passing of our time, again, the owl of Minerva, but we're also looking back to meet folks where they're at. And this is, I think, the fundamental point that I want to stress in Hegel's work. Not only are we seeing the blossoming of the bud happen, but we're learning to sow seeds for the next generation of philosophers. And that's my presentation. Yeah. If anyone has any questions or wants to engage, I'm here for an open dialogue. We have 15 minutes to do this before Lucas gets started. Yeah. All right. I don't see any questions, so I think it's time to. Now? Oh yes, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead, please. Please set me on fire. Yeah. I'm ready to go.
So I thought the presentation was amazing, and I just really like the enterprise. I mean, thinking about it more, and I've heard you speak about it before, about this interest with love and the overlapping with Hegel philosophy and psychoanalysis. But me, it kind of just like opens up of like, I just think of because I read Hegel because of Adorno, and his Minima Moralia kind of talks about how philosophy can't tell us how to live the good life. But coming at this aspect of love, I feel like that reopens it up. So that thought came to mind. And then also I think it's very interesting in how love doesn't really appear in the phenomenology until like later on. And in some ways it does kind of follow like the trajectory of our own lives. Like I feel like we probably experienced like fear and anxiety first before we're able to kind of like reach these higher ideas of love. And so, you know, the fear and the anxiety would be, you know, of course, in the master-slave dialectic. So yeah, I just feel this point of focusing on this aspect of love of Hegel is just very generative.
Yeah, I you know, it's really interesting because I find that like I'm doing like a very unorthodox reading of the phenomenology spirit, in a sense, by not reading the phenomenology spirit, because I'm looking at that essay on love as the moment where you see where shit really started with Hegel. And so this is why I say the spirit is structured like love in many ways. And so I know that Lembadio has commented on this, like love is very crucial for philosophy. Without love, philosophy has no wager in the impacts or like the things that it sets out for its own questions. It has nothing to lose. And so the same way that Hegel invites us to, you know, commit to risk, to failure in order to arrive from truth. Again, I think Zizek is right about saying, you know, we find truth where things go wrong. Love has that same element. You have to confess your love to someone, not only once, but several times. You have to actively be in a constant risk here. And so, you know, there's always this element of this. And I think one thing that I didn't really talk about, but I think it's very significant of both philosophy and psychoanalysis, is that when you come at the end of philosophy and when you come at the end of psychoanalysis in both instances, I know that Lacan has the notion of subjective destitution, which is the point in which you traverse the fantasy and now you're identifying with the fundamental contradiction, which is the drive. And this becomes the way in which you're learning to like move on with your life. But then in philosophy, you have Hegel's gesture letting go, or this kind of releasement. And I think this is, you find at the very end of the Phenomenology Spirit, but also the preface to the Philosophy of Right really explicitly lays that out. So I think there's a lot of significant things of that. Maybe I just been in love too many times in my life, and that just has given me a certain picture of what philosophy is. And like you can still have all those different aspects of like politics, like science, art, but I think love hints at something very fundamental of philosophy's own nature that sometimes I think we are at risk of forgetting. And I think Hegel, in a sense, very implicitly reminds us of. Do you have anything else to add before I pass along to the next person, Matt?
Yeah, my question would be, what does Hegel say anything about love in the aesthetics? Like thinking about like genres, and you spoke of the Bildungsroman. I read that like Hegel actually didn't care for many Bildungsromans, like he respected it as a genre, but like I guess he apparently found like some of them to be just a story of someone who just ends up being like very bourgeois at the end of their life, which he found to be kind of just boring and dull. So what does Hegel say about like love in relation to art? Are there particular mediums of art and genres where he finds they're like the most powerfully expressive of love?
Right. You know, I'm not sure if I'm the best person to talk to about the aesthetics, because that's a text that I haven't really got in too much into, aside from understanding that, you know, Hegel won't think that nature is beautiful because nature is strictly a category of spirit. But what I can say, and I think this is very apparent in the Phenomenology Spirit itself, is that Hegel is always talking about culture and building. If you notice, I think it's the fifth or sixth paragraph of the Phenomenology Spirit. He's actively talking about culture and coming of age. Spirit coming of age. It is a very systematic theme throughout the beginning of the Phenomenology. And I don't think this is, like the reason why I point out the Bildungsroman is more as a German pun than actually like meaning the actual narrative line. Because I actually think what Hegel is doing is an anti-Bildungsroman by way of a Bildungsroman. And what I mean here is when Hegel talks about education, when Hegel talks about culture, he's always using something rooted in the term Bildung. So again, Hegel is not using the term Kultur when he's talking about culture. He's talking Bildung. So so it may be not so much a question of the literary genre, but about something that Hegel is kind of implicitly trying to do by talking both about the coming of age of spirit and about his concerns with this like nurturing ground that culture is. Yeah. Miles, do you want to jump in?
Sure, yeah. Really nice talk, Simone. I really, really enjoyed that a lot. Thank you so much for just even trying to think about the concept of pedagogy for Hegel, something I've been trying to, think about myself, more and more lately. And I totally find myself compelled by your account. And I feel like, learning philosophy, first encountering philosophy, for instance, and also, falling in love again, upon first reading Hegel. Anyway, so like I find myself pretty compelled by this. I was wondering if you've taken a look at any of Hegel's descriptions of education, because in anthropology, he seems to have some pretty he kind of emphasizes the need for discipline and authority over the child. And he, has my favorite line, I think Hegel ever wrote, the most rational thing that a child can do with their toys is to break them. Anyway, so I guess I was wondering just if you see, a tension between kind of your articulation of Hegel's pedagogy and maybe some of his explicit statements on education.
This is an instance where I feel like it's more about the form of what Hegel's saying than the content of what Hegel's saying. The idea and the way they see it is that, there's a reason why I turn back to the ancient Greek notion of like agapic love in the way that we find it in philosophy. I know this is kind of a controversial topic, but like the whole figure of like ancient Greek pedastry comes to mind, right? Like there's this relation between the eromenos and the erestes about this relation of transmitting some sort of like coming of age passing. So when I think about the figure of an authoritative figure when it comes to the child, I don't think it more differently than that dynamic in a sense. Like, I see it as this, giving a space for a love that helps transmit something. And I think the more contemporary example that I think is eloquent about this is psychoanalysis, right? Like you're turning to someone who is the subject supposed to know. So you assume them to be an authority. And eventually you kind of have to learn how that authority starts breaking down at some point when you have to start. And like, it's kind of like the point in which one has to move on from the family to civil society, right? Like you see these immediate relationships, these immediate bonds breaking down, and you have to learn to estrange yourself from that. So who you used to think was an authority, maybe for all six and purposes, just a fool saying whatever. And I think there's something else that I should point out here from the perspective of the authority. You kind of have, and Lucas taught me this at some point, you have to lend yourself, your body to be a way of, you have to let yourself to be a body conducive to education, to someone else's education. Oh, come on, baby. Like I think this is what psychoanalysis does. Like the analyst has undergone psychoanalysis and now is using their own body to cut through to the body and the psyche of their patients. So I think that's what we're learning to do as educational authorities in some way. And I think this is where like the Hegelian pedagogy kind of matches up with what I think of pedagogical works in psychoanalysis. So yeah, I think the element of estrangement, the breaking toys, I think it's again with this estrangement that is happening. I would say that adulthood it becomes a very uncanny practice. Or even think about it in psychoanalytic terms. It's just this question like, well, I sometimes wonder about what happened to my toys, and this is going to be very personal. But I moved to Canada when I was 14 years old, and I never got to say properly goodbye to like to my house or my toys. At that point in time. So there was an element of like trying to fantasize about coming back to those things and eventually realizing, no, it was necessary for me to let go of those things. And I think that's kind of what I find here Hegel kind of getting at with the figure of breaking toys. Do you have any follow-up on there?
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I think you're right. There's some pretty strong statements that Hegel makes that I'm still just trying to like, okay, I don't know what to do with this. But in general, the point that you're just raising, about psychoanalysis, because I'm just been immersed in the anthropology, I'll mention that when Hegel's talking about, cures, right, for mental derangement, he talks about kind of a therapeutic practice where the most important thing is for the patient to, accept the authority, but really like learn to trust, the person who's engaging in some therapeutic practice with them so that they might be cured. So I think that very much kind of sounds I think pretty close to kind of what you were getting at, if I understood you correctly. Anyway, thank you again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last note I have on that, and it's just me saying something Zizek has said before, but emancipation is experienced as a form of loss, as a form of dispossession. That's why I find like love is very significant, because in a sense, let's say in the instance of like making love, you have to learn to dispossess of your own body and your own restraints into someone else or onto someone else, and they are doing the same to you. So again, I see it as a figure of kenosis, which I know is very significant at the end of the phenomenology spirit. And also other things like Simone, where you're making an empty little space for something to come in and happen. And the other reason why I'm very invested to this is just this question, and we were talking about it before the actual session started, like about the end of capitalism. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. The reason why I'm so invested on this whole question and love specifically is because I'm very invested about what it means to create that empty space for something new to happen, something that would disrupt, like again, theorizing the possibility of something else, rather than this perpetuation of an inferno of the same. So there's that element of emancipatory politics also tied up to it. Julian, what's up?
Howdy, I really enjoyed the presentation. Just a couple remarks here. One, this is actually an aside to Miles, just because it's the anthropology is very, very neglected in scholarship as far as I'm aware. And I just wanted to recommend Nicholas Mawad if you were looking for more resources. He was a scholar who focused on that section, I found quite interesting. Anyways, for Simone, when did you begin to love wisdom?
I really don't know, honestly. And I appreciate that you asked this question, because I feel like there's been many instances where I had to learn to love wisdom. Because, okay, I'm gonna get personal here, but like I started doing philosophy as a sort of self-defense. I come from a family where like my parents are not academics by any means. So there was a lot of forms of like dogmatism or just nonchalantly like anything goes. So in my personal life, like that amounted to some uncomfortable experiences. Like I was like put in like mental institutions for a brief period of time because my parents didn't know how to deal with me. And so I started developing an interest in philosophy and all these kinds of things to kind of like push back and basically say like, you don't make sense. You're as an authority, you're no longer making sense. The way I kind of mentioned, and this is kind of like the way I think about like being a parent and also like, stopping being a parent is you have to embody a God for a child to a point where you have to learn that gods die. And so at that point, that's a dispossession, right? You have to kind of let go of yourself and let yourself die as a God. But for me, it was this perspective, like it started as a form of defense. I was curious. I was, in a sense, like trying to have this intellectual self-defense. I know this is a Noam Chomsky thing. I'm not a Noam Chomsky person at all, but yeah, I think the moment where I started more genuinely getting infatuated with wisdom was one, actually meeting Lucas, but also another one was a professor of mine called Paul Beach, who his approach to philosophy was, he had a very personal space for me specifically, because as much as he was a professor of philosophy, he wouldn't really, and this is probably to the detriment of like he no longer teaching for this reason, but like he would break the rules a lot of taking us out of the classroom to have classes in the springtime just in a field, or going to a bar to have the class. Like it's again things that normally professors don't do, but he took it to a place that was very personal. And one of the stories that he told us was about a friend of his that he took philosophy with. She was just very invested on the question of love, and very invested on like just philosophy, to the point that like she took her own life, to be quite upfront about it. And I want to be careful because this story is more Beach's to tell. And again, it's been years, so I don't know if I'm telling it right, but what I'm mostly wanting to share is the impact that it had to me is that when she took her life, a lot of her family tried to come up with rationalizations of why she did it, that she was depressed or whatnot. And I remember Beach saying essentially something akin to like, no, she did that out of a philosophical commitment. She was seeing this all the way through. And that's what all of these other people are not recognizing. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like, I don't know where I started falling in love with wisdom. I would almost say psychoanalytically that's like mis-seen, like that's just something that I'm just reconstructing in a sense. But a story like that, I think had a major impact on me. And also just thinking about like, you know, the love and the care that it takes to think, and the thinking is not just this like, and I would do a lot of work on this, like I've given chats about this, but philosophy is often thought as this navel gazing, like self-indulgent practice. I think the other end of the navel is that it points us towards others. So the navel, for example, is also a symbol of like what tied us to our mothers, for example. And I think this is what we arrive at the end of the phenomenology spirit, right? Like it's a navel-gazing practice. We exhaust all these possible avenues of wisdom, and at the other end, we end up in the community of spirits. So for me, there's something significant about the openness to being with others and the community that you build in doing philosophy, and really seeing this love all the way through. Yeah, I don't know if that was a proper answer, Julian. If you have anything else to add.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for the honesty and openness, honestly.
Yeah.
Strangers and old friends and stuff.
Yeah, of course, of course. Okay, Lucas, last question, and then we're moving on to you.
Just a note about enculturation, and then an attempt to respond to the question of whether the preface of the phenomenology qualifies as a kind of seduction. Anytime that I've read Hegel on Bildung or enculturation and tried to disambiguate that from culture, I've always thought of it as in these terms, where there's the enculturative developmental process, but then there's also culture as a specific level of the existence of spirit, and that is characterized by like faith and insight, enlightenment, the terror, which were characteristic of Hegel's time. So in the preface, when he's talking about culture, he's referring to that point in time, not only at the level of development of spirit, like kind of like logically speaking in the phenomenology, but also historically speaking, because that's the kind of crowd that he's speaking to. But then there's also the process of enculturation broadly that takes place over the course of the entirety of the phenomenology that, of course, isn't limited to just the culture section. Like enculturation doesn't take place just at the level of culture. We're developing the whole way through, and that's kind of how I see the distinction. And regarding the seduction gesture in the preface, yeah, I think that's a very interesting route to take there, because like we can't really give a justification or a reason for why we ought to be tempted into like philosophizing first and foremost at the level of the phenomenology anyway, because of course that would be the importation of externalities and justifications. And I always figured that the way in which the phenomenology of spirit skirts the importation of presuppositions is by letting the natural consciousness, the interlocutor, make all of the claims, and then we phenomenological scientists are the ones looking on with our supposed absolute knowledge, interpreting the kind of claims that are being made along the way. So the idea that like love is a kind of like way that the preface opens and tempts us into philosophy is actually like, I think, a legitimate option, like a genuinely legitimate option for like how philosophy gets to like off the floor at the level of the phenomenology anyway. I just thought that was an interesting approach.
Yeah, I think the closing remarks I have on this is one that like we need to learn how to seduce in our own time, because Hegel was speaking to people in his own time, right? So I was mentioning earlier, I think there's like a couple of alternatives on how we read Hegel. A very orthodox reading of Hegel, where you think that the immanent process has to always be a repetition of Hegel and just recurring it. And the one that I find is heterodox and dislocative, where you now have to get a sense of your own time. You have to dislocate the dialectic, and now again, in a sense, restage Hegel today. So part of the seduction is, you know, seduction has a whole history to it. The things that people got seduced by once upon a time are not the things that people get seduced by today. So the question is learning how are we seducing people into loving wisdom today? And just like kind of along the lines of what I was mentioning, that Hegel is ultimately interested with an animated law of animation or spirit. This is something already we find in Plato's Phaedrus, actually, where he's interested on the idea of a living and intelligent writing. Now, the reason why this is significant, and it comes back to the question of seduction, is that, you know, logos without eros is powerless, essentially, or without some element of agape. But also eros without logos is unable to declare the truth of itself and be faithful each time that it continues to write, let's suppose, a love letter. And I think that's what philosophy ends up being at some point. You're trying to actively write a love letter. And so this is ad infinitum. You're learning to love again and again and again and again. And it doesn't get easier. And that's the thing about love. Like, love is not an easy answer. Love is complicated. It takes commitment. You know, so philosophy without love, I think it just ends, you end up with this weird pedantics of academic philosophy. And that I find sometimes unbearable to have, you know, like it gets to the point where like sometimes we are not even in touch with even the very things we're talking about. We say all the right words, but we're not thinking. And so, yeah, I think that's it. Anything you have to follow up before we move on to you?
I'm still attempting to formulate my response to you, and I think that I'll just type it down in the chat afterward.
You bet. All right. We can always chat. So
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you to anyone. Okay, Lucas, are you ready to go?
Yeah. Good to go.
Just introduce yourself and get into it.
Of course. So my name's Lucas Potts. A First Nations philosophy student at the University of Alberta. My primary interests in philosophy are existentialism, critical phenomenology, ethics as first philosophy, and pragmatism. And I want to first and foremost give a huge thanks to the Hegelian Society of Spirit, all of its members and participants, everybody who's participated thus far, because I genuinely, like, personally feel like this is a space in which I've been provided to be able to speak from my own voice as a First Nations philosopher, and also participate in terms of my own capacities. So people who know me personally understand that I've been struggling with long COVID for a few months. So the production of this paper has taken place over the course of me generally being sick, and right on time. I've got a really bad canker sore that I'm trying to speak over. So I'm doing my best to just muscle through that. So if I stop to wince or clear my mouth or anything, that's a source of that. So the last caveats before I jump right into reading the paper are I realized after I put this together that it's in kind of like a old man shakes fist at clouds kind of moment, because like it's mostly me complaining, kind of like as an outsider, about the kind of discrepancies that I perceive in discourses surrounding Hegelianism. So as opposed to like really advancing Hegelian theory all that much, or like engaging with the discourse, I'm attempting to stand back and provide a kind of commentary on the discourse, which means that for the most part, I'm going to be generalizing. That has its strengths and its weaknesses, because like on the one hand, it allows me to cast a broad net, but on the other, I might step on some toes along the way. Not many, not here anyway. But this is going to give a charactered account of what I take to be going on, broadly speaking, surrounding Hegelian discourse. And then I'm going to try to like just change gears a little bit into kind of giving some kind of prescriptive generalizations or some recommendations. And this is all a work in progress. This is a kind of compilation of a series of papers that I've been working on in private and squished down. And I realize it functions primarily as an advertisement for the importance of the phenomenology of spirit. So if it sounds like I'm praising that text a little bit extra in the in this reading, that's why. But I'll jump into the paper now. So my paper is Situating Phenomenology, Contemporary Applications of Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. A discursive tension exists among the interpreters of Hegel's philosophy. This tension can be characterized generally as the apodictic, historicized tension. In the following, I'll describe the tension in detail and elaborate on the dangers that it poses to the status of Hegelian philosophy, specifically the dangers of irrelevance and staleness. After explaining the way in which it is that this tension is the cause of these dangers, I will then provide a diagnosis for why the apodictic historicized tension exists, and then close with the prescriptive suggestion that a contemporary application of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit eases the tension avoids the dangers, and provides the capacity to situate these discursive variances in the terms of Hegelian philosophy itself. Pardon me. Discursive tensions within Hegelian philosophy are nothing new. The well-known rift between left and right Hegelians, young and old Hegelians, provide striking examples of what can happen to a philosophy when its thinker passes on. The historicizing apodictic tension is meant to capture aspects of these aforementioned discursive tensions, while also recognizing contemporary approaches to Hegelian philosophy, highlighting the way in which these approaches and tensions exist for us today. The historicizing approach, or the historicizing side of the tension, interprets Hegelian philosophy in terms of historical relativity, which is to say that it would have us stay fast to the contingency and openness of the passage of time, where by and by the gray of the thought that marks our philosophical era will be painted on the gray of each subsequent era, and it is admitted that the capacity to decisively and explicitly formulate a philosophy actually marks that its time has passed. In the historicizing approach, Hegelian philosophy is considered to have been among the first philosophies to recognize and integrate the relevance of historical conditions into the inquiries into philosophical knowledge. The kinds of philosophizing prior to and after Hegel that neglected this historical dimension of thought were relegated to a position of naivete and or brought into Hegel's encyclopedic and historical thinking. Under the horizon of this reading, Hegel's philosophy just happened to be the philosophy that became aware of this historical dimension in which no philosophy truly lasts forever. Each have their day in the sun, take their explanations from under it, and pass as the sun does. This lattermost point is thought to pertain to Hegel's own thinking as well, which arguably sets his system on similar or equal footing alongside the philosophical systems that had their day in the sun. This approach to Hegelian philosophy takes on the historicizing resources of Hegelian philosophy and utilizes them to interpret that the era of Hegelian philosophizing has itself passed. The other side of the tension is the apodictic approach to interpreting Hegelian philosophy. This approach focuses on the certitude, necessity, and absoluteness of Hegel's system as a complete conceptual comprehension of all reality, which is always and everywhere true. For the apodictic interpretation, the totality of the Hegelian system is considered to demonstrate and also accomplish an absolute system of thought, serving as the pinnacle of philosophical history, having summed up and synthesized the philosophical tradition hitherto. From this perspective, it is supposed that Hegel's system is eternally true, not ceasing in its apodictic veracities over the course of history. Rather, Hegelian philosophy is considered to have in some sense accomplished the traditional philosophical task of inquiry into and the achievement of characteristically philosophical or absolute knowing. The kinds of philosophizing prior to Hegel that validated this task and risked speculation came to be situated within the philosophical totality and redeemed of their falsity insofar as they lend themselves essentially to that very project, and how it is that they lend themselves and fit is part of the dialectic characteristic of an encyclopedia of philosophy. In the apodictic approach, each philosophy, at least up until Hegel's time, in a sense, lasts forever, insofar as it is a part and a whole, an essential moment of the absolute as achieved in Hegel's thinking. Aside from the danger of rending asunder what could otherwise be a broadly methodologically unified discourse, as with the initial divisions that opened up in Hegelian philosophy, there are specific dangers that inquiry into the historicizing apodictic tension designates. Specifically, these are the dangers of irrelevance and staleness. The danger of irrelevance pertains to how the discourse is received by others, whereas the danger of staleness pertains to how the discourse is carried out by its practitioners. The historicizing approach risks the Hegelian system to irrelevance by opening up an interpretive horizon in which the absoluteness of the absolute is something that is considered to have had its history already unfold and ultimately culminate in Hegel's philosophy, and we in our time now are on to something else. In other words, by taking on the historicizing resources of Hegelian philosophy, the historicizing approach risks making Hegelian philosophy itself irrelevant because the historical relativity of Hegel's system to his time is considered equivalent with the forfeiture of the epistemological authority that an absolute system of philosophy would be thought to possess. On this approach, such an authority would not necessarily pertain to our time or any time other than that of Hegel's. The historicizing approach to Hegelian discourse endangers to irrelevance the absolute veracity of the system by not engaging in it on its own terms. The apodictic approach, on the other hand, risks irrelevance through an insulated reading of Hegelian texts. While maintaining a commitment to Hegelian discourse, the apodictic approach to Hegelian philosophy can be considered to equally exist in terms of its avoidance of imminent engagement with contemporary discourse in its own terms. This is due to prioritizing the absolute veracity of Hegel's system at the expense of an ongoing demonstration of that veracity, which would make it relevant through ongoing engagement of the absolute with the historical passage of thought. To put it plainly, the risk is that of dogmatism, in which Hegel's thinking is considered to always already be true sans demonstration. And further, this grantedness is utilized as a justification for refusing to encounter contemporary discourse on its own terms. This danger extends to the danger that the apodictic approach occludes the hermeneutic and dialectical concerns that pertain to the extent to which we can even assume the position of Hegel's thinking today, assuming its veracity on their own terms. Summarily on irrelevance, neither the historicizing nor the apodictic approaches to interpreting Hegelian philosophy would appear to engage in the contemporary defense of the totality of Hegelian philosophy. The historicizing approach is content to appropriate Hegelian discourse, regardless of the absolute veracity or totality of the system, and makes engaging with it on its own terms an irrelevant task. Likewise, the apodictic approach is resolute with remaining within the Hegelian circle and does not tie the absolute truth of Hegelian philosophy with the concrete contemporary situation and makes engaging with it on terms other than its own an irrelevant task. For both of these approaches, the engagement with the defense of Hegel's system as a totality on Hegel's terms, and also imminently in the terms of the kinds of philosophy that have taken place since Hegel's time, could serve to maintain the relevance of Hegelian discourse by setting into engagement with contemporary non-Hegelian discourse in a way so as to reveal and situate its possibly Hegelian dimensions. The other danger to designate is the way in which the Hegelian philosopher the other danger to designate is that the way in which the Hegelian philosopher embodies the system can become stale. The danger of the historicized approach in terms of staleness is that Hegel's system and the philosophies that he brought into his system become something of historical artifacts, lost to their time as it passes, and the life of Hegel's thought and the life of Hegel's time in thought, considered in relation to the life of our own time in thought, or to any contemporary situation, becomes one of primarily historical or literary venture. It's not primarily philosophical, one which could be scaled for resources as one would or could with any discourse, insofar as they are considered to exist on equal footing. The danger of an apodictic reading in terms of staleness is that any and all new philosophizing is considered to already be possessed of an Hegelian dimension, to already have its place in the system. Any and all new philosophizing is assumed to always already have been essentially comprehended in the system, offering nothing new to philosophize. Both sides of the tension here are at risk of staleness, insofar as it is not clear how it is that Hegelian texts are supposed to interact with contemporary texts in philosophy. On whose terms? In what ways? The historicized approach to Hegelianism is so open so as to permit partial and aphoristic appropriation and partial engagement with the totality of Hegel's thought as it would bear on our contemporary situation. The apodictic approach to Hegelianism, on the other hand, in order to constitute a methodologically united discourse, pays the cost of insularity for that achievement and for the right to pass judgment. The costs of applying that achievement to contemporary discourse, however, broadly speaking, are yet to be paid. Staleness, hence, signifies that the life of Hegelian philosophy is lost due to the respective failures of the historicizing and apodictic approaches and their abstinence from engagement with the kinds of thinking that have taken place since Hegel's time in the terms of Hegel's system as a totality, in a way that makes explicit on whose terms and in what ways this engagement is to be carried out. For both of these approaches, an engagement with the contemporary situation on Hegelian terms could serve both as a demonstration of the life of Hegelian discourse and also as the ongoing demonstration of the life of the system. Regarding the dangers of the historicizing apodictic tension, what it is that each side risks losing is in fact the very strength of each respective approach. The strength of the historicizing approach is that it continues in philosophizing, but without Hegelianism as the primary interpretive horizon. It can approach Hegelianism so as to historicize it like it can with any philosophy, and it attests to a radical openness to all the claims of knowledge. Hence, it is capable of engaging with the contemporary situation, but not strictly in Hegelian terms, which is half the battle. Inversely, what the strength of the apodictic approach to Hegelian philosophy risks losing is its claim to epistemic authority, its absolute veracity, the claim to complete conceptual comprehension of all reality. Insofar as the apodictic approach is endangered by irrelevance and staleness, what it abides by and maintains instead is the kernel of the absolute, but strictly speaking, perhaps not its ongoing life. What it is that the posit of the historicizing and apodictic tension calls into question is the status of the absoluteness of the absolute. Its meaning is variant between the historicized and apodictic approaches. To posit this issue of the variant status of the absolute rhetorically in the form of a question, if the philosophy is absolute, then why all the variants about the status of the absolute? There are indeed many competing varieties of Hegelianism, and it would seem that in order to at least prepare to face the historicizing apodictic tension, Hegelians are on call to provide an explanation for the very existence of the variety of statuses of the absolute, and in Hegelian terms too. Not only that, but Hegelians are also arguably on call to explain and resolve the aforementioned tensions. The rest is, I'm going to try to do that. Changing gears a little bit now. Having now laid out the tension in detail, I'll elaborate on what I take to be a primary cause of the tension, or to put it differently, I suppose that the historicizing apodictic tension is arguably symptomatic of a malady. I contend that the malady thus far concerns the ambiguous status of the absolute and also concerns what it would mean to engage Hegelian discourse as a totality with contemporary discourse. Together, these maladies signify a lack of reconciliation of an absolute system with the concrete, rational, historical development that not only makes the system possible, but realizes it essentially scientifically. I further contend that the origin of these maladies is a misapplication of Hegelian philosophy that I call methodologization. By describing this phenomenon, the historicized apodictic tension will take on a new form as a problematic called developmental variance. In usual Hegelian fashion, there is no escape from this initial set of tensions without assuming a new set of problems. Methodologization can be performed with any section or any set of sections from Hegelian texts. Just skipping forward a page. From Hegelian texts by either of the aforementioned interpretive approaches. One circumscribes a section and reads out of it, or rather extracts, a method that is then utilized as an interpretive lens. The most glaring examples of this activity can be heard in the philosophical appropriations of Hegel's sections on self-consciousness and the phenomenology of spirit, and on the doctrine of being and the science of logic, where these sections are often applied as methodological exemplars of the whole of Hegel's systems. The intuition given to us by this application is the implication that Hegel's system is composed of a series of complexifications and repetitions of these basic dialectical structures. Not only does this style of application belie Hegel's own suggestions about the insignificance of first principles and formalisms, but it also conveys a lack of reflection about how methodologization truly constitutes method. By this, I mean to say that methodologization's real method is not the resultant application of any specific section of a text as a method. The true method is rather that the very initial activity of circumscribing and appropriating a section of Hegel's texts as a methodological means in the first place is the true method, and this appropriation is an act often lost in the rush of things. In terms of appropriation, in terms of interpretation, there is a disastrous result of methodologization. The more comprehensively developed later sections of Hegel's texts get read through the perspective of a circumscriptive method that is not only not Hegel's method, but also flattens the development required to comprehend the breadth and dialectical complexity of the later sections of his texts to the earlier sections. To put the same concern slightly differently, one could say that the more comprehensively developed later sections of Hegel's texts get read through the perspective of a method that does not necessarily constitute the whole method of the text itself, but also tends to usually only constitute a naive and preliminary conception of the dialectical methodological totality more broadly. I would like now to appropriate the historicized apodictic tension in terms of what I called earlier developmental variance. There are many varieties of Hegelianism. I contest that the varieties of methodologization are the same as the varieties of the status of the absolute. They can be interpreted as symptomatic of having developmentally assumed the perspective of the text that has been methodologized. Or to make the same point differently, the varieties of methodologized Hegelianism are indicative of Hegelians operating from different methodologically circumscribed sections of his texts. Or, again differently, Hegelians are at different levels of development in the comprehension of the fundamental aspects of Hegel's system, and these differences are expressed in the varieties of methodologized accounts of Hegelian philosophy. Or to put it aphoristically, a non-speculative metaphysical circumscription is a developmental symptom. What the foray through these one-sided tensions, their dangers, and their origins has yielded is a focused set of concerns. What it was that the dangers of irrelevance showed was that the historicizing and apodictic approaches weren't capable of engaging in a defense of Hegel's system as a totality. What it was that the dangers of staleness showed was that Hegel's system becomes a disorganized set of relics, or insular to the extent of otherworldliness and lifelessness, insofar as the historicizing and apodictic approaches respectively were not engaging with the shapes of philosophy that have taken place since Hegel's time, and what it was that the origin of the dangers of irrelevance and staleness and methodologization suggested was that the interpretive approaches to Hegelianism are developmentally variegated. How to engage in a defense of Hegel's system as a totality. What is it to engage with philosophizing that does not yet apparently go by the name of Hegelianism? How to situate the variety of Hegelian discourses in and as the Hegelian system. By focusing these concerns and highlighting the importance of an ongoing engagement with the concrete rational historical situation in developmentally variegated terms, the remedy that eases these tensions, avoids the dangers, and situates these discursive varieties is tacitly suggested. For what is required in order to answer these questions and respond to these concerns is the aforementioned strengths of the historicizing and apodictic approaches to Hegelian discourse. The historicizing approach maintains ongoing and importantly imminent engagement with a variety of discourses, but admittedly deprioritizes a primarily Hegelian horizon, attesting to a radical openness to all claims of knowledge. The apodictic approach gives the Hegelian defense of absolute veracity, but likewise faints away from engagement with other discourses imminently on their own terms, attesting to a complete conceptual comprehension of all reality on its own terms. What we see here is the lack of reconciliation of the contemporary historical situation with an absolute philosophical system. In other words, what the focused set of concerns diagnoses is the existence of the lack of reconciliation of the totality of Hegel's system with the contemporary, ongoing, concrete, rational historical development of philosophy that has taken place since his time. And this lack of reconciliation is a problem compounded by the methodologizing, historicizing apodictic tension, compounded, that is, by misapplication of Hegel's philosophy. That the tacitly given remedy of a reconciliation of a historicizing radical openness with an apodictic complete conceptual comprehension of all reality is provided, I allude, by Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. So I'm reaching the closing points here. I realize that I'm perhaps running a little bit long, but I'm about to close out. There is a quick distinction that separates the method deployed by the methodologizing tendency from the methodological application of the phenomenology of spirit to contemporary philosophizing. The distinction is between methodologizing and what I call situating phenomenology. What it is that the latter performs in its application is the situating, embedding, fitting of the developmentally relevant, essentially spiritual aspects of a philosophical claim into the developmental sequence that constitutes philosophical science. In regard to developmental variance, what the methodological application of situating achieves is apportioning each methodologized perspective its essential place in the development of philosophical science by interpreting these methodologized posits as symptomatic of the prioritization of specific sections of developmental texts. The specific reason that the phenomenology of spirit is capable of serving this role is due, I contest, to the continuity of historical experience with the distinction between thinking and being. What it is that marks the end of the phenomenology of spirit is the comprehension and constitution of the history of the development of the perspective of philosophical science. That history is exactly one in which the identity of thought and being is given in terms of discrepancy in knowledge, a lack of correspondence between a subject and object. Insofar as the development of the individual and the development of history are the same and are one with the development of science, it can thus be stated that the phenomenology of spirit provides exactly the means by which to encounter contemporary philosophy on its own terms and incorporate its developmentally relevant features essentially in, as, and on the path to science. What this methodology accomplishes is several-fold. Rather than the arbitrary circumscription performed by the methodologizing approach, a situating method comprehends the steps that have been taken in order to achieve a particular developmental experience. In other words, what the developmental scientist presumes to know and demonstrate is a thorough systematic knowledge of the discrepancies between thought and being as they appear in experience. These discrepancies are conditional, and in knowing the steps taken in the achievement of a specific experience, one equally knows the conditions required in order to induce that experience, by and by, undermine it, and supersede it. This also means that in performing a situation, that the next steps of development are also imminently grasped. Or to put the same point differently, the phenomenological scientist imminently grasps by what grounds, in terms of what entailments, towards which ends an experiential claim that posits a distinction between thought and being exists in a dialectical developmental sequence. The phenomenological scientist provides a developmental therapeutic through diagnosing the breadth and depth of comprehension of a claim as it lay along the path, and the extent to which the natural consciousness at hand comprehends its isolation of subject and object, subject and substance poles of developing experience, its reflection of its capacities for determinate negation, etc. Complete conceptual comprehension of all reality cannot simply be asserted against the ongoing variety of claims to knowledge that constitute contemporary discourse, but must be demonstrated by each subsequent philosophical generation. While gray gets painted on gray, we know that it will be gray. History is open, but will be structured in Hegelian terms. The development is not inevitable, but neither is it contingent. It is oriented toward the more comprehensive ends that the philosopher has discovered in the thought of their own time, which, if the system holds, has been cataloged as a series of first steps in the philosophy, in the being of the phenomenology of spirit. So here's the conclusion. Likewise, the radical openness to all claims of knowledge cannot simply be posited, because we attest in our time to always already take on some specific perspective on approach to other claims of knowledge. It is actually by means of constituting the catalog of the way in which apodictic veracity is shown in its incipient and subsequent developmental shapes that permits the philosopher to a comprehensive knowledge of the conditions that they have met and are called to meet in order to comprehend what it is that they take for granted on approach to other discourses. Paradoxically, it is this conceptually complete comprehension of all reality that permits the philosopher in their imminent engagement with an interlocuting position to take on the claims of that position on its own terms and translate them essentially. The phenomenology of spirit. Oh, sorry, I lost my place. I just tried to scroll. The phenomenology of spirit serves as the pedagogical means towards keeping Hegelianism relevant and enlivened. The shapes that philosophy has taken since Hegel's time can be situated in terms of the phenomenology of spirit, and it is that ongoing participation of the absolute totality of the system in contemporary discourse that constitutes the life of the system. I've got another paragraph, but I've already gone way over. The life of Hegelian philosophy hangs from the thread that connects its apodictic veracities to the development of our histories, is my basically final posit.
I just want to reassure you, you still have 5 minutes.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not even joking.
Okay, no, I feel like I would just drone on forever. In that case, I'll finish the concluding paragraph.
Yeah, just flesh it out.
Yeah. So the phenomenology of spirit serves as the pedagogical means towards keeping Hegelianism relevant and enlivened. The shapes that philosophy has taken since Hegel's time can be situated in terms of the phenomenology of spirit, and it is that ongoing participation of the absolute totality of the system with contemporary discourse that constitutes the life of the system. In closing, I will highlight a risk of the situating phenomenology approach to Hegelian discourse, insofar as the phenomenology of spirit is posited as the means of reconciling the methodological tensions mentioned thus far. The risk of the situating phenomenological approach is that it places Hegel's system into dialogue with kinds of thinking that in many instances do not consider themselves possessed of any Hegelian thinking, or even consider themselves to be in the possession of some kind of post-Hegelian dimension of thought that undermines or eludes the comprehension by Hegel's system. To put the risk in different terms, if it is the case that there is genuinely some kind of post-Hegelian thinking that shatters, undermines, or eludes Hegel's system as a whole, then stepping out of apodictic insularity into dialogue with how the system squares up today risks its very possibility of life in a possible exposure of inadequacy to the task that it presumes complete, the conceptual comprehension of all reality. If a kernel belies comprehension and cannot be situated, then Hegel's system may very well have passed for us, its legitimacy and veracity radically being called into question. The life of Hegelian philosophy hangs from the thread that connects its apodictic veracities to the development of our histories, that is the phenomenology of spirit. End.
All right. It's really interesting knowing kind of what you're up to now, because I see a lot of my project actually coming from like what you're doing in terms of like the situating phenomenology as the sort of like meeting people where they're at, or meeting the time where it's at.
Oh yeah, that's very much what I also had in mind. There were several presentations actually that were already doing the kind of stuff that I was referring to, and I realized that in hindsight after this, this kind of like a this developmental act of situating a claim within Hegel's system, it's not limited to the phenomenology of spirit. There are specific knowledge claims that can be situated there, but of course, like Hegel's phenomenology of spirit isn't going to deal anything with like categories of logic. It's not going to deal with mathematics. If there are knowledge claims made there, then I turn to the science of logic. But there are such thing as phenomenological knowledge claims, and insofar as there are tensions that exist in our contemporary situation that seem or appear to posit a distinction between thinking and being, then I think that the phenomenology is the kind of methodological means to kind of turn to in order to appropriate that kind of distinction as it exists for us and attempt to fit it into a developmental sequence, because as suggested, if the developmental sequence holds and we can actually fit these contemporary situations into it, then we ought to know how to get past them. That's the faith, right? If we know the supposed logic or set of categories that undergirds the moment of historical experience, then we know what leads up to it, we know how to induce it, and we ought to know how to get past it.
All right. I am going to pass this along to Catherine. So time to like put a little bit of fire under your butt. Let's go.
Hi. I thought this was a really interesting talk, and I mean, you've thought so much about this topic, and so I have a few questions though for you, particularly like I'm wondering what authors you're referring to, right? Like what, like, because there's this really grand sweeping kind of discussion of like applications of Hegel, but I'm really struggling to understand like who it is we're talking about. And second, I do want to ask, like, is your conclusion on the application of Hegel, like, you know, like an open absolute, like, is this like the sublation of like the two, as you put it, like a historic and an apodictic, or like a universal and a relative kind of application of Hegel? Like, are you ultimately kind of like falling on the absolute is open, right? Or I'm also kind of like gleaning that maybe what you're concluding is a sort of like partout, like non-all, like Lacanian reading of Hegel, right? That like Hegel's system itself is open, right? Like Hegel doesn't provide us like an absolute like closed system. And, you know, we fail better with Hegel. But that said, I mean, I completely agree with like some of the points you made in terms of authors cherry picking Hegel, right? Like this is, of course, you know, like looks the overemphasis on, you know, so many misreadings of like master slave, right? Or just like the fact that this is still a topic of conversation is funny. But anyway, so I'm really interested in like grounding this a little bit more, like who are the authors that like you're critiquing, right? And like what is the conclusion, right? Like how do we read Hegel, and is it like a partout kind of reading? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was succinct. But admittedly, it puts me on the spot. It's call out time. I have a broad set of philosophers in mind. I don't have anybody specifically in mind, but if I were to call anybody out, it would be the contemporary Hegelians who don't situate their thinking within a developmental sequence, but rather consider themselves to be in a dialogue with that developmental sequence and appropriating it. So in other words, they assume a position other than Hegel's in the appropriation and utilization of Hegel's position, whereas otherwise they would just assume Hegel's phenomenological perspective and then show how it is that the contemporary situation kind of borrows resources or lends resources to that developmental situation. Explicitly, just to put a name to it, Robert Brandom does this. Brandom, in The Spirit of Trust, kind of like, so just to be explicit, my reading of The Spirit of Trust, phenomenologically speaking, situates Brandom's project roughly at the level of observational reason in the phenomenology of spirit. Kind of ironically, Brandom skips that section so in The Spirit of Trust and kind of just like runs like a rough shot over the course of the rest of the text. So he's methodologized, like he's read some specific section, particularly the sections on consciousness, made a method out of it, self-consciousness as well, it's kind of a mess, and then read the rest of this text from this lens that he's put together, without being able to see that this lens, if we were to situate it in Hegelian terms, which already exist, the project is already well situated in terms of its developmental resources at the level of observational reasoning. This kind of situating was also expressed some forms of psychoanalysis, some forms of continental philosophy. I've got mostly the like analytic Hegelians in mind when I'm launching this kind of criticism, though. But that's kind of broadly the behavior that I think could be allotted to any specific philosopher. So like I would leave the names up to everybody else, actually. Go out and read these philosophers and be like, okay, which one is actually doing this methodologization? and to what extent are they not speaking from Hegel's perspective, but assuming their own perspective and then squishing Hegel's into it and then reading Hegel's out the rest of it. I was actually, my initial project for this paper was actually to try to demonstrably situate Richard Rorty's thinking in the phenomenology of spirit, because I think that ties rather closely to like issues in our political situation, and also issues considering like contemporary stuff in like philosophy, pragmatism, meaning, morality, more broadly speaking. And sorry to drone on. The second question was the kind of like finale of all this is supposed to be like, it's supposed to be an endorsement of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit as the means of alluding to the demonstration of both the complete conceptual comprehension of all reality given in Hegel's system as a totality, but also attesting to a radical openness to all of the claims of experience. And I think that the phenomenology of spirit allows us to kind of like skirt that paradox where we're both at once saying, no, it's closed. We know all of it. Everything under the sun has been discovered. But at the same time, we're going to say and approach all new forms of thought as if that might not necessarily be the case. Kind of like an ironist might, something like that. It's kind of the perspective I've got in mind.
Yeah, I just wonder, I want to push back just a little. I mean, thank you for like giving me like the context of, screw the analytic philosophers, right? This is, I appreciate the context there, but I want to just like push back a little bit against like a reading of like Hegel's system like as total, right? And I think you see precisely, right? Like I brought up like Patu non all, right? Like, do we read Hegel's system as like this like closed totality? But is that what you're pushing against as well, right? As saying like, no, like there is an openness to it.
Oh, I should have mentioned this at the outset, to be honest, because like I think the kind of like perhaps post-Hegelian approach to philosophizing that you're referring to, I actually completely missed that. Like that was my own blind spot here, and one of the like exemplars of that kind of post-Hegelian appropriation of Hegelian pedagogy as a kind of pedagogy is exactly what I saw Simone up to in the presentation prior to this. So like I think that like it's not necessarily a closed set of options as far as like what the contemporary applications of Hegelianism are, but I do tend to think that the Hegelian system is closed. That as Hegelians, the task is to demonstrate how there's not any kind of genuinely existent otherness at the level of philosophical knowledge. And I think that that's kind of been categorized and cataloged already as Hegel's system. But at the same time, it just got to skirt the tension that, well, we can't just show that, we can't just take that on dogmatically. We have to demonstrate that with all the claims given to us as time continues to unfold. So the Hegelians are going to have to take on the same task in 100 years with whatever the philosophical scene is going to be at that point as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting reading, right? Because it's like very contrary to like, like Slavoy's reading, for example, that like absolute knowing is knowing that we don't know anything, right? And your reading is that no, actually like absolute knowing is knowing everything, right? Just pointing out like the difference. But thank you for like elucidating on that. I'll pass the mic now.
Just the final point on clarity about that, the absolute knowing in the phenomenology of spirit is the allusion to that totality. The totality is given at the level of the encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you.
I am just running along the same lines of this question, the past two, the like not all, and the totalization. You did mention at rest of your approach to situating phenomenology, and that's that what is something genuinely different that cannot be incorporated into the phenomenological, into Hegel's system really look like. And so I wonder if there's a way of sketching out, if not positive, like making a positive claim of what that may be, because how do you know something that you don't know, really? But what would have to meet the necessary and sufficient conditions for you to come across something that starts kind of having to set the dialectic in motion again to, comprehend reality?
Oh, maybe I can fire that back as a question because I'm not sure I entirely follow. Is the concern like a kind of secondary risk of the situating phenomenology approach as like even if the situating phenomenology approach were capable of encountering a genuinely recalcitrant otherness, it wouldn't be capable of recognizing it, precisely because it's already presumed to be able to take a full stock of any kind of otherness that it could run into. So if there is this kind of like recalcitrant otherness that like, I don't know, Nietzsche, Marx, Schelling, Kierkegaard, Fackenheim, any of these kind of like post-Hegelian philosophers allude to, insofar as one presumes to be a Hegelian philosopher, those forms of otherness just ipso facto don't exist for them. Sorry, for the Hegelian philosopher. Is that the concern? There's a secondary danger of not even being able to see otherness given the commitment.
Yeah, the main thing that I'm trying to hang on to is towards the very end of your chat, you brought in this topic of there's one major risk that could run in the face of what you're doing here, and it would be something along the lines of that there is actually genuinely a recalcitrant otherness that, for example, you may try to interpret by the means of situating phenomenology, but nonetheless, because you're doing that, it's actually in the way I would put it crassly, it's talking out of his ass because it's actually not able to fully appreciate it for what it is. Yeah, so what I'm interested on, and you know that this is a question that I'm always kind of curious about with Hegel, is at what point do we dislocate the dialectic, get it move in motion again? And I don't think that the way I see it is I am both for totality and for non-totality, in the sense that you can grasp different points of totality with the introduction of things that shake things up, but so I'm in agreement that you can comprehend the totality of reality, but there's going to be moments where that totality breaks, so you have to be called on to philosophize again. Yeah. I think I fully agree. Perhaps where there's an ambiguity or a space here would be that insofar as one would be called to philosophize again after that supposed break. In hindsight, it would be that the break was already possessed of some philosophical dimension, and even the call to philosophize again was possessed of some philosophical dimension. Whether it is or isn't, I suppose, is up for debate or up for conversation. And I think it's a worthwhile conversation for that matter. I think that Hegelians genuinely do have to tarry with these claims of kind of recalcitrant otherness, and attempt to situate them for that matter. And then if the cry in response is that it's well, these recalcitrant forms of otherness still belie situation, then I think that just means that the conversation has to continue. I don't think that there's a trump card at the end of the day that the Hegelian just to play to say no, I comprehend your position in total, finally, forever, and the conversation's over. As far as totality goes, as long as the conversation remains open, I think that's what's important, even if there is a theoretical commitment to closure. Right, that's kind of where the ironic kind of approach, the kind of Socratic, okay, you say know something, let's see what you know. I am going to pass this along to Jobe because I saw that he had a question.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much for the presentation. Not very, I suppose it's a question, but again, my previous question is probably closer to sort of teasings and seeing how you want to respond. What do you make then? I mean, I can see ways of either taking it on board or sort of putting it aside. What do you make of the sort of commitment in the logic, both the greater and the encyclopedia logic of philosophy as a methodless sort of system, right? The idea that there's some, I can't literally quote the passages, but to paraphrase them, there's this notion of if in any concern we put any limitations or put forward the methods to philosophy, it's certainly in terms of logic, then we've already done the work of philosophy. There's really no need to go through anything because everything's already been determined in the way that you set up those limitations. So would you see what you've just, would you see your talk as correspondent with that or sort of going against it in the sense that you are, in some sense, I would say, argue for a very open methodology where you maybe wouldn't say that those issues occur, if that makes sense as a question?
Yeah, I think I follow. When it comes to performing, so this is going to allude to the commentary that I attempted to make to the end of Simone's presentation. The kind of there's a tie between the concern of methodlessness and presuppositionlessness. By methodlessness, it's not that one just goes completely unequipped into a kind of interlocutive scenario. I think what's important here is perhaps the status of sublation. I think as far as presuppositions go, it's when one goes into an interlocutive position. Say we are a phenomenological scientist and we're encountering someone at the level of faith and insight. One goes in and is going to encounter them and isn't going to be toting around a whole set of like methodologies and like formal apparatuses in order to be like, well, what levels of development is this person at, and I'm going to judge them and categorize them, and like that kind of heuristic isn't at play. When it comes to the kind of like sociality, when it comes to the subject matter of people in development, and we, the phenomenological scientists, looking on, like literally like looking on, that's how Hegel refers to us. We don't bring things to bear on our subject matter. The subject matter in the case of the phenomenology is broadly speaking sociality. So we're going to let the other approach us, bring their own method for how to approach them and disclose their subject matter essentially to us. I think that situating phenomenology is actually a high kind of exercise in like philosophical empathy. And I think this even touches a little bit on the passivity presentation yesterday, where it's more or less a matter of letting one's interlocutive other provide all of the means and resources that one would need, that one would require in order to undermine them, in order to situate them, developmentally speaking, and undermine them. Robert Berman put it this way: the kind of like naive natural consciousness along the way, it's going to provide all of the rope for us to hang it with on its own terms. So we don't need to bring a method. We don't need to bring our tools or our ropes. It's going to make a mess of things on its own. And it's just for us who have already been through the mess to piece things together in hindsight in the way that we've already presumed to do so. And I think that alludes to kind of Simone's project as well, trying to meet people where they're at. Sorry if that was indirect, or if I missed the crucial parts regarding the logic and methodology, but that's kind of what I see going on there.
Awesome. Well, the last presentation is going to be Jobe. I have to step out because I'm conducting a session of analysis at 1 here in Edmonton, MST, but Julian is going to be taking over the rest of the moderating. Jobe, I'm looking forward to checking out your presentation online when it's up. So yeah, let's stay in contact. Thank you everyone for this. I'll pass it over to Julian. I'm going to be technically here because it's recording, but I'm not here.
Thank you, Simone.
Yeah.
All right.
I can just, or do you want to? Yeah. Okay. I cobbled together a PowerPoint presentation, but it's not entirely, don't expect too much of it, because at Ghent University, we're required to use a certain format, which is absolutely disgusting. But hang on, how do I do this? Sorry. Oh, it's a big share screen, but disable participant screen sharing. I mean, I can do it without. It's not completely necessary. It's just some minor things for you guys to look at. Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
You're ahead of schedule though, so.
Good. I mean, I can do sort of a wind up as we do this, maybe. Julia, otherwise I'll just do like a quick introduction to me and sort of the reason I got to the topic to begin with.
Sure.
That's not really part of. Yeah, just go ahead. But right. So everyone, in the meantime, basically, so my name's Jobe. I'm a PhD student at Ghent University. My research, just to give a sort of sense as to where I'm coming from, so it doesn't sound completely strange, is into the Ljubljana school, transcendental materialism with Adrian Johnston, particularly the question of disciplinarity and historicity, which to some people always sounds like a weird combo, but I think people who are into Hegel will sort of instinctively grab onto that. So basically the sort of question as to what separates philosophy from other practices, which I think is tied into the question of history of philosophy and the history of anything, really. And the sort of allegiance that the Ljubljana school has to sort of Badiouan, il n'a pas d'histoire, sort of commitment to, there's a kind of philosophy which will not allow to historicize itself, a sort of tension there. And because of that, I'm very interested in these sort of dialogues that you have going on, particularly surrounding Zizek and various other authors, because I think you there get a really good sense of what systematizes transcendental materialism or the Ljubljana school as a contemporary system of thought, as well as they're obviously often across sort of disciplinary lines. So they even sort of more highlight what is at stake. And within that field, my presentation today is going to be about the sort of the biggest, most ongoing debate of them all, which is the Zizek / Robert Pippin / Adrian Johnston debate. Once I get the PowerPoint up and running, let me try again. No, still doesn't work.
All right, I'm doing it through a tablet too, so it's
sorry.
The menus are odd. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Yeah, so I'll pause now. I'll get started with the presentation with a sort of overview of the beats of that conversation, maybe.
Are we trying to figure out how to give Kobe screen share?
Yeah, I think so. I hope
Yeah,
so.
that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do it without also inadvertently giving everyone screen share. But
I think it'd be okay to just enable everyone for now.
Yeah,
and have a spirit of trust here carry us through.
That's quite all right. All right, all participants.
Okay. Aha. Good. Yeah, hang on. I'll put this in sort of advanced. Hang on. What's happening here? Let me try again. Hang on. Aha. Share. There you go. Are we? Yes. Are we good? Awesome. All right. Let's get started then. So I did the preamble. I hope everyone's familiar with those three names. So Slavoj Žižek, obviously, Robert Pippin, the great Hegel scholar from Chicago, and then obviously Adrian Johnston, University of New Mexico, did his PhD in Žižek. Basically, I would argue the authority by far on matters Žižek and Ljubljana. So just to give a sense of what I'm talking about in terms of what debate, what continuing conversation, this is going to sound like very boring intellectual history, but there we go. So we start off with Less Than Nothing in 2012, most specifically the chapter, What is it to be a Hegelian today? Where Žižek asks that question and sort of addresses contemporary strains of Hegel scholarship at the time, partly reflecting on a then quite recent work of Robert Pippin's Hegel's Practical Philosophy. I'm just going to give the timeline now and at the end sort of get maybe throughout the various beats of the conversation, but I think this central question, what is it to be Hegelian today, is also the central question of my presentation, obviously, and in a sense, the conference as well. But we wouldn't have a conversation, and I don't think we would actually have much of, in terms of Zizek Hegel scholarship, if it weren't for the fact that Pippin wrote a review of the book, and then specifically that chapter, which was then later picked up in his own book, Intra-Animations, in 2015, where he goes over these criticisms, responds to them, but also, I think very vitally, just as a side note, genuinely seems to appreciate and give thumbs up to a lot of other different Zizek points in that book, which, I mean, if you are, again, anyway, familiar with the way that Zizek deals with criticisms, either by friends or allies, it can be very much a bit of a coin flip. You can be very close to him and still get sort of a rain of fire, a rain of hellfire to put down on you. But I think because of that sort of mix, we get a continuous conversation and we get a response in absolute recoil, sort of lesser logic to the greater logic, to Less Than Nothing, which please do correct me, but as far as I'm aware, Robert Pippin never quite really responds to that response. So there's a little bit of a delay there. But who picks it up? Adrian Johnston, and writes an article for Crisis and Critique, which later picks up in his New German Idealism, where he responds to the Pippin review, but also Other earlier Pippin works, including most significantly a 2000 paper on Fichte, which we'll see how that plays into everything. Obviously here the question, what is it to be a Hegelian today, gets tied into the question where to start. The central question of Hegel, which we've mulled over many times throughout this conference, the question of Anfang, where must the system of German idealism begin? And these two get tied together here. To be a Hegelian is not is to have certain characteristics, but also to start in the right place. Pippin then very sort of Twitter famously writes a review of this book in turn, which is not as nice as the first one. It's very much more putting his well, a little bit more aggressive. Also, we get the publication of Realm of Shadows, which is another sort of continuation of his thoughts, this time on the logic. And there's certain similarities between the review and Realm of Shadows, which Johnson and in turn again picks up in about a 70-page response review in the journal Ply. And Pippin gives a brief response to that, brief in the sense it's 5 pages and there's a couple of spelling errors, so it's very brief and very quickly sort of put out. And then the last source I'm going to be referring to, except for the original sources, of course, is a year later, there's an interview with Robert Pippin by Frank Ruda and Agon Hamza, where they sort of ask him a few of the themes, including the very central question, what is it to be Hegelian today? And I think Pippin sort of picks up on what is being said and responds to them, knowing these associations, but neither Johnson nor Zizek get actually named by name. Maybe just to give a basic structure, what we'll see here is this question of what is it to be Hegelian today, where obviously Robert Pippin will be put forth as someone who's not being a true Hegelian, so that's around the 2012 area, with the response then being that actually, no, I'm being the right kind of Hegelian, and you, Slavoj Žižek, are doing all sorts of things which are very interesting maybe, but not Hegelian. And then Johnson tacking it back on and sort of reformulating the question and saying very much more explicitly, the reason you're not a proper Hegelian is because you are influenced much more by Fichte than you actually need to be. So you're not a true Hegelian, you're more of a Fichtean. And sort of the back and forth sort of stays in that realm a little bit, but we get also the introduction of fascinating questions. So let's start with just this question of being a Hegelian, a true Hegelian. I'm going to be bracketing a lot of questions, I think, in this presentation, which if you want to engage me on it afterwards, that's certainly look forward to that. But in terms of, I want to isolate some of the sort of structural aspects of this conversation in the sense of, I'm going to find out, or I'm interested in finding out, what are the things that these writers care about, much more than actually settling a main dispute. Which might seem like that's the same thing, but it's really not to me. And one of the sort of central assertions I'm going to let go is this idea of the true Hegelian reading, which you might say is already, moving way past the conversation or the point of the conversation. But I'll just put my cards on the table. That's what I'm doing. I'm not going to assert that there is this true Hegelian reading, which either Johnston or Žižek or Pippin sticks the landing on. So that just up front. Now, let's focus on the main words, or the first words is the D words. It's deflationary, this idea that Pippin is not a proper Hegelian today. We read in Less Than Nothing because he avoids a full ontological commitment. And this gives us the very famous phrase of the deflationary Hegel. This somewhat, I would say, polite formulation then gets picked up by Johnson later and becomes this a surreptitious replacement of Hegel with a dummy made for exploitation by both Hegelian ventriloquists. So it gets a little bit heavier as the conversation goes on. Pippin challenges this very notion in itself, I want to immediately point out. He challenges the notion in itself that it's fruitful to talk about who is a true Hegelian or not. I mean, I mentioned earlier that he could be said to say that of Slavoj Žižek, but I think it certainly, as a conversation, Manon gets quite bored of that question in itself. So it's not a question of being Hegelian enough to be Hegelian. But I think it's fair to say that this kind of talking about Hegel has stuck with people who deal with Slavoj Žižek and who deal with Ljubljana school. I think you find that very same distinction in Emancipation After Hegel, in the Hegel variations by Jameson. I mean, all these people pick up on that sort of distinction, where the deflationary Hegel is usually, I'm saying usually, it's always the analytic Brandon, McDowell, Pippin, Pittsburgh variation. That's always the deflationist side. So whether or not it's a right term to use, it's a term that's here and that's in the discourse, and we in some way have to deal with. I'm usually going to throw out that the very sort of first introduction that Žižek uses might, to me, still be the most fruitful, this notion of a metaphysical versus a non-metaphysical Hegel, because that's a distinction that I think is made in plenty of Hegel scholarship outside of this discussion. It can be used to put all sorts of Hegel scholars, Pinkert, Holgate, Redding, you can put them in a metaphysical versus non. It's going to be crude, and there's going to be discussion there, but I think it, at least in that sense, is useful. So I don't necessarily disagree with, both sides, I suppose, but I think there's a space for deflationary Hegel, but it's not as a simple direct attack of, not being the true Hegelian. But deflationary, I think, is a nice sort of phrase to make this distinguishing. One of the fascinating things, or maybe very obvious things, is that throughout the conversation, as we shift from Žižek to Johnston, we get a shift from what it means to be a deflationary Hegelian, in the sense of, at first, it's very much a Kantian Hegel reading, and that slowly gets shifted with Johnston to a Fichtean Hegel reading, which, if you're on the side for Johnston, you will say that's the same thing, effectively. But it's a change that happens. It's a sort of very subtle change that, if you were an alien looking at the conversation, you'd sort of throw your eyebrows up at. Now, both fall under the category of subjective idealism. They're both sort of the same claim, right? Oh, hang on, that's a wrong. Well, I'll use the correct. So the question is, quickly becomes, how Fichtean is Hegel? Because if he's Fichtean, and in some sense, as well, I'll ruminate on a couple of times, he associates himself with the unity of apperception. There's some possible transcendental motifs going on there. So as such, if he's Fichtean, he's Kantian, he's deflationary. So there's a bit of a discussion there immediately also as to what it actually means to put forward a Fichtean Hegel. Pippin, in the 2000 paper that I quoted or raised earlier, sort of wants to stress the Fichtean influence on Hegel, which is a kind of scholarly article I think you can find thousands of variations of, the influence of X on Hegel. But Johnson, reading it together with Realm and Shadows, quickly is going to put this as is very much a Fichtean idealism. So focus on pure thinking, focus on transcendental unity of apperception. A fun caveat is that you can really sort of cut down on your, if you ever want to track this debate and you want to cut down on some reading material that's maybe not as helpful. Johnson spends a lot of time arguing why Hegel is not a strict Fichtean, based on all the sort of critiques of Fichte that you can find throughout Hegel. And Pippin at the end sort of undercuts it in one fell swoop and says, no, my whole point this whole time has been that Hegel didn't properly recognize how Fichtean he was. So he's wrong in his reading of Fichte. It's not that his critiques are actually not something that can be used in an argument, because it's his reading of Fichte that's actually sort of distorted. So that's something that sort of twists it. I'm actually effectively going over a few things that throughout this conversation have sort of been straightened out and have been cleared up. So that's one. I think the other would be the point of the purity of the drive. I'm cutting ahead a little bit here, but basically at some point very early on, Pippin is talking about the pure drive, the Lacanian drive, and Žižek's use of the concept. And he says, well, this pure drive, literal quote is, he says, a pure anything is not a Hegelian concept at all. And it belongs in the Hegelian zoo. At which point, obviously, we get the response from Johnson in 2016, where he says, well, you're using sort of pure thinking all the time. I mean, clear purity somewhere. And we get a sort of, okay, mea culpa, and the conversations get dropped. So that's sort of second point. And then after a while, we really, I mean, after some resistance by all parties, we really get a sort of a real dualism in terms of possible interpretations, right? On the one hand, we have a Kant/Fichtean Hegel, and on the other side, basically a whole variety of Spinoza, Schelling, Hölderlin. Basically, at some point, if you're going to argue that any of these is more central to Hegel than Fichte, we're going to have a conversation along the lines of Pippin Johnson. Or in Hölderlin's case, particularly Judgment and Being as a central text. The Schellingian bog is as Pippin refers to it in his 2000 paper. Now, getting to the main sort of theoretical interesting stuff, might seem that I'm jumping from one topic of the other, but it will connect in some way. The central question of Zizek's Gappy ontology. I'm going to, and the need for it. I'm going to cut ahead and sort of very quickly, and you can call me on it immediately after the presentation, but I'm going to very quickly assume that people in the audience sort of know what I'm talking about when I say Zizek's Gappy ontology, the sort of typical Zizekian move where we're not, to put it very quickly and broadly, we're not going to assume that the division of the subject is something of the subject itself. It's something that is also found in nature. It's something that is found in the real, and therefore we have to conceive of the real as, well, the titular less than nothing. There's some the sort of emergence point, which is a void, and it's from that void that the divided subject, divided nature expounds. Now, the main challenge by Pippin in that entire review and in the entire conversation is the question of needs. Do we need this Gappy ontology? Which isn't the same thing as saying, does it apply to Hegel? Is it compatible with Hegel? But do we need it? And it's the status of that need that I want to sort of explore in this presentation, in this paper. Johnson calls this a mystified perplexity. So that is sort of, it's a concealed argument, according to Johnson. And Pippin does it quite a few times in that early review. I think 5 times along the paper, he sort of brings up this question, do we need it? I don't think we need it here. I don't think we need it elsewhere. And that in itself, the fact that he cannot conceive of a need for it is sort of the argument. And that Gappy, sorry, it's a bit schizophrenic here, but so Johnson, Pippin then basically responds that there's nothing he can do because how many ways I've tried to demonstrate, I always get to sort of 2 charges put against me. And I'm going to talk about these 2 charges. I'm going to show how they sort of relate to this need for a Gappy ontology, or to put it even more in Pippin's words, that we simply don't need a Gappy ontology. So the reason one is, I call this sort of Sellers Habermas. It's this, if you've ever read anything on this, you will be familiar with this phrase, which is the space of reasons and space of causes, which he gets from Sellers. Yes, so Pippin's whole argument basically revolves around actually all these cases where Zizek is giving examples of where a Gappy ontology might help us in either understanding Hegel or understanding contemporary moments. I can explain all of these with a Sellersian distinction between the space of reason and the space of causes, right? Where philosophy operates within the space of reasons. Sometimes he'll say, well, look, and basically many a times, there's certain questions that Zizek says that a Hegelian of Pippin's kind wouldn't be able to answer, and Pippin's response is, well, that's it. You're making a categorical error here. This is actually not, as I'll point to later, a philosophical question. He doesn't really say it in those terms early on, but I think that's the argument. He's saying these kind of questions that Zizek wants to answer with his gap ontology actually are not of concern to philosophy at all. Now, the response to that is that both Pippin and Johnson immediately pick up on this and say, well, that's a dualism. You're separating the whole sphere, which we've conceived of, into two things: space of reasons, which is something related to the logic, and then space of causes, which is something to do with not philosophy, something for the empirical sciences, as we'll show later. Right, and Johnson, I quite like the line, this gap of gaps is puzzlement incarnate, right? So they're saying you have a gap, and it's the gap between the space of cause and the space of reason. I like Zizek's formulation of it being a transcendental dualism slightly more, because at least, as we'll show later, a dualism simply strictly, I mean, doesn't tell us anything. Could be it's not that sort of separation is certainly not a substantive dualism in like Descartes or something. This is, if it's any kind of dualism, I would argue it's a transcendental dualism. We're dealing with the space of reasons, and for that we're going to assume the necessity that there is also a space of causes, but it's not a space of causes that we, from our position within the space of reasons, can know anything about, question, conceive of, etc. But because Zizek brings in transcendentalism, we can see how that sort of ties into furthering the argument that Robert Pippin is a secret Kantian. Also, Zizek immediately traces this to, as we'll see, the political consequences of the sort of reason-cause dualism, like with Habermas. He sort of connects, sort of draws a line from Summers to Habermas. I'm going very quickly here. I hope I don't. I can't actually see my time, but I hope I'm on time here. So that's reason sort of fault number one of Pippin, according to Johnson. Fault number two is emergentism. The two tie into the same topic and tie into the gap ontology question, right? It's not only that we have a space of reasons, it's, as mentioned earlier, that it's sort of, that space of reasons is in some sense autonomous. It's something that we can look at in Pippin's reason with Hegel's logic, and not need to bother about this other space. There's some autonomy to that space. But hang on, I'll just cut to the Zizek Johnson and I'll jump back to the other quotes. The question of how that space, how that reason became to be autonomous, according to Zizek and Johnson, gets ignored, and Johnson calls it Mysterianism, right? But to Zizek and Johnson, that is one of the most fundamental philosophical questions, and certainly for a Hegelian, is to wonder how nature develops into spirits. And they project that onto this normative space and wondering how did it come to be autonomous? They're willing to accept it to some level that that might be autonomous, but how did that come to be? That also needs to be taken part of as philosophy. Because I'm thinking I misplaced this quote here just to use, I think the second Pippin quote here is quite important. I mentioned earlier this sort of question of Johnson's, why do we need this gappy ontology? So this perplexity there. The reason he's so perplexed in a sense is because because he says there's loads of these other philosophical traditions, Frege, Husserl, who are also able to eliminate all of these grievances that Zizek has in his view. So mainly in terms of psychological and naturalist accounts, right? So we don't need to ontologize everything in order to answer these questions. I mean, I think I made that point earlier, but of course, as we're talking about how the logic relates to nature, relates to Geist or real philosophy, we get back as to situate it within the series of papers. We of course get to the question of Anfang again and the structure there, where we get Johnston on the one hand saying that Pippin is ignoring Naturphilosophie, is ignoring Realphilosophy and is just focusing on the logic, and Pippin responding in turn that, well, if my latest book and my reviews and my focus lately has been on the logic, and if you're probably going to assess the logic, you need to actually do that. Just like Hegel, you can't jump into the logic already pulling in sources from Natur and Realphilosophie. That's not doing the logic properly. We need to be able to understand the logic as the logic. Obviously, there's discussions back and forth. it's a typical case, in my view, just putting a little bit, opining a little bit here, is a typical case of both sort of over-exaggerating the other position. I mean, it's not that Pippin is not aware, as sometimes Johnson makes it appear, of the sort of circular nature of the logic, the fact that, or not even the circular nature of the logic, but the circular nature of the encyclopedia and the system as a whole. I mean, I think that's a little bit far-fetched. Well, I'm just going to quickly, is there any way for me to see the time? Sorry.
1:12, but
okay.
You can continue. So that would be 15 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the sort of stuff that I want to focus on. So so what is at stake here to me? What is at stake is philosophy. And it's particularly our conception of what philosophy is, right? Pippin disagrees with me on that, I suppose, but Johnson does. So again, I suppose I'm taking sides here. But to me, what we see here, the fact that Pippin thinks that the space of reasons versus space of causes explanation is, in some sense, as he repeats again, simpler, is much more in line with the rest of the history of philosophy, Frege, Husserl, etc. This to me signals not a disagreement on Hegel, but a disagreement on Hegel's relation to philosophy and Hegel's relation to the history of philosophy, and how we use Hegel in what we perceive philosophy needs to do. So I would argue that the transcendentalism that is being employed by the quote-unquote transcendental dualism of Pippin I disagree in a certain extent with Zizek and Pippin, putting that on the same level as a sort of Kantian-inspired transcendentalism, because it's the kind of transcendentalism that you get into the very moment you, in my view, start thinking about disciplinary boundaries and disciplinary practices. Right? The moment we are going to say that philosophy does X and not Y, we can have someone pull in and say, oh, well, aren't you imposing some kind of transcendental dualism? When I say that philosophy works within this field, but not in this field, am I imposing some kind of dualism? And I think you're always doing that if you put in a disciplinary boundary personally. And I think if we're going to put in that boundary, perhaps the best way to do it is with a sort of transcendental motif. That would be a first suggestion. Obviously, through that, we get the question of the sciences, which going through it, this is close to my PhD research, I suppose, but I was really surprised in rereading that conversation, how central the question of science actually is. So Pippin has this sort of very weird quote there with a very even note that makes it even weirder in mind. So he says, of course, it's possible and important that someday researchers will discover why animals with human brains can do these things, and can't read it. Animals without human brains cannot. And some combination of astrophysics and the evolutionary theory will be able to explain why humans have ended up with the brains they have. So this is that question of emergentism. But these are not philosophical problems, and they do not generate any philosophical problem. But then he puts a note there. He says, well, not that such discovery could not be relevant to philosophy. They certainly are for Hegel. So I myself, maybe someone with very fresh eyes on this paragraph can help me here, but I find this very telling and very difficult to deal with. So these questions could be relevant to philosophy, certainly to Hegel. So following that aspect, we should in some way take them on board. What does this relevant to philosophy mean? And I'm putting this under the caveat of science, obviously, because we're talking about astrophysics and evolutionary theory. So with that, if you delve down more on the science aspect, there's a sort of discussion, because it's a central discussion in the Johnston-Zizek distinction as well, of course, which is the specific role of science and what science actually is. Pippin calls Johnson's use of the natural sciences Sunday magazine summaries. And he sort of partners that with, whenever he's talking about this emergentism, he's saying this is a genetic question or a vitalist concern, sort of all these sort of terms that I would associate with, again, sort of natural sciences, the life sciences, certainly. And we get a sort of distinction here where Johnson wants to take these sciences on board, which is his sort of mainstay motif these days. And Pippin is in the sense saying that they have they are not of concern to philosophy, but in a way they might be relevant for it. We get a, to me, confusing structure there. What is the third unnamed term here to me, even in Johnston? I mean, not in, obviously Johnston uses this term and reflects on it, but not in this context. It's psychoanalysis to me, right? So these all are the same questions as to the scientificity of psychoanalysis. It's the same question, and Johnston does get to that in a later section of New German Idealism, right? This sort of the status of psychoanalysis as a science tied in with the status of philosophy as a science. So just tying it back to the question again of spaces of cause and spaces of reason, that distinction might sound very simple and much more simple than the sort of gappy ontology of Zizek. To me, if, as you are doing in the case of Pippin, in my view, you also have an association with the life sciences as being this sort of genetic, evolutionary sort of thing, and not the notion of that there might be a psychoanalytic alternative there. A sort of psychoanalytic science, referring here to Jacques Lacan's Science and Truth, Miller's Doctrine of Science, etc. Because I think if you do take that on board and you do see psychoanalysis as a sort of central modus operandi for a life science, or sort of the exemplar for the life science, then I think that simply becomes a lot less simple. I think to speak in psychoanalysis of a strictly divided space of reason and space of causes is, I think, very, very anything but simple. That would make it very difficult to me. Right. So moving on to the last topic there, which is the easiest topic to talk about in a sense, because it's one of those things where I think things could have gone a lot different if someone had said something very different at some point. But there's a political aspect to all of this, of course. There's a challenging, I mean, the big confrontation is right here. I think the Abyssal Act by Zizek and Denmark in the 60s by Pippin. So in a sense, in the 2014-2015 review of Pippin, we get a direct challenge of Zizek's politics, right? A direct challenge of, well, hang on, I'll get to this. A direct challenge of this idea that politics goes through these sort of acts out of nowhere, tying it to, obviously, all sorts of atrocities. I say obviously because I'll get to it later, but there's other people who've done that in the past as well, of course. Bit of a poor quote here, but and contrasting that, he puts forth the great dream of social democracy. And so that great dream of social democracy everywhere does not seem to me something that inevitably produces its own irrational and irreconcilable unreason or other. This sort of ties into Joseph's presentation of yesterday, I think, in terms of the historicity in Zizek versus a potential other historicity you might find in another reading of Hegel. The second line about the free of corruption thing, I think I should stress something else. So Zizek obviously picks up on that immediately, and in absolute recoil, immediately responds, calling him a Habermasian, basically saying, well, your obsession again with this space of reason, which is autonomous from this, other field which philosophy doesn't concern itself with, obviously gets you into sort of a Habermasian social democracy where we are always looking for sort of individual actors who are disrupting our beautiful sort of reasonable conversations. The odd thing is he does have a point of it simply because of the odd way that Pippin chooses to defend himself, right? In the quote here, but also quotes later, he's sort of saying that actually, there are these things in modern capitalist society which aren't going to be solved through great acts of change. There's some things that we just need to change, right? More lawyers of the poor in Texas, affordable daycare. And these things are actually sort of held back by what he calls rogue judges, right? Citizens United. You can imagine that when Johnston writes later reply in 2019 after sort of overturning the Supreme Court, that notion of a few rogue judges get challenged quite a bit. But Pippin, oddly enough, sticks on this point even in the face of critique, and he says, eventually says, and I love the phrase there, "Are socialist, authoritarian, totalitarian systems free of corruption?" He says, so basically saying that, you know, you can do all your abyssal acts, at the end, you'll still need to come to my end and figure out who is, you know, sort of being an unreasonable actor. But I also love this sort of connection there of socialist, authoritarian, totalitarian. Some noteworthy points here. Obviously, Pippin doesn't only critique Zizek with this. He doesn't mention him by name, but there's a reference to it as well in Realm of Shadows, where he basically puts forward the same critique to Alain Badiou and Carl Schmitt. And Carl Schmitt really is the heavy burden name there. I mean, we heard it with Todd yesterday, sort of a connection to Schmitt is always a very difficult waters to tread. But in some sense, I think politically as a political thinker, I would actually be more interested in what Schmitt has to say than Habermas, but that's, again, opining, wouldn't be in the paper, won't be in this presentation. But also what he obviously reminded me of is another famous interlocutor of Zizek's, which was the film theorist David Bordwell, sort of the very first sort of openly anti-Zizek film theory paper, where also, besides some theoretical distinction, throughout the paper, it became clear that what was really at stake here was a political difference, which is, again, sort of Zizek's references to Mao here and the results of that. So I think in some sense, the Pippin sort of dismissal of the Abyssal Act also, to me, falls within that same category of, you know, it sounds, you know, I might agree with it, maybe not, but then you go on to and you sort of open the door to all this sort of authoritarian, dreadful events that might take place if you go down that path. So let's stick with the sort of nice Sweden in the 60s vision. Also, by the way, Sweden in the 60s is a lovely sort of incidental connection, because one of sort of Zizek's great political, cultural analyses to me has always been of the Swedish or sort of Scandinavian detective thrillers, right? Which to Zizek reveals some kind of, you know, that everything is not all right in the state of Denmark, Sweden then, but you get the point, right? The idea that there is actually, Sweden in the 60s might sound like a nice ideal, but there's a great deal of depression and sort of murderous tendencies underlying just if you scratch that surface. But of course, the central question to this is the sort of points that Zizek made earlier about Habermas, about the Habermas connection, which Johnson makes even more explicit. Is there a connection on the one hand between that sort of commitment to a more Fichtean Hegel and that kind of politics? Do you need, in order to be a proper Ljubljana school, you know, Marxist Hegelian, do you also have to be do you have to get into that Schellingian muck? Do you have to bring in Spinoza, bring in Schelling, bring in Hölderlin? Johnson, I think, very actively makes that argument, right? So it's a privilege. I love that phrase as well. It's a privileging of first-person cognition. Sounds to me sort of wonderfully old-school Marxist in a sense. In a sense, I would also challenge that, of course. I think similarly to the fact of psychoanalysis, I think the idea here to assert that the two are irrevocably linked on the one hand, but also that they aren't additional considerations which we bring into our reading of Hegel, which I think is sort of what Johnson's getting at here, right? That when we read Hegel, we sort of don't bring in, I mean, he wouldn't say that literally, but I think this sort of assault, in a sense, insinuates it, right? That we don't bring in these political analyses, which can change over time and which can develop in various ways in our reading of Hegel. To a sense, to frame it another way, it's quite difficult to really, I mean, neither Zizek nor Johnson actually, you know, fully commits and says, no, this is a result of his Kantian-Fichtean deflated Hegel, or, well, actually, if you wouldn't be so politically inclined, you'd be more open to at least the acknowledging of the Abyssal Act. And what I'd actually like to see is a sort of would argue for is sort of separation, trying to see in what sense we can separate these two issues of, on the one hand, the gappy ontology and the sort of abyssal political act, which I think you can find in Johnson's later work, that he's also trying to separate those two out. But here, at least, both sort of get tied in, stuck to Pippin. I think, yeah, so in conclusion, yeah, okay. So in conclusion, I haven't really gotten into the very sort of minute details of, again, is Hegel a Fichtean or a Schellingian, and to what extent does that matter? But I hope I've been able to at least somewhat highlight what I think are sort of grounding, systematizing discussions here, which really open up the question of what is the role of Hegel scholarship for the Ljubljana school? And I think my answer to that is that this to me proves that it is in some sense, at least not as it is has been sometimes presented in the past, the primary first and be all influence. In the sense that, because of the way that Zizek talks about himself in political terms as being more of a Hegelian than a Marxist, so you get the idea, and sometimes I myself will say these things, that Ljubljana school is primarily engaged with Hegel. And I think if this discussion, I mean, it's a very obvious point maybe, but I think if this debate proves anything to us, is that that is not, I think, the case. I think you at the very least have to bring in, or at least associate yourself with a sort of, or drawn into some sense of the psychoanalytic subject. Because it's through that psychoanalytic subject that this whole, that simply of Robert Pippin sort of starts to dissipate, and that the option of an ontology of the void becomes a little bit more agreeable than the sort of strict separation of reasons and causes. And a similar argument, I think, in turn is then made for the abyssal act and a kind of radical emancipatory politics in the way that I think someone like Todd would advocate for. Yeah, it was a bit rambly, but I think that's sort of the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, Kobe. We can open the floor to questions now. If you just raise our hands, we'll be able to. Catherine.
Julian, do you want to pick?
So
yeah.
We can start with Catherine.
Hi. Thank you for a really interesting talk. I mean, it was nice to include Johnston. I don't know if we've really talked about him yet during this conference. I guess I have a few questions, right? One question is like, what is the conclusion, right? Like what are we talking about in terms of like a gap ontology? Like, are you disagreeing with like an emphasis on the void and on the gap? But are you offering like an alternative? I guess this is one question I have. That's a very broad one. But then more specifically, I think what you're getting at, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you're asking the question of if we can collapse the epistemology ontology, right? Like as Zizek does, right? And this was the quote you pulled about from Johnston, that Pippin preference is like a first person reading, right? In other words, like there's an epistemological emphasis over an ontological. This is, what Zizek calls deflationary. And so, if we're talking about that, I do want to ask you like more about your view on nature as it's seen in Johnston versus Hegel versus Zizek, right? Like this is, I think, a really interesting distinction between them. Because of course, Zizek takes on like the, Lukács' position, right? That nature is a social category, right? And our social categories that like historically change, right? But there is still something like in nature more than nature, but our reading of nature changes. And like you've talked about, like Zizek ultimately identifies the gap there and tries to collapse it. And so that's one question, right? And so I was kind of gleaning that maybe you were like vibing more with Johnston, but I really don't know. I'm curious what your reading is there, because for me, Johnston really fails to answer this question, right? His like emergent transcendentalism, right? I mean, he just rephrases the question basically, right, by saying like we don't know how spirit emerges from history, and he actually doubles down on the void, right? He says that the nature empties out into a void. That is, what does he say, right? Like more material, that is more than a material subject, right? But he doesn't really answer the question for us either. If you think he does, I'm curious, but I wasn't quite sure if you were like endorsing his view on this. And so then like to your final point, right, on like an ontological gap and an abyssal political act, I'm also curious what you mean by like this distinction here. I think for both Zizek and Badiou, this collapses into the same thing, but with a different inflection, right? Like in terms of being on the void of ontology itself for both authors, actually, right? Like they see the gap as, what is precisely, for Badiou, it can precipitate an event, right? And for Zizek, like what is actually, the void is the gap itself. It is it's pre-ontological for him as well as ontological itself. We can get more into the detail there. So I guess like to kind of summarize my questions, right? Like what's your conclusion? What's your view on nature, particularly in Johnson? And how do you answer, I guess, the question then of can we collapse epistemology and ontology?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good questions. I'll try and separate some out. So in some sense, I just want to stress, well, first point I make is that some of these papers are obviously written as, at some point he makes an allusion to Hegel's Differenzschrift in the very title. In a sense, these are meant to, I think, distinguish Zizek and Johnson's position, Johnson's papers, to another audience whom otherwise might not be familiar with that. So I might have should have brought that up as well. That being said, to Pippin, there's really no distinction, I think. If there is, there's maybe one line, but it's more a sort of a stylistic difference to him. So that's also why I tried to approach it in that way, is in not too overly exploring the sort of distinctions between Johnson and Zizek, because to Pippin, they have no relevance. And in the way that Johnson ends up defending himself, most of the time, they're not quite relevant there either. That being said, in sort of a general sense, I'm really not sure, because so where I find myself aligned with Johnson is on the philosophy of science stuff. So I think at least Johnson through his account of nature, I think I'm somewhat in the same boat as you, is that I keep fooling myself into thinking that if I just understand something a little bit better or read something else by Johnson, then it'll all click into place for me and I'll just see what there is truly to be gained. I haven't gotten to his PhD thesis on the drive yet, which is sort of my next step, because obviously that's what he introduces as another sort of great distinction as to why we need his sort of version of weak nature, is that we get a better understanding of Lacanian drive than Zizek is able to offer us. So that's sort of my next thing, which I think personally thus far, I don't find very convincing, but the centrality of the life sciences versus the centrality of, he says, Johnson puts it with Zizek as quantum mechanics. I'm not even sure that Zizek would immediately pick up on that, but that I think is something very useful. The idea of, and I think it's something that associates with Hegel as well, the specific points of the life sciences, organische Physik, being the points where we go from the Natur to Realphilosophie, or something which is reflected in the most directly maybe in the Logik. I think that specific point as to if we have to analyze any kind of science, it better be life sciences, because it's much more central to sort of questions we were to be asking. That's the point that I do find myself agreeing with Johnson, and I think I might have defended in here as well. The sort of collapsing of epistemology and ontology is sort of basic Zizekian, is sort of a Zizekian sort of term, I think, personally. Do please correct me. So I didn't mean to push it forward as a sort of great big conclusion or solution. The conclusion that I really want to take, and I think your sort of some of your later questions sort of delved into that, is I want to sort of use these conversations to analyze where the sort of, where we get our bread buttered, and sort of challenge, in a sense, not that I actively want to, but because that's the only way I can understand these conversations, and challenge on the sense that they're coming strictly from some, I think there's still an implication that they're strictly coming from some sort of Hegel qua Hegel straight reading of the text. Even though we always repeat it's Hegel avec Lacan, Hegel avec Marx, we always repeat these things, but in some sense I think there's a notion which persists, and it at least persists in Johnson's writings, I think, in these conversations here, that you can get all of that simply from Hegel's text, and that the only real distinctions, and even Johnson wouldn't probably challenge me on that, that the real distinctions are, to put it more in Badiou, the La Vérité terms, is that, Hegel is sometimes, is marred by a kind of horizon of historicity, like he couldn't have predicted some elements of capitalism or some political aspects, and that need to be brought in, right? So if you take that position, that's the only horizon, then you could separate the two out. Then you could separate out, on the one hand, the abyssal act, and on the other, I think so, and the gapy ontology, in the sense that you say, well, when it comes to the realm of politics, Hegel was unaware of certain things. Now we know better, so we know that politics can no longer be grounded in Sichtlichkeit, can no longer be grounded in sort of conception of the state. It needs to be grounded on the abyssal act. But I would actually challenge that. But I think it's interesting that Johnson wouldn't even accept that. I mean, Johnson is very explicit in saying that, no, actually, Hegel did predict all of these things. We can go into details, but Hegel did predict the follies of modern capitalism, did predict, and he literally says Pippin is flat out not reading Hegel's Rechtsphilosophie closely enough. And it shows in his sort of appreciation to social democracy. If you read a little bit more about the rabble of the poor, rabble of the rich, etc., then he wouldn't have such socially democratic values. I have a feeling I haven't even grasped that sort of. There's probably loads of other things that you mentioned that I've forgotten by now. But if you want to respond and correct me, please.
I think like the simple thing to consider with the work that you're doing, which is really great work, I think that to consider the way that each of these authors use nature in a very different way actually really elucidates the debate, right? And then the question, because a big kind of outstanding question, right, for a Hegel scholar, I think is still, how does logic suture to nature, suture to spirit, right? And this is seen so differently from these different authors. And so I think it is a question of like, how can we collapse these three registers, or are they sort of like incommensurably like sutured in some sense, like, a more like Badusian reading. Like Badiou says nature doesn't exist, right? And like, why does he say that? There's a lot of really interesting reasons why, but that's going to be completely contrary to Zizek. And so anyway, I think and this is, what Frank Ruda is working on a lot right now too. And there has been increasingly like a return to questions of nature in Hegel. But I the way I see it, and I think what you're getting at, right, is precisely how do we suture logic to nature? Like, I think this is the primary question, right? And then we can talk about spirit, which Johnson, of course, picks up as well. But I think that, you're right to identify the void and the gap as being precisely that, right? Like, what is a suture, besides a void or a gap, right? Like, this is, Badiou's reading. And so why is the void or the gap constitutive of these linkages, right? Like, why does nature for Hegel start with space? It doesn't start with time, right? Like, why does it start with just pure indifferent spatiality, right? Like, we talked about a difference yesterday. Like, this is very much part of the same conversation. So anyway, I just think like you draw nature out, and it's gonna I think these are going to be some more interesting tensions that arise in the works of these different authors.
Yeah, sure. It's a massive thread though, but yeah, sure. Yeah, I certainly agree. I just to add one more slight touch, because you might just disagree with me on this, but I think, Lacan in Science et Vérité, Milner as well, I think one of the great points that I take from that is that they describe similarly science, quite literally, the sort of the suturing of logic and nature, not logic and nature, but we'll say Martin's and sort of the dry, there's a suturing there as well to them, which is modern science. So I think that's why I'm partial to this sort of Johnson insistence on, trying to rethink nature through the life sciences, even though the eventual, I might not entirely, already fully comprehend what he gets at, but that installation I think is interesting. And you don't get
I think this is dangerous, right? And like, I'm going to just push a little bit on this, right? Like, I'm going to give one of my favorite, like, ostentatious Heidegger quotes, right? Which is, science does not think, let that statement be shocking, right? And so I think we need to be careful about distinguishing life sciences from like nature qua nature, right? And like what that means. And, and I think this is why Slavoj gets into trouble sometimes, right? It's like the question is like, for Slavoj, like, does this quantum physics obsession, is this just like, look, nature is confirming our philosophical, like, inquiries? Or, is he trying to demonstrate, like, I think he still needs to account for the relationship, right, for him between nature and logic, even in this reading that he gives. That's my perspective. Maybe other people can give that elucidation, but I do think this is a question.
Not but can I push back, and not really push back, but just ask you a question, because it concerns me a great deal. So in that question, if that question that we ask Slavoj, do you think an answer should be is that in some sense he should mimic what Hegel does in his Naturphilosophie, in the sense that in some sense we should, no, I don't want to say methodologically, but do some kind of mimesis in relation to what Hegel does in Naturphilosophie in regard to the science of his time? Should we be always attempting to make a similar move and making as such maybe similar observations?
To me, from my perspective, the question stands for both Slavoj and for Hegel, right? That how do you, like, I mean, literally we have 3 volumes of an encyclopedia, right? Like what, and you can read the endings and the beginnings, right? And look at, you know, the linkages between these 3, and there's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot of meat there, right? This is going to be why, you know, very differently interpreted. But, you know, I think Slavoj has the same need to answer that question, right? It's like, what is the linkage here? And so I mean, that's like, to me, this is an interesting question for scholarship, and it is being explored, right? So anyway, I answer the question with like, it is a question, right? Yeah, but I don't think Hegel answers this for us either. I mean, I think he gives, I mean, maybe, you know, you can interpret it in a certain way, but I don't think it's not, it's like with many things in Hegel, it's not, you know, particularly clear cut. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
Sorry, I just cut you guys off. Do we have any further questions? Any other folks would want to speak? Well, I suppose with that we can.
I was just gonna add. I mean, this is all new to me, so I'm just kind of going off of seeing these quotes for the first time. But it's interesting that you had that quote from Pippin saying, I don't think we need to be overly concerned with whether we're Hegelian enough. I'm paraphrasing there from what I recall, and then matching that with the quotes of talking about these different sciences that are coming up, and then saying, I don't think these concern philosophy, but they did concern Hegel, and just kind of seeing how those 2 quotes like really show that he's just distinguishing himself there. He doesn't care if he's Hegelian enough, and then he can also highlight these questions and say philosophy need not be concerned, but for some reason Hegel was. So it was just interesting noticing that.
That's actually, yeah, that's actually a quite a good observation. That the thing that muddied, that's actually that might be some other reading that I need to add at some point, is what if, but that would be a very radical reading, I think. But I think it's possible to maybe say that actually, no, Pippin is being the complete historian of philosophy here. He's not making any claims as to how Hegelian we should be. And even in that quote, because the second quote, in sense of these sciences may not concern us, but they may have Hegel. There's a little bit in there where he says, but they might be, which that's the bit that confuses me. That they might be. So I'm not sure. Then it's the status of that, but they might be, that I'm not sure how we're supposed to interpret. But yeah, that's actually, yeah.
I'm not sure how much, like how to read that Pippin said that, because he at least felt that it was worthwhile saying that Hegel valued them. I mean, he could have just left off that last short sentence.
Yeah, but that to me, I mean, now I'm just full on conspiratorial, right? But so the second bit there was a footnote. So at first he says, shouldn't concern us. But then I think he sort of figured, I mean, makes sense that he went, well, actually, at least we can say that Hegel concerned himself. So I should probably add that. So that to me, I mean, there's obviously it's a quote and then a footnote later on. So there's a distinguishment there, obviously. But no, thank you. Yeah. If not.
Any further questions from anyone else? Well, with that, I think we can conclude the official portions of the meeting. Thank you everyone for attending the First Hegelian Society of Spirit Conference. It's been wonderful. Apparently 2 people are in the waiting room. I'll admit them just for our thing. Yes, thank you everyone for your presentations. Those were wonderful. Because it is, functionally a Zoom meeting, I personally wouldn't mind if people wanted to hang around and just chat openly after or in the aftermath here. But Yeah, I can hand it over to Lucas as Lucas has raised his hand. Oh, did you? Oh, maybe you took it down. I thought I saw that come up. Yeah, but if anyone's interested in hanging around and just chatting, I think I don't see any reason not to.